cliche. They're just gonna break my heart, but I'm ready to play and see if we can take this far. Sweetness on your lips, gotta have more feelings. They always want hit me with the kiss. Keep me alive, keep on going, keep on going. My silver skies are finally clearing, and all my scars are finally healing. I got a heart that keeps on beating. Oh, for you, you. My silver skies are finally clearing, and all my scars are finally healing. I got a heart that keeps on beating. Oh, for you. My silver skies are finally clearing, and all my scars are finally healing. I got a heart that keeps on beating. Oh, for you. It's all for you.
2022 Hot CEST GSL SuperTournament Season 2.
Hey everybody, I hope you guys had an amazing weekend, and welcome back to the GSL SuperTournament. This is day 3, so we are now done with the round of 16 and moving on into the round of 8. No Protosses have survived to get this far, so it's now just Terran and Zerg.
Yeah, we only had, I think, 3 Protosses in the round of 16 to begin with, and every single one fell in kind of a stunning fashion. Most surprisingly, Hero getting eliminated there by Buuny in a revenge match, a rematch from the DreamHack Atlanta Finals. Buuny winning 3-0 really kind of took me aback there because I thought if any Protoss is going to win, it's going to be him, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, Hero, out of all the players, frankly, in our tournament, I thought he was the most likely to get very, very deep. Obviously, Maru and Dark a threat, but Hero's been a really exciting player this year and really reinventing Protoss as a race. Shocking result in that he got eliminated immediately, and then also the 3-0 is even a stranger twist because that's so dominant and so one-sided.
Yeah, like I could have seen Buuny winning in like a 3-2 maybe, like a hotly contested series, but it felt like he just went up and killed him every single map, like 2 ace pushes, like galore. Hero kept trying to go Phoenixes and it kept not working. It was kind of a mess.
It was rough to watch. And then the rest of our Protosses were eliminated as well. And it's kind of a funny thing for ending 2022 here because normally this is a Protoss-dominated tournament. The Super Tournament specifically, Protosses perform very, very well. Unlike GSL CodeS, although we did in Season 2 have Hero actually take a championship, again, a rare thing to have in our kind of slower, more spread out marathon, not marathon, you know what I'm saying, a slower, more kind of dramatic, like a seasonal tournament like we normally have.
Right.
This time, not the case. So, yeah, it's just going to be Zergs and Terran. And a lot of ZVT here today overall, although we do start this off with a Terran versus Terran with Maru versus ByuN.
Yeah, Maru versus ByuN in match number 1 should be the headliner TVT from this tournament. And then after that, we got 3 TVZs back to back to back. So might be a bit of a long day, but with the players that we have here in the round of 8, it's a lot of Zergs and Terrans that kind of favor a little bit more of an aggressive style.
Sure.
So there is potential that even if we have TVZs that kind of go to game 4 or game 5, that they're finishing a little bit faster than that kind of end-game TVZ slugfest we sometimes get into a grind with.
Yeah, it does seem like, and I don't know if it's going to be the matchups today or maybe the meta is shifting just slightly, but especially at the start of 2022 on into, I guess all through the year, TVZ has basically been the longest matchup. Terran does try to push out and deal some damage, try to cripple the Zerg and maybe finish the Zerg off or try to slow play it from there. But the response has been, if the Zerg cannot be killed off, then the Terran does a full role reversal where they just basically turtle, they camp, they force the Zerg to overextend over and over and over, oftentimes dividing a line through the map where the Zerg, of course, organically, the race that expands more quickly, will then run out of resources later on, allowing the Terran to take the last few expansions and close it out.
Hey, I couldn't have put it better myself. That's kind of the matchup in a nutshell. Either Terran is going to make a 2 or 3 base timing working in the game, or they have to grind it out all the way to the end. So we're going to have a kind of a deep dive into this matchup and see exactly where the meta is at today. But before then, the winningest GSL player of all time, Maru, is going to be starting things out here against ByuN. And Tases, I was looking at some of Maru's TVT history because, frankly, it seems like he's the best TVT player in the world by a lot right now. And one stat that really stuck out to me is in offline matches in TVT, Maru, in the past 2 years, dating back to January 2021, has lost 1 Best of X TVT series, which
insane.
Is baffling to me. He's 14-1 overall in series. That's a 93% win rate at the pro level. And keep in mind, a lot of those offline matches for Maru, they're here at GSL. They're against some of the best Terrans in the world. And most of those games that he played was against this guy right here, ByuN. Maru is 4-0 in sets against ByuN in those last 2 years, 9-2 in maps. As ByuN's really got his work out for him because, I mean, while he's no slouch in this matchup TVT, Maru just seems like he's on another plane of existence right now.
Well, I mean, this guy shattered a barrier that truly is insane on a level that you can't really compare to anybody else in StarCraft 2. You know, we had periods where over a decade ago, Nesty, MVP, these guys were titans of a whole era, but you know, a fresh new RTS and a seasoned, well-aged RTS are 2 very different things. And for Maru to come in here and have the kind of performance that he's had over a pretty extended period of, like I said, the aged, seasoned RTS, to have the most success in GSLs out of any player is phenomenal. And the fact that he did it not as a Zerg, which has been statistically the most successful race, is another little feather in his cap.
Yeah, Terran, a lot of people say it's the hardest race to play, but
Some
you just gotta play like Maru, man. All right, guys, we're getting ready for map number 1 here at Day 3 of Super Tournament, Maru versus ByuN.
Terran, Maru. Terran, ByuN.
So, you know, as much of a legend as ByuN is, I think he's greatly outsized by Maru in kind of every metric. And I guess the only thing they might go toe-to-toe in is micro play. You know, I think ByuN is a player who's so good at control. He does take some fights that I think a lot of players wouldn't. And that's, I think, one of the things that people struggle when they play against him is there are some moments where it makes more sense to, like, either disengage or just kind of stay back, and he will try to eke out damage. Right. It kind of reminds me, you know, back in the day, I guess I shouldn't say back in the day because he still plays, but Moon in Warcraft 3 was a lot like that, where he would just get in a lot of scuffles that would probably be ill-advised and then still come out ahead.
And people would call him the 5th race because of that, because other Night Elves couldn't do what Moon could do.
Yeah. With
the units.
And ByuN, there's been probably 2 eras of StarCraft where he really exhibited that. One being where he won a GSL CODES against SOS of all people. which is it's kind of insane looking back on it, especially with the kind of legacy that SOS had. The problem I think for ByuN coming in here is that Maru is also very, very clean with his control. I'd say also a player that's almost like a supercomputer with how he calculates engaging and disengaging.
He's kind of like the super Terran, If you were to assemble a Terran out of all of the best players in the world, like ByuN's control, maybe.
If you were to have like a Power Rangers morph of all the different Terrans
get like
come
5
together.
Terrans together.
Yeah, ByuN is like the leg or something, but.
Maru is kind of the complete package now, and this kind of goes back to what you said earlier with how impressive it is for him to continue to rise as StarCraft 2 ages, because he was like the youngest kid ever to play this game, right? He was there at the very beginning of GSL when he was frankly just a child, and he was already performing at a high level. And now, 10 plus years later, Maru's winning his 5th GSL trophies, arguably the best player in the world, maybe the best player of all time in StarCraft 2. A lot of players could make that argument. And it feels like no facet of his game he really lacks. He's such a well-rounded player.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty solid in pretty much every aspect of the game. And then I think the real cherry on top with that is that he does seem to know how to pattern build orders in a best of 5 and a best of 7 especially. No matter what the map lineup configuration is, he seems to know how to do that. So he's also, I would say, better at basically the poker game aspect of StarCraft, where and I think a lot of people don't appreciate this, but before a game starts out, you're really looking at your opponent, his history, and then what kind of incentives are on the map for them to use, and you're trying to figure out, okay, what will he do or not do, and how can I play around that, based also off the knowledge that he knows about me. And Maru's done, I think, out of all Terran players in StarCraft 2, the best job of doing that. This is a guy who, for I think almost an entire year, was winning off of proxy racks to the point where it was hilarious, and then just dropped it. And so he knows how to kind of navigate through a sea of really good players and come out on top.
That's what it takes to be a champion, frankly. I mean,
yeah.
A lot of people can play on the ladder, and you can get, well, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like it's easy, but you can get quite high on the ladder, top 16 on any server if you are a top player that is really good with just a couple of builds. But does that translate into championships? Not necessarily. You have to be able to plan for a best of 7 series where you're going to play differently on each map. You're going to exploit the weaknesses and mitigate the strengths of each one of your different opponents. And Maru, as you said, he's, in my opinion, the best Terran in the world at doing this.
I 100% agree.
It's something kind of similar to the way the SOS would approach series, and perhaps that was why he was, like the $100,000 man, continuously winning these big championships. Is ByuN with a nice catch there, gets a handful of Reapers there from Maru. But
that's actually pretty big. It seemed like Maru kind of forked out his army here. ByuN is going to actually get kind of 2 jabs in here with both the Reaper kills as well as the SCV kills over at the main base. I don't think this is going to allow ByuN to push in here, but I'll tell you what, this is a small victory that puts ByuN at a pretty good start against a player who I think, as we said earlier, greatly outsizes him.
And these are the kind of skirmishes that I think ByuN is going to want to take if he's going to win a TBT series here against Maru. You even see him building his 3rd command center there on the low ground, just trying to cut corners ever so slightly to get an advantage over his opponent. And if ByuN can kind of force these awkward engagements or catch Maru off guard, as he just did there with the Reapers on the middle of the map, that's the kind of thing that can build a bit of momentum, because if they play a completely straight-up game where both players are just macroing and nothing really chaotic is happening on the map, that's going to favor Maru. But if ByuN can kind of create some chaos over the course of this series, I feel like that's where he's going to be able to reach his stride.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's ByuN taking the 3rd base right away. I actually think this is pretty reasonable on both sides. ByuN taking his base at the location where Maru, who did take a little bit of damage, is going to play a little bit more conservatively and just take his, well, I'm probably saying this incorrectly. He's making the 3rd command center inside the main. He can float that out. This is going to put ByuN a few steps ahead even more, because he can transfer and start to soak up the minerals at that 3rd base a little bit more quickly. And ByuN, well, actually, I was going to say ByuN gets stim first, but right now it's actually about even. Before I could even finish the sentence, Maru gets his. The stim timing in TVT is a pretty big deal. If somebody's like 10 seconds ahead, you just can't beat somebody who has stim if you don't. ByuN also coming out here and confirming that the 3rd base is in fact not planted over there. So I think ByuN is playing the best game we could ask for of him so far. He is ahead in this game, to be completely clear with everybody.
That's a nice start for ByuN so far, as Maru's going to come in here to the third base. It's a little bit of counter damage in, and that will mostly even up the worker counts. And Maru also coming in with these 3 Ravens to the main base of ByuN. And ByuN, his whole army right now is in the middle of the map. A lot of these units are parked outside of this natural expansion. He wants to be able to stop this third base. ByuN's going to be coming on 2 sides, but there isn't a lot at home to answer to these Ravens. And auto turrets dropping now. The Vikings are going to be zoned away from that, and there's still enough energy for more turrets. But will ByuN be able to break this third base position? Oh, that siege tank shot was big on the Marines. Gets a second one, too.
Oh, ByuN, I think, might just take this game. The disables are perfect. You know, the Ravens that were used to harass are obviously not able to defend right now. I think ByuN may have just done a back-breaking move here onto Maru.
Yeah, wow.
Who's landing his Vikings, but the tanks are sieging up, and I think we're about to have GG here. And I'll tell you what, this is about as perfect of a game from ByuN as you could possibly ask for. It looks like game 1 going to be a huge upset here.
Yeah, ByuN in a commanding position right now. I love the play by Maru coming out with the 3 Ravens, but perhaps that kind of played against himself there, because he didn't have any units back at home to be able to secure that third base position. And now ByuN laying siege here, the natural expansion. Maru's going to try and do everything that he can to hold on, but his supply's about to drop below 50 here. And
perfect land with the Vikings to block the SCVs. GG, ByuN starting the upset. The question now is, can he keep it going?
It's a great win right there for ByuN in a critical match number 1. We're all going back the past 2 years. ByuN is 2-9 against Maru coming into this series, so any wins that you could start adding into your favor are going to help a lot. And I think that's exactly the kind of game that ByuN wants to play, where you just get a little bit of skirmishes, have a little bit of an edge, get some SCVs there with the Raven, kills the Reapers, and he's able to take map control, and then just run them over. You don't want to play a long, drawn-out game against Maru.
Well, also, I think Maru had an okay idea sending a Raven across to use auto turrets, but he sent all 3. And, like, how much value are you going to get with 3 versus 1, right? He's trying to just get something out there. And when ByuN saw that, he pulled the trigger. He knew exactly what to do. He said, okay, well, this means your tanks are unguarded. If I disable your tanks and you can't disable mine, that's the easiest way to win an early mid-game TVT, especially when you already have a small lead in that. And so now we're going to go to Tropical Sacrifice here for map 2. And I'm curious. I mean, ByuN, he's going to ride that momentum. A couple micro, and I don't mean control errors, I mean just small errors there early on from Maru, allowed ByuN to kind of mount that lead and close it out. The question now is, can he do it again?
Yeah, I expect Maru might try to play a little bit of a tighter game here on Tropical Sacrifice. I would be surprised if he went for a kind of play like sending 3 Ravens out to ByuN's base, and we'll see exactly what approach he has here in set number 2 on Tropical Sacrifice. We are loading up. Maru versus ByuN. ByuN leading 1-0.
Oh, are we gonna still do the intro?
Terran,
Okay,
Maru.
that answers it. Neck crack.
Terran,
Whoop.
ByuN,
We got a DJ doing it. Terran.
Yeah, I was thinking that Maru might try to play a little bit more of a conservative game coming into game number 2, but instead it's the exact opposite. I
Yeah.
guess,
Yeah,
this is what champions do.
I had the same thoughts. And so Maru going to go for proxy racks. Now this is going to be fun because, I mean, probably 2 of the best control players in the game, really.
Yeah, for Terran especially.
So we want to watch, you know, from ByuN's perspective, how caught off guard, if he's caught off guard here. But, you know, it's, coming back from Bangkok,
Thailand.
Excellent city, by the way. Welcome. Good having you guys out here.
Fan going to be happy with ByuN taking a 1-0 lead here. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting opening here for Maru. And I mean, the fact that we were both kind of expecting him to kind of tighten up, just play a little bit more conservatively and safely here in game number 2, and then he goes and does this, is kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier with how good he is at planning a best of X series.
Yeah. This is
you never know what to expect from him, really.
I mean, sometimes we'll try to guess like what they're going to do next. I wouldn't have expected this, to be honest. So the Reapers are going to start coming out. Now, this is really bad for ByuN because I don't think he got a single infantry unit, correct?
No, I think he just opened straight with a
reactor.
reactor.
So
factory on the way as well.
This, if done correctly, this should be a decapitating move here. for Maru, where he's just going to come in there and do what he needs to do.
It should be good damage. I'm not sure if it's going to be game-ending, but I would be very surprised if after this engagement, Maru doesn't have a huge lead here, at the very least. And first Reaper now coming in. They're going to try and pull about 3 SCVs at a time. Just tank a little bit of shots, and this is more of a time-buying move right here for him, as he's going to try and delay as long as he can for those reactored Reapers to get out. But
you know, only 1 kill so far is actually not good for Maru. He wants to try to start to snowball this. And it looks like ByuN did, oh my god, he still has only lost 2. This is pretty perfect control, all things considered here from ByuN. But again, I think this is a, you know, it's like a very imbalanced matchup here for ByuN.
yeah, things really going Maru's way right here with the opening, and some nice control as well. Keeping that injured Reaper there in the back. ByuN is not able to get the kill, and both of his Reapers now on very low HP. The Hellion will come out, provide a bit of space, but already 4 Reapers. Maru coming in, snipes both Reapers and gets the Hellion, doesn't lose a single unit.
That's a GG. It was 3 minutes on the dot.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was
wow.
That was a great opening there.
I don't think Maru lost a single unit that game, Tasteless.
I don't think so, man. And you know, it's funny. I don't want to say build order win, but
it kind of is.
Kind of build order win. I mean, you have like a what are they? There's like a term, like a way they say in fighting games. It's like there's like 6-4 matchups. You know, this must be like a 1-9 matchup or something like that. Like it's
oh,
like,
in terms of odds or something.
Yeah. It's like this is just basically if you get the reactor, then you just don't have anything to defend. I think ByuN had almost a perfect play in trying to juggle the SCVs in and out to take the damage, but like
yeah, he bought himself so much time.
It's 3 Reapers versus nothing, and then the moment that you might be even, 2 more Reapers come in. So as long as you don't lose the first 3 Reapers, you win the fight, and that's all because ByuN made the reactor.
Right.
Nope, nothing says you have to make a reactor that quickly.
Yeah,
but ByuN, a little bit greedy there. We're gonna go to Waterfall for map 3. Sorry, it feels like map 2, but it is map 3. Tied up 1-1.
Start. Terran, Maru. Terran, ByuN.
Well, Tasteless.
Oh,
this time we have ByuN.
ByuN's red, right?
Sending out 2
Checking here.
SCVs. Yeah, he is.
Okay. I wasn't actually looking at who was who in the intro, but yeah, he's okay.
What is with us and like having really fast days of Super Tournament? Like I know here in day 3 we're only 2 maps in, right? But day 1 and day 2 we had 3 3-0s and a 3-1.
So I don't know if you guys normally pay attention to how long this show is, but obviously we start this earlier in the day because there's potentially more games at a Super Tournament day.
We have 4 best of 5s. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we could potentially have 20 games of StarCraft 2. But for whatever reason, this season of Super Tournament, it's been the shortest Super Tournament days so far. And it seems like that's going to continue on, at least so far here. Now, he's going to come around
Maru.
here. He's going to come try to check.
Yeah, he knows it's a
Peekaboo.
hotly contested spot.
Peekaboo, kid.
Well, yeah, Maru's going to know that this is happening, so he's not going to go and make the mistake that ByuN did in the previous game and drop a reactor. But this is still going to be tough to stop. And oftentimes the way that this goes is, I mean, ByuN, of course, is going to have the unit advantage here early. Maru's going to have to pull some SCVs and kind of buy time for that first Hellion to get out, and that's going to be the window that ByuN has to get as much damage in as possible, because on the flip side, he will have the later tech here in this situation, and Maru playing this really smart, pulling 4 SCVs.
This is it's kind of funny because it's a back-to-back game, but this really illustrates if you're prepared for this coming for you or if you're not.
Yeah, and this isn't like Maru knows what to do better than ByuN. It's just that he scouted it, you know, and he didn't go for that reactor.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, he scouted it and he didn't get the reactor, but...
Wow. Kind of wild, actually. ByuN getting a handful of SCVs there, and...
The regen should kick in right before this Reaper comes out. Can he actually... Maybe... Okay, he does, I was going to say.
Yeah.
But this is going to cost him the Reaper.
Oh,
so
man.
ByuN could still pull this off.
I think ByuN's snowballing a little bit too hard here.
We got to see what happens when the Hellion comes out. The Hellion's kind of a funny unit because like it's usually pretty nimble, but against a Reaper, not as much.
It's only like halfway done though, and there's 3 Reapers out to no units of Maru, and God, I gotta say, it's so sad we see like all the SCVs like huddling together, trying to repair each other against like
embracing each other before they're killed.
This onslaught. ByuN gets yet another Reaper. Now 4 Reapers out here for ByuN. He's gonna be able to focus down the Hellion, and that was a great start there for Maru, but ByuN with some nice trades, picks off every single Reaper that Maru is able to get out.
Well, now it's time they both hide barracks outside of each other's base for how this is, kind of panning out.
Yeah, this is
There's only one way this can go.
Yeah, like ByuN can't contain himself from laughter, and like I'm kind of feeling the same way. This is not the way I expected this series to go, man. I was kind of expecting, like, I was gearing up for this kind of epic TBT action.
If
where,
your friends
like,
have never seen StarCraft, show them this series. They're going to be hooked. What a funny day. We've been live for 25 minutes. We're going into game 4 and a best of 5 in Terran vs. Terran.
Like
that includes like the intro to the show and everything, by the way. Inside and out. We're going to go into map 4 now. ByuN does have the 2-1 lead here. And, look, if this game ends pretty quickly, it may just be ByuN moving on 3-1. I feel like we started this out in the first game trying to kind of go big picture, talking about ByuN and Maru, and things have sped up so quickly. We're going to run out of room. We're going to run out of best of 5 here to talk about these two guys if this continues on the way it is.
Maybe, Tasteless, maybe.
Terran, Maru. Terran, ByuN.
I've never watched the minimap so closely on our monitors during the player intros as I was just now. I mean, back-to-back Reaper openings, one from each player too. Kind of is like, well, either of them could do it again here in game number 4,
Yeah, it looks like nobody's going to do it this time, but this has been a fun series, and I think possibly so far the fastest 3 Terran games in a row that I can remember.
Even game 1, which technically went to 3 bases, was over really fast, and both players now opening 2 racks in the main this time.
So this is
kind of blind countering a potential proxy.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say, yeah, this is safe versus a player who's going to proxy you. Now, I don't think I've actually casted this game. Like when you cast a lot of StarCraft games, sometimes you look at this, you go, oh, I've seen this before, so I kind of know where this goes. I don't, at least in my memory, I don't have one where it looks quite like this. Welcome, guys. Thanks for coming down.
It's kind of like chess, where after like 10 moves or something, very often it's a unique game at the pro level.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, here at GSL, don't often see 2 barracks versus 2 barracks in base Reaper.
And they both hit it. I actually missed. Okay, I was
I
about
don't
to
think
say
Maru
Maru
saw
scouted,
this.
so he just sent this out. So ByuN scouted but didn't see the hidden barracks. They both have the same ideas, but both may end up with the wrong information if they, scout each other here.
Yeah, I think Maru didn't spot the second barracks in the main, and I think ByuN might have not sent out a scout even. So it's kind of an awkward position where it's like, would you rather be the player that sent down an SCV and got incomplete information, or would you rather be the player that's like playing greedy and doesn't scout at all and is just kind of preparing for everything?
Well, the funny thing is when you scout, you don't find everything. You don't go, well, he might also have a second barracks making Reapers, right? That's the other thing. So, if you don't see them proxying you and getting Reapers, it would only make sense that you would send your Reapers out to then try to get some damage. But they're both sending the Reapers out at the same time, and they're both going to meet in the middle of the map.
Oh.
This is hilarious. ByuN's a little bit faster.
Oh, wow.
ByuN fires from the hip a little bit more there, and I think he can get this next Reaper as it tries to curve around here.
Oh, Maru micros the full HP Reaper back to block a little bit there. ByuN's trying to chase down that second Reaper. If he's able to get it, it'll be a big win for him, but Maru now with a third Reaper joining forces here. He's going to be able to survive, and that was a scary situation because these kind of fights, if they start to snowball early, it can be devastating. Even if it doesn't outright kill one player, I mean, it can kind of go back to what we saw there in game number 1, where Maru lost those 2 Reapers, and then suddenly he's a little bit behind on tempo. ByuN's able to take the low ground CC, and as a result, ByuN was able to kind of roll him over there.
I mean, Reapers are very brittle units. The Terran has always been like the glass cannon race. Like their units can be very weak and squishy, but at the same time they usually have high damage outputs. But like the Reaper is the glass cannon of the. Well, I guess that's not fair. Not the glass cannon unit, but in fights like this,
kind of is.
They kind of they die. They break very easily. So good escape there from Maru to then loop back around. And I don't think anybody has any incentive to attack now at all. So this is going to switch from a kind of back and forth combat game into, who can try to tech or develop economically and get ahead in that way. In a blind man's game, neither one can see what the other one's doing right now. And
yeah, but I think they both kind of have the right idea. From this point, opening 2 barracks, you're going to be following that with the command center no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to be teching up slowly in terms of factory and then Stargate tech. And the question really is going to be for both Maru and ByuN is kind of what kind of starport units my opponent is going to be making. And it seems like for ByuN, that's going to be Cloak Banshees. Actually, we have another skirmish here. These guys want to fight. Maru this time getting the better trade with the first shots there of the Hellion. Forward at 2 as well as ByuN now in full retreat with some nice grenades.
Dude, that was so
like
good.
Every single one hit.
Yeah, and Maru kind of tried to just force his way through it.
Oh, man. ByuN's going to have to vacate this
Yep.
natural expansion.
So I'd say a pretty good maneuver there, but of course the Banshee sort of forces this out. He does have like the exact perfect amount to maybe go in the main. I don't know that he wants to do that, but let's see what he chooses to go for here.
Yeah, Maru's just going to go for it despite the Banshee being here. He's going to come all the way into the main base. And right now, this skirmish taking place.
This could
Some more
actually-
nice nades out of ByuN, really mitigating the damage output for Maru's army, and ByuN wins that kind of in a stunning way. Even a
Okay.
Cyclone.
Okay, so you know what? This was a huge mistake from Maru. I was kind of taken aback when he went in the main. I thought, okay, maybe
There's a play here, right?
yeah. I thought maybe continuous Reaper Hellion, like when you both are making from your main, that's kind of a funny situation. We don't really see that often, but this seems to have totally backfired. And the scariest part is that there's a Banshee now in the mix. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know if he got Cloak. Did he get Cloak?
I think he was researching it.
look.
I'm not sure if it finished, but in any case, Maru does have a Raven, so
Yeah.
he
But
should be in a good spot to defend against it.
But I do think ByuN is, there's going to be opportunities for ByuN here. Let's see what he can find.
Reaper's going to try and come into the main base here, but
Okay.
Maru in a nice
is-
defensive position.
It is cloaked. And this means he can do things like target down the tank, which he can sort of crack open this whole position here.
Yeah, wow, he gets the tank there with the Banshees.
And normally we think about Banshees as like, if you can see them, they can't fight. But like this army, the Banshees are kind of part of the squad,
It's a lot of damage output coming out from them too,
So,
and
the
only
auto-
a handful of Marines.
Yeah, the auto turret's been spent. There's another tank coming out. Right now, ByuN deliberating, should he go back in or not? It looks like the answer for now is no, but he's not done rallying out. Stim, again, like game 1, it's sort of neck and neck here with Stim, so it's not like somebody's going to have a timing with Stim and the other one won't.
Really an interesting game we have so far here. I've got to give the edge to ByuN right now. Not only did he have a big win there when Maru went for the drop in his main base, but he also picked off the very first tank, which is going to give him a lot more potential to be aggressive. And now going to try and find some damage over here where these. Oh man, they almost get the Cyclone. Look at that.
You don't normally see Banshees try to out-control a Cyclone.
No, that's.
And that's kind of shown why there, but
I don't think I've ever seen that unit interaction before.
yeah.
I'm just like
the Banshee turns around. I'm like, are you mad? But ByuN's not done looking for damage. Let's not forget, where we're at in this best of 5 is kind of remarkable. ByuN with a 2-1 lead here. And, the truth is, this is just not a result I think anybody, maybe even ByuN, expected. So ByuN definitely hungry to kind of get the killing blow in and get out of the studio.
And he knows that he has a little bit of an edge here
For
as
sure.
well.
And it was all due to Maru's overextension here.
These Ravens taking a lot of damage. They actually stopped for a moment, and that's going to let ByuN get the kill.
It almost seems like Maru wasn't watching there. Those Ravens almost seemed like they were pushed away by the attack instead of microed away. So he's going to do a drop, and I see a naked main.
There's going to be one Cyclone in the
man,
main.
This couldn't be better for ByuN.
ByuN is just playing this so well positionally right now.
Oh, hold on. Oh, never mind. I thought Maru might be able to come in and wrap around here. This is a huge dump into the main. This is quite the plot twist. He can actually take out the add-on and stop combat shields.
This might be a killing blow, Tasteless. He's on all of the production right now, and those 2 siege tanks. I'm not sure if Maru's going to be able to stop them. He does have a lot of energy on that Raven, but ByuN also coming into the natural expansion at the same time.
This game's over, dude. This is the upset of Super Tournament.
Wow.
This is wild, man. This is a bigger upset than Hero getting knocked out.
What
I can't
an
believe it.
insane series.
ByuN just did it, and in a record fashion, man. About a half hour's worth of games. Oh, hold on. Maru does a big drop over here.
Maru is getting a lot of counter damage in here, but look at the army supplies.
No, there's
64 to 26.
There's too much here for ByuN.
Yeah, he's going to make a little bit of a game of it, but I don't think that his standing army can win. ByuN has literally, well, not literally, but almost twice as many Marines as his opponent and 4 siege tanks, and he's going to be able to lift off these command centers, whereas his are getting taken down.
Yeah, there's also, you know, a command. I think both command centers actually managed to get away for ByuN and not for Maru. So there goes Maru's CC now.
I don't think there's any world where Maru's going to be able to force a tie or anything here. I mean, ByuN is going to have mining. That's just the way that it is. You can see the 3 command centers on the mini-map. And
ByuN,
wow.
3-1 in a 30-minute best of 5 TVT? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
That's just insane to me. Maru has been, to this point, the best TVT player in the world for going on about 2 years. 14-1 in sets dating back to January of 2021, and ByuN ends that streak now. His first series win against Maru offline, I think, in years. And could have happened on a better stage right now in the round of 8 here at GSL SuperTournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild. I thought one thing that was certain at this point in time was Maru moving on.
Yeah, we were talking about this before the show even started today. We're like, yeah, well, who's Maru going to play in the in the semifinals was the question.
So what a crazy turn of events. Let's go to that interview now with ByuN and see how he's feeling. He is the first player to get to the round of 4 in the GSL SuperTournament.
Wow, what a match. ByuN takes down Maru with a 3-1 score and he moves on to the round of 4. Congratulations, ByuN. Thank you. ByuN, you said many times that you're going to try to take Maru down today, and you did. So how do you feel today? I'm really happy right now. And this was not the win scenario that I had expected before. You know, I kind of wanted to play a standard game, but it turned out to be quite unorthodox in the way that I beat him. So although I'm happy, I can't really approve this as a proud victory over him. So you're a little disappointed, ByuN. I mean, ByuN, you have played against Maru so many times over the last year, more so than the 10 years combined. So talk us through about your Raven. It feels like you practice a lot with that unit. I mean, competitive matches, I don't tend to use the Raven so much, but I do use Ravens a lot in ladder matches. And although I do lose more games using it, I have a feeling my Raven skills have gotten better over the years. And even if the game went to a late game, I probably would not have used Raven. I probably would just use Marines. But you know, generally I was confident against Maru today. So did Maru hit you after the match? So you know, normally I don't really walk towards the loser after the match. But you know, Maru and I are so close, and whenever he takes me down, he always approaches me. So it was kind of like my revenge act.
오늘 경기 내용에 대해서도
잠깐 이야기를 해볼게요.
조성주 맞춤으로 빌드와 완벽한
In the first game, it was a totally counter strategy for Maru.
2세트에서 상대가 전진 2병을 하니까 3세트에서
In the second game, Maru was going for the double Rex proxy, and in the third game, you avenged by using the same build, the same proxy build. So what was that about? I mean, all the games, there were builds that I had not prepared beforehand. Some were impromptu. The first game worked out really well for me, so I'm proud about that game. But I did not expect Maru to go double Rex proxy in the second game, and I was pretty angry about it.
전진 투드랍 할 생각 진짜 1도
So in the third
없었는데
game, I
너무 기분
did not
나빴어요.
intend to use the
잘 타온 것
proxy
같아가지고.
build, but I had to use it.
4세트
To take my
마무리까지
revenge.
완벽했던 변현우 선수. 이제
Yeah, what an
스타일
immaculate
상대에
performance from you,
대해서도
ByuN.
얘기를 해보겠습니다.
Alright, let's go with your round of 4 opponent.
우승자 그리고 GSL 5회 우승을 한 조성주를 꺾었기 때문에
So you have taken down the G5L winner Maru, and now it feels like you should be really confident in the TBT matchup. So your opponent in the next round should be either Solar or GuMiho. So who do you prefer?
경재 형이 테란데 더 잘한다고 생각하고.
You know, honestly, I think GuMiho is better than Maru in TBT.
별로 만나고 싶지 않은데.
So I don't want to play against GuMiho if possible.
저한테 좀 많이 기어오더라고요.
But these days, you know, Solar has been provoking me a lot in his interviews as well. So I do want to play against Solar and try to take my revenge against him.
한번 서열 전쟁에 한번 들어갈 때가
You know, it's about time we
알겠습니다. 자, 변현우 선수
manage the hierarchy
이렇게 4강에 올라온 만큼
in terms of
목표도 더 커질
GSL.
것 같은데요. 마지막으로 한마디 들어보겠습니다.
So anything else you want to say before you go?
네, 뭐 일단 목표가 또 오늘 경기 이기는 거였는데.
So my initial goal was to defeat Maru and advance to round of 4. So I accomplished that.
결승 진출이고.
And my next goal should be advancing to the finals.
기억도 안 날 정도로
And it's
너무
been
오래됐다고 생각하는데
so many years since I last moved on to the finals of GSL.
열심히 연습해가지고
So I want to practice hard until my next match and try to show good results. And I'll try to make it to the finals as well.
변현우 선수 모처럼 온
ByuN,
결승
once
기회를
again,
잡을 수
congratulations
있을지
on taking down Maru and advancing to round of 4.
다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Thank you.
네, 이상 변현우 선수
And that was the match 1 concluding with ByuN's victory over Maru. And we're going to have the second match coming up very soon. So please tune in and we'll be back after a short break.
과연 어떤 승부가 나올지 잠시 후에 돌아오겠습니다.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁은 라떼, 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
칠성사이다 제로. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live.
And we are back, and we are ready to now continue our TVZ marathon. Not continue, start our TVZ marathon. We just wrapped up what was such a fast Terran versus Terran. I barely feel like I'm even warmed up for the show, man.
That was like half an hour, and it wasn't even a 3-0, it was a 3-1.
3-1. Normally we'd be like in game 2 of the first best of 5 right now, guys, but here we are. It's going to be Solar versus GuMiho. I think this should be, I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe the most dramatic best of 5 of the day. I think these two guys are very evenly matched. GuMiho, I'm still struggling a little bit with placing where exactly he's at, you know, in the pantheon of players we've got, but I definitely want to say he's looking extremely strong right now in this Super Tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, but Solar at the same time, you can never really count him out, especially in tournament matches like this. I think this is I might eat my words again, as we've done many times here in Super Tournament, but I think there's a potential for this one to like go the distance and we get a 3-2.
Sure.
Finally, we haven't had a game 5 yet, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we have not had a game 5 yet in this entire tournament. It's been oddly one-sided.
Yeah, but I mean, this matchup, GuMiho beat Solar last GSL in the group stage, and Solar beat GuMiho at DreamHack Atlanta in the group stage. So, like, these are guys that, you know, either one of them can win this series. I'm right there with you where I have a hard time placing exactly where GuMiho is at, especially in this matchup, because his playstyle is just a little bit different from the other Terrans. It's kind of hard to gauge exactly how good that's going, or how well that's going to translate here in this TVZ, but I don't know. I think I give the edge to Solar here. GuMiho's just a wild card.
Yes, GuMiho's got a very odd way of playing. He did win a GSL with his kind of obtuse style that, first of all, nobody plays like him, and also nobody tries to play like him, which is important to note. It's not like some of the eccentric things that we've seen Maru do in the past where then everybody's like, oh, that's what we're doing. So GuMiho is a little bit tougher to prep for. The thing is, I do feel like Solar is extremely well-rounded. I don't feel like he has any obvious weakness. I do feel like he continues to sort of power up as each season passes of GSL, bringing a better iteration of himself. You know, and a former Tasteless LAN Party champion. I mean, what else do you want? You know?
That's right.
That's right, you know. I mean, he's won all the big tournaments as far as I can tell. No, but seriously, I think this is going to be a tough one to call. I think it's going to really come down to what is GuMiho going to try to do, and is it going to work?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what openings GuMiho's cooked up for us here in this TVT. As set 1 on Tropical Sacrifice, I think, is getting loaded up, Tasteless. We're about to start our second Best of 5 series here at GSL SuperTournament Day 3.
Game start.
Game start, boys.
Zerg. Solar. Terra. GuMiho.
GuMiho talking to himself a little bit.
I am one to do that personally when I play.
Usually-
I find talking to myself helps me kind of focus.
Usually when I do it, I'm just cursing.
Yeah. He's like, why won't you move there? No, I told that to me.
That's exactly what I say. Yeah. Yeah. These days I've been playing a lot of Age of Empires and
Yeah.
oh, command center first here for GuMiho. Nice. But
Cool. Go ahead, though.
you know how like we watch Artosis play and Brood War and like he'll like tell his like SCVs like build a supply depot or like build a factory or a turret or something it just won't make.
Yeah.
That's like every single Age of Empires 4 game that anyone has ever played is like you tell your villagers to like go build a house and they just like won't do
They
it.
just won't do it. Welcome.
Thank you for coming down,
Hope
guys.
you guys enjoy the show.
Yeah, but I always used to laugh at Dan. It's like I would just like play StarCraft 2 and like things make in that game.
Yeah.
But now I relate like on a very emotional level with the frustration of like telling
Oh,
your
yeah.
guys to do something and them not doing it.
I might be too old school, but I kind of like it when like that can happen. I like sort of fighting the interface, although I don't think that's going
tilts
to
me.
age well over time. But yeah, you can definitely do that in Age. StarCraft 2, they're like, no, we're going to scoot this thing out of the way and let you make what you want to make.
Yeah, I feel like StarCraft 2 is easily the most crisp RTS of all time. The engine is so good. It's kind of phenomenal that this is like a 12-plus-year-old engine and it works as well as it does.
It seems like if you're going to have a good RTS, you actually just have to have it run on a certain type of engine. I think the issue with just in general a lot of RTS games out there is that they have a cool idea, but it's not, I don't know how to explain this very elegantly, it's not played on the right board. You know what I mean? Like this map that we're on, the pieces don't move correctly. And then therefore you can't have the kind of interesting fights or interfacing that you would otherwise have.
Yeah, the game has to feel good on a mechanical level, I think, to excel as an RTS.
Yeah.
At least for me, that's very important. I know other people, might be a fan of Command & Conquer or Brood War. It is rewarding on a mechanical level, but it does have its quirks.
Well, Brood War, the thing about that game is that it's like a little bit, you kind of have to fight the interface, but you get more out of what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, like the more you invest into whatever part of the game, and that includes mining, which is something you can't quite do in StarCraft 2, but you can like also try to optimize mining by manipulating the units a little bit and then get minerals a little bit more quickly in that sense.
Brood War is also a little bit more predictable in the way that you have to fight the engine too, right? Like it's generally going to be the same things where you have to tell your workers to mine, or Dragoons are always going to glitch out in a kind of specific way that you can look out for.
You could unbug them. Yeah, I guess that's the thing, is it's not like completely out of your hands most of the time. Things will happen, but yeah.
Getting back into this game, GuMiho is not going to be going for a 2-base pressure build. In fact, it's just going to be a fast third CC, and I feel like we've seen this a lot in TVZ over the past year. And at least in my experience, I know GuMiho has his kind of own unique style, but in my experience, this almost always fares less well than the 2-base pushes with the later third CC.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about stuff like this. It does seem like quick command center first has sort of now taken its own crazy route and is now this whole other thing. I kind of thought we were just going to see more and more of the 2-base timing. So I think what we didn't end up seeing in the GSLs that we casted out here, but certainly has happened in like the countless games that are played online and in other tournaments, is that basically Zergs know how to handle the 2-base timing push. And so now what you have is Terran trying to comfortably take a lead. And then you could go for the 2-base timing push, or you could do third command center into Cloak Banshees like we see here now.
Yeah, it does feel like Terran kind of needs to get an advantage in the early game somehow, either by going CC first or by getting damage done with Hellions.
Yeah,
or by
if they're going to win fast,
Banshee.
yeah. Oh,
right.
He canceled that.
Oh, he's going mech! I was wondering about this. Yeah, I saw the stem and I'm like, oh, it's not going to be a mech game, but no, we're just using that barracks to make add-ons.
When you were talking, once you were done, I was going to say, well, he sees literally everything that's happening, right? Like, he sees the stem, and, like, that's all. If Zerg sees everything, they're happy, but this is a cool little plot twist in here. And now the third command center kind of makes a lot more sense, right? But that being said, you go for a third command center really fast, there is still an incentive for the Zerg to try to come in there and attack you, right?
Yeah, well said. And we'll see what GuMiho is going to do here with this mech style, because right now he's adding in a lot of Hellions. Only one Banshee, I think a second one underway now, and maybe Solar has an idea of what's going on because he just canceled his Baleen Nest and threw down a Roach Warren, which is definitely going to be better.
Yeah, did he scout that? I was actually getting a drink of water. I didn't see. But
I'm not sure what he scouted exactly. I didn't see if there was like a Zergling, for example, that went in to see more Hellions outside the natural of GuMiho, but it does seem like he's a little bit suspicious of what's going on and now also starting a Spire. And this is not something you would normally do against a bio play, so something has tipped him off, it seems.
Well, we've got the Spire coming now. And, you know, right now Solar is pretty comfortably growing on the map.
There's a lot of Queens out of position here. GuMiho's going to see if he can get any damage done, but does not want to risk losing these Hellions. They're the force that's giving him the most map control on the map right now. So far, not a lot of damage being done on either side. GuMiho just kind of poking and prodding here with these Hellions and waiting for a critical moment where he can get some damage done, but actually idling here with these Banshees, and there is an Overseer with these Queens, so they're going to pick off one.
Yeah, pretty big kill taking out one of the two Banshees that were out, and does go ahead and wipe out a Hellion. Now there's Hellbats here. I can't imagine this kills the hatchery though, right? Zerg has to have something that can fight this, right?
I think he might be able to get it because right now Zerg only has Queens and Lings. And
yeah, I mean, I thought there was going to be more to come up here. I guess
no cancel! Solar didn't even cancel it.
Wow. That's surprising.
300 minerals and a drone down the drain. Now Hellbat's coming into the natural expansion. There are still no Roaches out here for Solar, so he's going to have to evacuate this position. 9 Mutas now on the way.
Yeah, the Queens can fight the Hellbats. The Lings obviously just can't really engage with it. Oh, God, the drones. Okay.
Oh, yeah, they got to be careful.
I was going to say, he needs to really watch out. That's one easy way to just, like, completely lose control of the game. But the Mutas are coming. Now, Cyclones are out in mass, by the way. A very GuMiho move here. GuMiho's like the one guy you'll just see kind of mass-produce Cyclones in the mid-game. Still to this day. But I don't know how this is going to kind of fare against these Mutas.
Yeah, 9 Mutas on the map right now. No turrets, just these Cyclones and a Viking. Now, there are 2 Thors almost done. So GuMiho just has to buy a little bit of time here to get them out. Cyclones connecting here with the Mutas. Mutas trying to come up on top of the Cyclones. Do you pick off 1? They get 2. But with the repair, not going to be able to clean up the rest. And, excuse me, Solar actually lost a lot of Mutas there. 6 Mutas going down. That Muta count's almost completely reset. That trade went way better for GuMiho than I was expecting.
Well, I mean, talk about a shutdown, right?
Yeah.
I mean, normally there's a bit more of an ebb and flow, but he completely wiped the Mutas. And it does seem like Solar is in an uncomfortable spot. Now, that being said, Solar is continuing to expand after losing that hatchery up at the top left of the map. Now expanding a little bit into a more safe location here. The 4th command center is about to finish, excuse me.
Yeah, and there's only 3 Mutas right now on the map here for Solar. And all right, Swarm Host is going to be the tech of choice here as even these Mutas get caught by the Cyclones. GuMiho just doing such a great job of dealing with this early game harassment. Here I was thinking that he's going to have to buy a little bit of time for the first 2 Thors to come out and stabilize, but instead every single Mutalisk is dead. And now 13 Swarm Hosts. Now, I don't think there is a Nidus Canal underway, at least not yet. So Solar is going to try and use his Roaches and his Queens to buy some time here in the middle of the map and push that creep to get Swarm Host closer to his opponent's base, but there's no answer for these Mutas here at home. 3 drones going down already.
I got to say, GuMiho's playing a really different game.
He's even not Banshee speed.
This is kind of crazy, but the Swarm Host, you know, this is sometimes the Achilles heel of mech play, right? It's the one.
Oh, he's going to get.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, it's so close. Transfuse is coming in.
Yeah, okay, so that's big.
Oh, man. That would have been a huge kill if he was able to pick off the Evolution Chamber.
Especially with how this game is about to pick up here. Now, you know, Terran, the problem, you know, for the Zerg is when they can turtle and you can't really get in there. But the thing about getting Swarm Hosts out here is now the Zerg can turtle just outside with the Swarm Hosts and basically deal lots of damage. And, you know, mech is always fun. And I want to, like, take a beer and pour it out for Artosis, who's not here anymore, as he's a big fan of mech. But, I mean, the reality is that, you know, there are reasons why everybody's not doing this, right? Like, this is the alternative. You know, if Terrans are always going Coke, this is the Pepsi or something. But, you know, we see the supply get taken out by a quarter, and the Swarm Hosts can regen the Locust. the Zerg can refill its own supply. And we sort of get this rinse and repeat until you basically sand it down, the Terran's position. There's just not a lot in here. And, you know, I don't see how Terran now gets out of this position here.
Yeah, now that GuMiho has some Siege Tanks and Banshees back at home, he might be able to stabilize, but that first attack with the Swarm Host Locusts got so much damage in. The Cyclones were taken out. GuMiho lost almost all of his Hellbats. Now he has been able to replace a lot of them, but that was a critical blow. And so these next couple of minutes, GuMiho's going to have to really tighten his belt and stabilize over here in between his 3rd and 4th base, because if he loses any more of these, you know, critical units, the Siege Tanks, the Thors, Solar can just run him over.
Okay, so again, a little bit of a kind of fractured attack. I don't know if. Okay,
where are these queens
There must
going?
be this misclick going on because the queens are up there, the roaches were down there, and then the swarm hosts. I do feel like there's definitely something to trying to hit a couple locations, but I do think there's more to trying to just kind of clobber the Terran in one spot. There's basically 3 locations you can attack into and a secret location at 12 o'clock Zerg doesn't know about, but you want to find the weakest of those 3 and then hit and try to basically push them off of that spot and then go back. And behind this, obviously, keep expanding, keep growing. Confirmation, by the way, that that is a hidden spot.
Yeah, and Greater Spire is going to be the choice here for Solar.
And so we're going to see tension build up even more in this kind of swarm host position now with Broodlings coming in here.
Yeah, GuMiho is completely out of position over here. No tank sieged up to defend this 3rd base, so he's going to have to lift the command center, and those SCVs running to the 12 o'clock might tip off Solar. There is an additional base. If that isn't, this retreat definitely is, as GuMiho going to take a lot of damage here, but keep in mind, he does have 84 workers, so although he's lost 10 SCVs, a lot of that supply that he's had so far has been in workers, and his economy is going to be pretty healthy despite losing all these miners. And now Hellbat's coming into the main base of Solar as well. We'll see if he's able to get any damage done. In the meantime, these Banshees actually get a handful of Swarm Hosts, so you know, GuMiho was caught a bit out of position there with the Siege Tanks, but at the end of the day, I think that's not the worst trade.
So, I mean, Terran's taking quite a beating here, but he is sort of getting back on his feet after each attack in here. The problem long term is that Zerg is trading very favorably. Zerg is also starting to bank up a pretty crazy, you know, war chest here. And there are going to be, I'm sorry, there were going to be Broodlords in this game. Am I wrong? Okay, the Corruptors are out here. We saw the Greater Spire. So everything about that telegraphs Broodlords are going to be here eventually.
Yep, Solar pushing up yet again here at the 12 o'clock position, and although GuMiho isn't really at risk of dying right now, as you said, these trades for Solar have been fantastic, as his supply just doesn't really dip below max. As soon as he loses units, he replenishes them, and he's even got a 4K, almost 4K resource bank on top of that. And these Roaches, these Ravagers, they're quite expendable. Locusts come in, they pick off Thors and Siege Tanks as well, as GuMiho in a bit of a tight spot now. I think he might have overextended just a bit trying to defend that 12 o'clock position after it got found out.
So the dilemma for Terran is that, you know, Zerg, and again, Zerg doesn't have the whole map, but Zerg has a lot. Zerg can sort of keep remaking, and Terran, you know, 5 bases is pretty good, but you're not really consistently mining off these 5 bases. All the money that you're getting from these resources is just going to try to catch up in the supply against a Zerg that's sort of, like if this is a race, the Zerg is starting to lap you. And, you know, you have to remember, like, as much as we're watching Terran barely cling on to life here, where in the world is there going to be the moment in this game where Terran is pushing out here and stopping the Zerg? Dude, big drop on those tanks. And again, you know, the Swarm Hosts have paid for themselves in dividends at this point in time.
Yeah, a couple Swarm Hosts got picked off earlier by the Banshees, but that count at 10 is still healthy enough to basically reset GuMiho's Siege Tank count every single time that cooldown comes offline. And GuMiho is trying to get some counter damage over at the 4th base there for Solar, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this point. He just keeps losing too many critical units, and now 30 more Roaches underway with, I think that's +3 range attack. I mean, Solar's just in a commanding position. I feel like this next attack is going to be fatal.
Okay, so a little bit of harass coming in here. Honestly, not really of significance at this point in time. Terran's now lost 2 positions. And, I mean, at this point in time, if GuMiho can't come up with something, and I think it may be physically impossible to do anything else at this point in time, his head's going to be underwater.
I think you might be right. You can see he's switching it up a little bit. He knows that what he's been going for isn't working, and so now he's kind of going into Battle Mech, just making almost pure Cyclone here from these factories. But there's just so many Roaches and Ravagers, and they're so quick as well. Cyclone's getting taken out at the 4th base. I feel like we might be seeing GG any moment, Tasteless.
Yeah, a pretty bold play here to go for Mech. It's always fun to see how it's going to work out. But again, you know, the attempt to turtle here from the Terran, it really is answered by Swarm Hosts, right? Suddenly the Zerg can turn the game on its head.
That was not the best trade there for Solar. I mean, GuMiho is still in a terrible position, but he might be able to survive a little bit longer. Is the Cyclone transitions working better than I was expecting it to?
Well, the Cyclones can come out here and try to kite and hit these spots. And honestly, you know, GuMiho is sort of expanding into the locations that the Zerg is ignoring. But I do feel like, you know, a couple more blows in here and it's going to be it. Broodlords are going to come. There's at least 6. Now, when you pair the Broodlords and the Broodlings with the Swarm Hosts, you sort of have this never-ending slow drip of, renewable units.
Yeah, but GuMiho's going to scan in, does see the Broodlords morphing. Focus getting thrown out as well, and only 1 Corruptor on the field, so these Banshees, if GuMiho recognizes the situation, there is potential to get a lot of damage done. And Solar, he's investing a lot in the army that he has now. For the past couple of minutes, he's kind of just been trading out Roaches, and that allowed him to accumulate a bank. But now he's invested in Broodlords, he's building more Corruptors, he remaxed on Roaches and Ravagers, and that mineral count is all the way down to 1,000. So if GuMiho somehow is able to pick off these Broodlords with the Cyclones, there is a world where he's actually able to, you know, continue on from this position.
Seems like he's going to try to push in to this 3 o'clock spot. Now, if this planetary falls, the game's probably over, even though there's a base below this, because this base below this is going to be cut off, chopped off from any reinforcements.
Is he going for a base trade?
Well, let's see what happens here. I do think, again, you know, while the Terran can do probably a decent amount of damage here, is this going to do the kind of damage to the Zerg that's already been done to the Terran? I don't think so.
That's a good point, especially with how many bases that Solar has, but oh, GuMiho is actually able to catch the Swarm Host with his play. The Roaches and the Ravagers had to go back home to defend, and that's all but 2 Swarm Hosts getting taken out. We'll see what GuMiho is able to do with this, as that Planetary Fortress at the 3rd base, as you said, is now very close to falling. Probably will go down any second.
There's another base like way in the bottom for Terran.
No.
I guess he's going to send SCVs down there. But if you look at the income for Terran, that's, you know, that's the problem.
I guess I want to live in a world where GuMiho was somehow able to like claw his way back from what seemed like a completely unwinnable position. And to his credit, he's doing a great job here with these Cyclones and Hellions. He's getting so much value, and Solar, after investing so much army supply into those Broodlords at the front, he doesn't really have the free space to make enough units to deal with this Battle Mech army.
It seems like whenever a Zerg goes for Broodlords, there's always an opportunity for the opposing race to come out with something else.
Look at the Thor's coming in here now, also getting the Broodlords. GuMiho's making this work, man. I mean, he's hanging on by a thread, but he's fighting back.
He is definitely fighting back. When you see a bunch of Broodlords made, that means that there's going to be a moment where the Zerg doesn't have the mobility to stop something that's more mobile that's going to run around, whether that's like Cyclones or Stalkers or Medivacs and Marines. But, you know, I just don't see how the Terran can really get back on his feet. This mech army, it is going to thin out. You know, there's spines, you know, slowly chipping away at this. Some Roaches are going to come in here. And eventually, it's going to be Terran even lower in supply.
Uh-oh.
And this time without anyway. In fact, he can box this in, I believe. There's more Roaches down. Yeah, there is. So,
yeah. Roaches on the left side able to box in a couple of Cyclones as 2 more fall. Now Corruptors coming in for the command center on the bottom as well, as we might see GuMiho finally bleeding out here. But man, he really gave Solar a run from his money from a position where I thought he might be tapping out at any moment. He's able to fight his way back. Just that Zerg economy was so powerful that despite the favorable trades GuMiho was able to take, looks like Solar will finally be able to close this one out. Roaches and Ravagers now coming in. Let's see if this is going to be enough.
This should be the end of the game here. I think it's over, man. Yeah, GG. Solar, honestly, like, you know, GuMiho had, I think, a really fun build. But as much as a build can be cool and kind of surprising and frankly just totally different, where does that build bring you? You know?
Yeah.
And it's kind of telling, I think, that he did that for the first build. Are we going to see more mech from GuMiho, I wonder?
I wouldn't be surprised if we did, because that game, I feel like a lot of it goes back to the very first attack with the Swarm Host, where Solar was able to kill a lot of the Cyclones. I think he might have even gotten Siege Tanks too, if they were out at that point. And from there, GuMiho, his defense was always going to be very difficult to manage no matter what, but after you lose those key units in the very first engagement, it's kind of a snowball effect there for the Zerg's favor. So
sure.
If GuMiho is able to potentially recognize that the Swarm Hosts are going to be coming out faster, or have a more defensive setup and then not overextend to the 12 o'clock position as he did in the previous game, I think there's a world where he can make something happen with mech. It's just, it's so hard to pull off.
Yeah, no, it's a challenge for sure. Well, we're going to go now into game number 2 here. Solar looking very strong, GuMiho with a different style, but that's GuMiho for you. The question is, what is GuMiho going to do now as we go into game number 2?
Game start. Zerg, Solar. Terran, GuMiho.
Oh, SCV on the map. Okay.
Yikes.
But it's 1, right? No,
That's
I'm
2.
sorry. Yeah.
The Overlord might spot this. I think it's going to be barely
Hold on.
out of vision. Oh! Oh, he sees the barracks.
Oh!
That is some
This
clutch
is literally
Overlord scouting.
This is literally the worst possible way it could go down because he doesn't see the S. Oh no, he sees the Overlord.
Okay, he sees the
I was
Overlord.
going to say
so.
sometimes you can get it to like where the Overlord's on the high ground and the SV doesn't see it. Now I have to imagine GuMiho saw that.
He knows. He knows that he's been found out, and a third SCB coming out as well. Solar is going to pull 3 drones to fight with this.
So there's a third SCV coming. I don't know if this is going to be a 3-Rax or not.
I feel like even if that was originally the plan, you can't really do it anymore because you have to battle here, you know? So, that first... Oh! SCV goes down. Drogon's down as well.
Drogon.
This is bad.
GG. All right.
Oh my
well,
God.
GuMiho says, you think
126.
Maru vs. ByuN is fast? Hold my beer. Huh? How about less, what was that, less than 2 minutes? I didn't.
That was a minute and I think like 13 seconds or something.
Wow.
That was quick. Maybe I'm wrong with the number, but yeah, that was definitely less than 2 minutes. That was something else, man. I thought that maybe he would be able to work and get 1 barracks up there, but Solar just instantly recognizes he can pull 3 drones. And that's a very fast 2-0. I mean, game 1 was kind of a slugfest. That one went the distance, and then game 2,
Dude,
oh my God. I'm kind of in disbelief with how fast these games have been going. I don't know what it is with this GSL SuperTournament, man.
I just can't believe.
What is there to say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. You know, it's important you hide those barracks very well. Zergs, of course, are always trying to kind of be 1 step ahead of the meta on that. Sorry, guys, we don't even have any time. Even this in between the games is fast. Waterfall.
Game start.
My goodness.
I can't believe.
Solar.
Now, here's something worth noting: is that is a humiliating way to lose a game in a professional stage match for GuMiho.
I don't think it is, honestly. He got spotted out there with the Overlord, and from there, it's... I mean, Solar's reaction was perfect. It's not like GuMiho really failed in any way, you know? It's just he got found out.
No, but I mean, game 1, he's just kind of entombed in his base with, Broodlords. He's like, all right, we're going to try to really mix it up. Now we're going to go aggro. Now I'm going to try to close in on your hatch. It's spotted. And instead of pulling out, he saw the Overlord with the second SCV, you have a choice. You can either do what he did, which on paper the Zerg should win, and that's what happened, or you pull out and try to play another game, right? He committed to it, backfired, short game. We could not be closer to the finish line right now for Solar. I'm not saying GuMiho can't recover, but like this has been a pretty rough day.
Yeah, gonna be pool first here for Solar. Hatchery follow-up as well, and gas too. So Maybe we'll see Solar mixing it up with a little bit of aggression now that he has a 2-map advantage and GuMiho's on match point.
And what does GuMiho want to go for? That's what I'm really wondering. Because GuMiho, again, he's got a different way of playing. It has allowed him to become on top of the world, winning a GSL. But for whatever reason, other players in Korea and outside Korea don't seem to really emulate it like they do with Maru or they did with TY.
It's just so difficult to emulate.
Or they will with Buuny as he looks better and better. Yeah, he's got a very different way of looking at the game, and I think players like GuMiho are really valuable because of that reason, because when you see somebody who really does sort of approach the game from another angle, they offer a lot to how we can kind of understand the game overall. But, you know, right now it's not working.
No, not so far in this series. We've said it before in games where we saw mech, where it's kind of like you play the style, and on paper, if you do everything perfectly, you should have the ultimate composition.
Yes.
It should be the best way to play. But the reality is, chaos is always going to happen in a professional StarCraft 2 game.
Chaos is always going to happen.
It's inevitable. It's like
I want to get that tattooed on my back.
It's like the heat death of the universe, man. Like, entropy will win.
Yes.
So you can't really plan for the best case scenario with any build. And, you know, if you play Bio, you get out of position. Okay, you stim, you have Medivacs, you can come in and salvage that very quickly. And now, again, fast third command center here for GuMiho. This looks very similar to what we saw in game number 1, which ended up being a mech build. So we'll see if he goes for it again here in game number 3.
It was a fake Bio in a mech build.
Yeah, but it's just, it's so difficult to make work. And I feel like it's also one of those styles where the more people that do it, the worse it gets because people just kind of get better at it. I feel like one of the reasons why GuMiho is able to excel at times with his unique style is that it is so unique that you can't really, you know, if you're playing up against GuMiho in a GSL or in a GSL SuperTournament, who do you practice with that can emulate his style? It's very difficult to find a player that can do it at his level, and so there is a little bit of a strength there for GuMiho. It's just so difficult to make that mech composition work, and now so we're going to be going for a 2-hatch Roach into, oh no, 3-hatch, excuse me, that 3rd hatchery is already done. But this might be a little bit aggressive from him. I want to see exactly where this drone count is going to go because this Roach Warren is a lot faster than we saw in game number 1, and if he's suspicious that GuMiho is going for a mech-based play again with 3 command centers, he might just be able to go in and do a timing, and even if it doesn't kill GuMiho, it might be able to do a lot of damage.
Oh, doesn't get the building block off, so these Hellions could get some kills over here. He's going to actually turn the drones onto the Hellion, and you know what? That was the right call because they got exactly, I'm sorry, that Hellion did not get that final volley off, and so only 3 drones killed. And look, we've seen some plays like this from Ragnarok, not that he's the only guy that does it, but you know, this idea of basically coming out with a fight that doesn't have to win the game, but it's going to punish a Terran who's trying to do anything too sneaky behind it.
Yeah, so GuMiho, or Solar, excuse me, will be going for those Roaches. A few more in production, Morphing Ravagers as well. I'm curious to see the production tab because I want to know if he's droning behind this, and yeah, he's starting to make a couple of drones in addition to the Lings. So this is a pretty committed attack. A little bit more than I would normally see. You know, Ragnarok oftentimes he does this and he has a big swell of drones behind it, but Solar right now only on 33 drones. First Roaches come in, spot. There's 4 Widow Mines that get a ton of damage on the Roaches. Only 3 Roaches left.
This was like a funny moment where he's like, I think he didn't appreciate how much was in here, but at the same time, this is going to get in. And so now we got to see how much of the damage is going to pile. He was not repairing the bunker. I don't think there's enough from Zerg to actually kill the bunker. Am I
There's
wrong?
not enough DPS in this.
Yeah, if you don't have the Ravagers, you kind of just can't really mess with the bunker. So this is a big victory here for Terran. I mean, you know, he's immediately going to start that 1-1 upgrade. Again, the key with that attack is that the damaged Roaches then get morphed into Ravagers. The Ravagers come out with full health, so you get a lot of value. And then the Ravagers, once they're in the picture, they can shell the bunker and possibly hit the SCVs depending on where you target the shots. But basically, you start to wipe the bunker out, the SCVs die, and then Zerg goes, okay, now what? Right?
Perfectly said, but GuMiho, recognizing that this was a potential attack, went through 4 Widow Mines where normally you would expect him to have Hellions, and those Widow Mines were worth their weight in gold, taking down almost every single Roach, and Solar just didn't have the DPS to focus down SCVs or get the bunker, which is kind of the worst case scenario because usually when we see Ragnarok do something like this, it's, you know, a swell of Roaches and then you go back into the drones, but Solar also made a good number of Zerglings too, so he wanted to get more done. Now he's droning back up. He was able to take a worker advantage and is getting into his lair tech. So although that was a heavily invested attack, he's only just a little bit behind. The question is, how much damage is GuMiho going to be able to get done? Because Solar, when he made all of those drones, he didn't have a lot of units on the ground.
Yeah.
Being produced, right? So there might be a window here where GuMiho is able to get some damage done, and even taking a really fast third command center on the low ground for GuMiho too, because he knows that Solar has pretty much nothing on the map.
So Terran is, I mean, this is going to be GuMiho, and, you know, if we covered up the IDs, you would be able to guess who it is, right? This is your bread and butter TVZ, Medivacs, tanks, Marines, trying to push out here as the Zerg's on the 4th. Let's see how he fares here. And this would be an interesting development if he starts to win this game, as, you know, GuMiho is sort of known for being very different, probably should have just stayed more the same.
Yep, 1-1 already done for these Marines, so this push will have an upgrade advantage for GuMiho. Stemming up, sees the 4th base and the unit count there for Solar, and GuMiho right now just going to back off, keep that creep spread under control. And we often see top Terran players do this, where they pressure just a bit in the early game to first force Zerg to cut a few drones, make some more units, slow down their economy, and keep the creep under control. And then they come out with a much later push that's able to get damage done. You see that yet again. GuMiho once again scanning, taking out even more creep timbers over here at the front. And this is going to be a tough follow-up push to stop here for Solar. I'm a little bit scary looking at the army supply. 71 to 54 right now, and GuMiho looks like he wants to hit this 4th base.
So if there was a game where a push should work so far, this would be the game, because, you know, Zerg, the initial attack did backfire, but, you know, one tank siege, another one not. I think these are a little bit too isolated from each other. I think GuMiho just bungled this attack.
Yeah, losing one siege tank's a little bit painful there.
There's moments where you want to have a couple parts of the army fractured, but the big element that really allows you to kind of sustain is the number of tanks that are here. So one tank was already picked off. That's going to leave us with another 2 and probably a 3rd in the mail headed south. But there's going to be Banelings finishing shortly here. There's already plenty out for now, but it looks like he may be able to hit both positions, clear both tanks. That 3rd tank does come into play as more Banes hatch.
Yeah, Solar doing a good job of cleaning up the siege tanks in every single one of these pushes, but the worrying thing for me right now is this bio count. The Marine count's getting very high. There's only a handful of Banelings here on the map, so Solar's going to need some good connections. Actually pushing a lot off of creep. That will cost him just a bit, but once again, with the Ravagers, able to take down the siege tank.
Yeah, the tanks are always the target. You push in, you find the isolated tank. 3 Ravagers are going to assassinate the tank. And at this point in time, there's enough on the ground here that literally it's like the floor is lava. You know, he has to pick up. He can't touch anywhere. And this sort of just naturally parlays into a poke into the base over here. It looks like he whiffs that shot on the tank a few pixels below where it needed to be.
And nice dodge of those bios there by GuMiho. And the army supply is still at the advantage of GuMiho. And keep in mind, we often see fights like this happen where Terran is kind of getting whittled away a little bit by the Zerg, but their production is just straight up better. And so for Solar, he's really going to need this next round of Banelings to come in and get good connections, as he once again comes off, but there's no creep here, so he has to immediately retreat back. He's not able to connect with the Banelings onto that bio ball, and now we have so many Marines out here for GuMiho that I'm not sure exactly how this next fight is going to go. It's kind of awkward because there is only that one siege tank.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very tough for GuMiho to survive. You know, it's kind of a one loss after another after another. Terran's not really gaining grounds. The Banelings are going to pull through. Now, Solar does need to be careful not to overextend. I mean, Banes are considerably weaker off Scrape. I know they're basically the best unit in the game, but, you know, as long as Terran can, like, run away and shoot them down, there's going to be problems emerging there. But, look, the 4th base is up, and something we didn't even mention, State, is that, like, the 5th base is also up. So, like, Terran's basically made no headway in stifling growth here for the Zerg. And, you know, it's one thing to have, you know, trade back and forth and that kind of tug of war on the map, but if Terran isn't eliminating hatcheries, Terran is not winning in the push game.
That's a great point. I'm not sure exactly where GuMiho is going to, or what GuMiho is going to be able to do to hold off the Zerg economy right now, and it looks like he's going to go for a 4 medevac drop, so he's going to try and split up his forces just a bit, hit that 5th base over there on the left side, but Solar's been playing a really tight game so far. GuMiho just kept pushing and Solar kept resetting the tank count. GuMiho was never able to get the fortified position that we expect Terran to be able to do on that 4th place. And it looks like he will be able to get this 5th base on the left side, so that's a big win for him. But is it too little too late here for GuMiho?
You know, that was a great play by GuMiho. You know, he's
coming to the main too.
He quietly killed that hatchery off, and honestly, you know, all he needs to do is get rid of a hatch, and so he did it. It wasn't in the kind of dramatic fashion we thought it was going to be in.
Yeah, and with the Liberator as well on the 4th base, Solar is at least briefly confined back to a 3-base economy. You see that mineral advantage.
You know, I think GuMiho's okay. You know, even though I think, you know, Solar was fighting him off pretty well. Keep in mind, by the way, from here on out, Zerg doesn't have any easy bases.
Yeah, that's a good point. And +3 infantry weapons going to be finishing for GuMiho as well. How many siege tanks do we have on the map? So see 3 with this army. Is that everything?
Oh, drop over here. Ultralisk tech not going to come up. GuMiho's now going to be pushing out into... Well, hold on a second. I feel like Solar should have attacked that. Instead he ran away, and now he's going to be taking losses in his main. I guess he's trying to juggle all these different things happening on the map at once. Blinding Cloud onto the tanks. Got to be careful not to clump them up too much like that, as they're all going to be cleaned up. And, you know...
That was an expensive trade for both players.
It was, but I think Solar's going to be happy with it. The problem right now for Solar is that he's been a little bit on the defense, not by a fault, but by necessity. So, you know, what is he going to do about Terran up here at 12 o'clock? This is one of the more, you know, tiny maps, for lack of better words. Like, there's not a whole lot of room to expand. And so, like, both sides are going to get to the point where, like, nobody's going to have anywhere to expand pretty soon. Terran's got maybe, like, 1 or 2 more easy bases. Zerg's already kind of let that play out.
And GuMiho's production right now is quite good. He keeps beating back Solar on these expansions, even going to get this 5th hatch yet again. So Solar on a 4-base economy, and yes, GuMiho is trading out siege tanks for this. He's trading out a lot of bio, but the economy position is favoring him, and he is also being more cost efficient right now. So I'm actually starting to like GuMiho's position more and more as this game continues on. Now he is going to try and take an ambitious 5th base over here. Perhaps wants to set up a planetary close to the 4th base there of Solar. But armament supply is once again in GuMiho's favor, 98 to 80.
Yeah, the game is definitely getting to the point where, like, there's, you know, pretty much no more room for growth. Again, you know, Terran has this, I call it the quadrant problem. It's usually harder to get out of their 4th of the map. Like 6 or 7 base Terran, you have to really turtle it out. Now, we could end up with a turtle game here where it's going to be Zerg gets their bases and Terran kind of tries to weather the storm. But so far, all of the behaviors from GuMiho kind of send a message that he's not done trying to push and trying to win on that front. I think Maru is truly the master at knowing when to stop that. But, you know, I'm looking at this fight over here and, like, by the way, I feel like he should just flick down that hatchery.
Yeah, that would be...
Now, whenever I say that, I see, like, pros don't do it. So, you know, what do I know? But he is going to get this hatchery. I actually think GuMiho is now pretty substantially in the lead here.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is a pretty low economy game. Solar was never able to get fully online, and he's starting to make some Ultralisks now, but GuMiho has been pumping Marauders ever since he saw that Ultralisk Cavern in the main base. And now he's going to come here on this, what is now going to be the 5th of Solar, and he has to cancel it. You know, it was scary for GuMiho for a long time in this game, but it feels like he's just able to trade out enough. And he's been keeping the creep spread under control in a really commanding way. Oftentimes in games like this, we'll see the Zerg able to extend the creep away as the Terran is focusing on one base. But in this game, Solar was not able to do that.
Micro here.
Yeah. Wow.
GG. GuMiho does it.
And GuMiho able to grind it out. That was scary there for a moment when the first push failed, but...
In case you guys are wondering why that ended like that, because I think a lot of other maps it would have gone on for longer. I think there's just no more room for growth here for Solar. Solar really had to kind of stay back and defend, and GuMiho just kept the pressure on. I was mentioning earlier, maybe like GuMiho wants to stop and turtle and go to Ghosts. No,
he didn't need to.
I was totally wrong. Just close it out, just suffocate Solar, and take the game. And you know, it's funny. You watch best of 5s like this, and the players' play styles come out, and you know what they choose to discard as the series goes on. GuMiho, with basically the most standard of play, manages to beat Solar, and the only win so far in the series.
Yeah, and on that map, it does seem to favor his style a little bit more, going for Bio. It is very tough for Zerg to take a 5th base. So now going on a Moon Dance, let's see if GuMiho's going to go back for mech or if he's going to try and stick with more bread and butter TBZ.
All right, guys, Moon Dance, game 4, let's go.
Game start. Zerg, Solar. Terran, GuMiho.
So, I mean, maybe GuMiho plays standard again.
I think we might see it.
You know, let's do a deep dive into that last game. I think some of that loss can be attributed to the backfiring of the rush from Solar early on.
I feel like most of it goes back to that. You said it when GuMiho was pushing that this is kind of, if the push doesn't work in this situation, when is it really going to work? Because Solar invested so much in that first attack. All of his roaches got cleaned up for effectively just Widow Mines. And generally in that stage in the game, Zerg is going to want to have a much more powerful economy, but instead Solar, he had to quickly get up to the lair tech. He had to forego making any units to catch up on drones with a Terran player. And then once he took that 4th base, GuMiho had already expanded towards it, so the rush distance between the Terran and the Zerg was quite close, but Solar did a great job of continuously engaging and taking down the siege tanks, and in a normal game, I feel like that's a position where Zerg loses, just straight up to the push. So it was scary because GuMiho, you know, it's supposed to be a killing blow, this push. It should be able to take down the 4th base. You should be able to continue on from that and snowball and push onto the 3rd base even, given the advantage you had early. Instead, it got kind of grindy. GuMiho had to stick with Marine Marauder. He had to go and contain the Zerg, not let him take a 5th base to eventually whittle away the Zerg economy and win that game. And for me, considering the way the early game went, that's a little bit concerning because I don't think GuMiho is going to get that kind of early game advantage again in this series unless Solar really messes up. And this cute little move here, he might actually get the SCV.
Yeah, this, is the CC going to, no, I'm
This
sorry.
is really bad for GuMiho, man.
Yeah, well, this is a pretty cool move here because, you know, when you're bold enough to put the command center on the low ground, suddenly you get punished for it, right? And not finishing this, it also blocks supply.
Oh, look at all these SCVs being pulled. Only one Marine at home, the Reaper only halfway across the map back, and this isn't game ending. GuMiho will be able to stabilize and take this base, but Solar got more than his money's worth here with these 3 batches of links. Yeah, gets a Marine, delays the command center, has a bunch of idle time. And GuMiho behind this, he wanted to go 4 CC or 3 CC, excuse me, by the look of things. He's at 400 minerals now.
He could still go for it.
Oh, perhaps not. Starting a Hellion and a Starport straight away.
He may have actually planned to do it and then just ditches it.
Yeah, or maybe his economy's just a little bit thrown off by having to pull those SCVs, so he floats.
Yeah, exactly. Like he has that moment, he goes, I don't want to try to, you know, get greedier right now.
In any case, though, this is a little bit off the rails for him. You don't really want to have a start like this. Is, you know, now going to try and come into the main base, see what he can see, but Queen pushing him back. And yeah, going back to the last game, GuMiho was eventually able to win it out, but the fact that we were scared for his position just a little bit there in the mid game after he had such a good start, it is concerning for me if GuMiho decides to go bio once again, you know?
Yeah. So, kind of a fun opener to start this off. It is going to be, it looks like, at least with the SCV there, probably a 3rd base. The one feature of this map is that you do have a, I guess in Korean they call it literally the backyard base, like the backyard of your house. When I first moved out here, I worked for a show called Esports. It was on a TV station called Arirang. Yeah, I know, yeah. They put a lot of thought in naming that show. And we would do recordings of old, like really old StarCraft and Warcraft 3 games, and occasionally they'd have this script they'd give me. And I remember they have the backyard base, and I would just read it and be like, I don't know what's going on. This is more like some casting, but some voice acting. But I don't know. Do we have a term for this base when it's free in the back? I kind of say free base. Pocket base? Pocket. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe other players have another term for it, but backyard is an interesting one.
We don't have a universal term for it, is what I'm saying. But basically, on this map, you get this base in the back. Oh, the Evo chamber doesn't help.
No, Evo Shaper not able to block these Hellions.
In his front yard base.
Front yard base, yeah, and a little bit of disarray, but the Queen's coming in.
He's going to mow the lawn in his backyard base.
Now the Hellions in the backyard are a little bit trapped. They can't really get out of there. GuMiho not going to opt to try and save them. Instead, going to come over here into the front yard base. The third here for Solar is that Medevac now on 6 HP. We'll see if Solar is able to take it out, and I think he is. As that's a nice engagement for him, but Tasis, we do have a battle cruiser on the way here for GuMiho.
GuMiho really kind of going for everything right now. He's going to be trying to get I think that actually Zerg messed up.
How so?
He didn't see the Hellions.
Well, I think he knows. There was only one medevac that came out. And went into the main base, got cleaned up. He just didn't want to have the. I think he just didn't want to have the Queens, you know, idle, like walking all the way back.
Yeah,
there.
no. Okay, I was wrong. You're right. I thought that like he just missed it. Like somehow he didn't see it. He thought, oh, it's fine.
Now, I think the only world where those Hellions get out is if GuMiho somehow made like a second medevac instead of making a Viking or instead of making a Banshee. And
well,
did Solar spot the fusion? No, he did not.
No.
So he might think this is Banshee, but I mean, it doesn't really matter.
He knows now.
Yeah, he certainly does. Now GuMiho going to come into the main base. He might be able to get this first Queen. There is a Spore Crawler. And it looks like it will just be, I was going to say it might just be one battle cruiser, but GuMiho immediately fires up a second one. And yeah, he does get that first Queen, so
this is, you know, one of these styles where, you know, the Zerg is going to just get so much damage dealt to him. You know, you're going to have to be able to absorb that damage and try to recover. It can be frustrating to play against, and GuMiho, by the way, just continuing with a really wide range of styles to come into this. And you want to keep bringing battle cruisers out over and over. Seeing Yamato Cannon be upgraded only indicates we're going to have more come here in a little bit.
GuMiho getting a little bit of damage there on the fourth base of Solar. We'll see if he's able to catch some of these Queens moving off creep. They can't transfuse! That Queen also going down almost. I think that's 2 or 3 Queens down in total.
And the push is going to come with this. So the idea is that you sort of increment out the battle cruisers and, you know, kind of damage the Zerg, bruise them in any way you can, and then you set it up with a push. Now, this is an earlier push than I was expecting. Normally there's medevacs here. And it's much later. But the bunker is not a bad idea, I think. I don't know how many Lings are out here, but +1 attack's going to finish like as this damage is being dealt.
It's a lot of Lings too, so I think Solar's going to be able to clean this up on the ground. Not a bad trade here, though, for GuMiho, as the Seachinks are able to get a lot of damage in on the Queen, so that will help these battle cruisers out.
Those tanks lasted as long as they did.
I think he was just, you know, in the most perfect defensive position over there. Kind of had all of his Marines flush up against the tanks in this kind of little nook on the map.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to tell because you just see like hit point bars on the screen. But yeah, nicely done.
GuMiho definitely getting a better trade there than I was expecting, and Solar continuing with the Ling bailing production right now. He might be going for a counterattack. I mean, that was a lot of lost army there for GuMiho. And centrifugal hooks, bailing speed almost done now, so we might see Solar coming in with a big attack over here on the fourth base of GuMiho. He only has a handful of Marines. All right, Solar now coming in. Bailings and Lings connecting. Keep in mind, these are upgraded Bailings and Lings. They're doing extra damage. 4 Mules dropped on that base. They all get taken out in addition to 8 SCVs. As that was a great read by Solar, recognizing that GuMiho overextended just too much with that first push, and he was able to get a ton of counter damage in.
You know, this game could backfire from GuMiho. I liked the battle cruisers. I liked everything that he was doing so far, and Solar's playing very well, by the way, but that push with the bunker and the tanks, it can be a little bit risky. Like, basically you try to get enough damage with the 2 battle cruisers and then almost like, you know, spring an attack on them before any Terran would rationally do so. You know, 2 tanks and a bunker. But Zerg just has enough, and you could see that when the Zerg handled it with Lings. And now the push potential's gone, and you could see earlier when those bands connected with the command centers, the defense potential was gone as well.
Yeah, GuMiho overextending just a little bit. As now Corruptors are entering the field for Solar. Adding in a Hive as well. Seems like Solar is content with the amount of damage that he's done so far. And for now just wants to tech up to meet the Terran.
And Terran is really getting into a pretty healthy macro spot. So is his Zerg. I mean, we're getting to what's going to be a pretty dramatic game. The battlecruisers are going to come out here and try to look for damage. There are Corruptors hatching here. And what you do is you try to just get as much as you can. Yamato cannon down, it's 1 queen per shot, so you're going to get at least 3 queens there. And then you just retreat, repair, and when you have the ability to warp back over there, you do it again.
That's some nice value there for GuMiho, and he is going up to 4 bases, but keep in mind that the back door, the backyard, the pocket expansion
yes.
on this map, it only has 1 Vespian Geyser. So typically
Right.
for Terran, if they want to play a late game TBZ, they want to get up to 10 gases eventually. And oftentimes Zerg's game plan is to contain them on 4 bases and not let them get gas geysers number 9 and 10. In this case, GuMiho has 1 less gas than he normally would on a 4-base economy, so that need for a 5th base is going to be even more pressing for him eventually if the game goes that way.
And in this case, I mean, you know, that's a small adjustment in how you're going to macro out, right? I mean, you're still kind of almost to where you need to be. The medevacs are going to try to come around and see what damage they can get. I don't think this is going to go anywhere right now for GuMiho. Zerg should be taking another base shortly here.
Yeah, Zerg's in a pretty comfortable spot right now.
Where are the Corruptors? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're chasing the medevacs.
I was going to say, I mean, eventually you want to try to catch up to these medevacs.
Having the Corruptors is quite nice, though. You're able to pick off drops like this, which normally are quite annoying to deal with as Zerg. And Zerg right now on 91 drones, this is exactly where they want to be. They're filling out their tech tree, getting all of their upgrades, they're taking all of the bases. And it's generally from this position that Zerg is just going to build up a bank. And then once they feel content with their army, they just start throwing armies at the Terran player repeatedly on that 4th base to try and prevent them
Is he going to get
getting
this?
a 5th base up. And
This is actually pretty huge here.
Yeah,
this
it's
is
a nice
exactly,
catch.
yeah, you know, it's kind of like that one hatch he sniped in the last game. You know, it wasn't one with a push, but was one with an ambush.
Yeah, and you see Solar actually double expanding once that hatchery goes down, taking this bottom left base as well, so that his economy still will be able to run efficiently in the future if he does lose more bases. And for now, I mean, Solar's economy is so healthy, but GuMiho also on a really high worker count, 82 SCVs in total, and now securing this 5th base. Solar, I think he's keyed in on this, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to ramp up the aggression, but the fact that the creep spread hasn't really extended all the way up to that 5th base is kind of concerning for me. And actually, GuMiho is lifting the base back up and going home.
You know, State, you got a really good point there. The creep should have been paved all the way through the map here, especially when you're going up against battlecruisers. There's no creep control there. So he sort of faltered on that one front.
It's actually a really interesting move from GuMiho. So he goes and plants a command center at the 12 o'clock position. Solar spots it, and so he lifts it, brings it back home, and then expands to the left position at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And Solar is out of position, so instead he's going to be going for SCVs over here on this 4th base. But this nice little maneuver here by GuMiho, if he doesn't get caught on the map with his bio, it might give him some time to set up defenses at that 5th base, which could be critical here in this game. That's such a clever thing, planting the CC, lifting it up, and then just expanding on the other side. I love that play from GuMiho.
Rotating it right over there.
Yeah, Solar wanted to pounce on that minutes ago, but instead, like, he's now setting up to attack that position. There's going to be a planetary.
And it's going to be the moment here where Zerg's finally going to get the opportunity to attack. Although I got to say, it's moments like this. These battlecruisers, by the way, never killed off. They're still in the game. They're still getting value. I'm starting to get worried for Solar here. I feel like Solar's getting close to his opportunity, but every time it seems like he's almost there, suddenly the Terran is taking out yet another hatchery, whether that's with a drop or with battlecruisers or whatever it may be. But Zerg, you know, it's paramount for them that they get in here and take this base out.
Yeah, that's got to be the MO right now for Solar. He's going to come in. These command centers going down and try and block the pathing just a bit, but Solar doesn't have enough. Signan that planetary with Banelings. Oh, hold that thought, Tasteless. He has a lot more Banelings rolling in. He, in fact, did have enough Banelings to take down that planetary. Just partly off screen, and that's a big win for him. As Zerg, you're okay if Terran has 4 bases, especially because that base in the back only does have that 1 geyser. But Terran getting up to 5 bases really complicates the game for Zerg, because then they have the gas to make mass siege tanks, mass ghost, mass air. That's not what you want to play as the Zerg player. So he's going to continue to attack these positions right now, and you see him spending in that bank, and GuMiho is losing a lot of critical units here.
Now, this is a big moment here, because I was talking about this earlier. If Solar gets his opportunity, he might be able to do the damage he needs to do. He's taking out the battlecruisers. Terran supply has suddenly been cut in half, And oh, gee, that's it. I can't even
GG.
finish the closing remarks there. Like, he just did what he needed to do, and it's kind of crazy because about a minute ago it looked like GuMiho had everything that he needed to have, but he's almost overextending, right? He's hitting so many locations. Eventually, Solar puts those fires out, and then guess what? Nothing's back at home to defend.
Yeah, and I think that's why things were going well for GuMiho for a little bit, is because he had those 3 battle cruisers, and he also had a high worker count. But keep in mind, high worker count, 3 battle cruisers, that's a lot of supply that's not tanks, it's not Widow Mines, it's not defenses back at home. So Solar, with a huge attack there, able to take the 3-1 win, as it looks like we're getting ready for an interview with our second round of 4 player.
Yeah, let's go and see how Solar's feeling after he handily defeated GuMiho 3-1.
Solar takes down GuMiho and he now advances to round of 4. Congratulations, thank you.
네, 2021년 슈퍼토너먼트 시즌 3 이후 2시즌 만에
So this is your round of 4 after 2 seasons. How do you feel, Solar?
사실 올 한해 메이저 오프라인 대회에서 제가 4강 진출이 한 번도 없었어요.
Well, this year I haven't been able to make it to the round of 4 in the offline
올라가고
tournaments.
이번에 대진이 좀 괜찮아서
And this time the bracket looks good for me.
하고 꼭 올라가고 싶었는데.
So I kind of had high hopes and I was optimistic. So I'm really happy that I moved on to round of 4.
활약하지 못했을 때만 해도 사실 고병제 메카닉이 꺾기 힘들어 보였어요.
So the Mutalists were not doing that much work, and it felt like they were getting
잘 노려내시는 거 보면 메카닉을
destroyed by GuMiho's mech army. So what do you think was the primary reason that you won the first game?
온라인 대회에서 제가 타임 선수한테 메카닉에 좀 고전을 했었는데.
The Sunday match, I was having a hard time against Time's mech army, and then after that I had a lot of feedback session. I was watching with the VODs again, and I did a lot of simulations. So the match against Time definitely helped you today. So in Waterfall, your all-in strategy was blocked, and it's amazing how you managed to stall out the game until the Hive tech. So are you a little disappointed in that game? Well, I had absolutely no intention to use that build on stage today.
사실 빌드는 좋았거든요. 근데 이제
I mean, the build itself is good.
ByuN 선수가 아무래도 좀 대처를 잘하신 게.
And then GuMiho was able to secure vision so early, and then he had a huge lead, and then I eventually lost the game. I mean, 3-0 was possible, but then you lost the 1 game. That's right. I mean, in the past you were kind of taken down by the battle cruisers before, but this time you managed to
상대를 완벽하게 분석하지 못해서
overcome the strategy.
아쉬웠던 것 같고 그래도 시즌 3 끝나고
So I'm a little disappointed with how I dealt with the battle cruiser today, but I think I definitely found the strategy to counter the battle cruisers.
이전까지 4번의 4강 진출이 있었는데
So prior to the GSL SuperTournament, you had 4 chances of making it to round of 4, but it was always Maru defeating you, and then you're always bogged down by him. And you probably thought that Maru was going to advance today and move on to round of 4. But then an upset happened. ByuN took down Maru. So what do you think about that? ByuN was so good today.
확실히 제가 생각할 때는
In a TVZ matchup,
다음에는 무조건 현우 형인 것 같아요. 그 어떤 테란이랑
I feel like
빡센 느낌이 없어가지고.
ByuN is the second best player in that
쉽지는 않을 것
matchup.
같지만 그래도 4강이 진짜 징크스거든요.
So I know it's not going to be easy, but I want to kind of break the jinx
선수가 말하시길
in that TVZ matchup.
선수를 조금 눌러줘야 되겠다. 좀 요즘 귀여우는 것 같아서.
So ByuN said that he wants to punish you, Solar, in his prior interview. He said that. So what do you want to say to him?
좀 좋은 기회인 것 같고 누가
Well, I feel like this is a very nice opportunity for me. So let's see who wins in the round of 4. So one more question for you, Solar.
선수는 제가 인터뷰를 처음으로 해봐가지고요.
So I haven't conducted an interview with a player in his pajamas before. So what is this pajamas all about?
대회할 때 입는 옷인데 이게
I mean, this is the outfit I wear at home and in tournaments,
그래서
and it's super comfy.
진짜 편해요.
It's like really, really comfy.
시선이 너무 깡탈해요.
I mean, the teddy bear is getting so much attention right now.
대회에서도 좀 자주 애용하고 있습니다.
You know, I have affection. I have a special affection for these pajamas. And let's see how Solar performs in the round of 4 and this Super Tournament. So anything else you want to say, Solar? I mean, ByuN is a very intimidating opponent. He's a very fierce opponent. It's not going to be an easy match for sure. And I hope the stars align for my victory. And once again, congratulations, Solar, for your victory. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 강민수 선수 만나봤고요. 계속해서
Thank you, Annie. Excellent work as always. Gotta say, Solar looking very solid. I wonder how his match against ByuN's going to go. I do feel like what ByuN pulled off against Maru can't be replicated against Solar because it's obviously a different matchup, different parameters, just operates differently.
Yeah, but ByuN just feels like he always finds a way to kill somebody. And
Yeah.
guys, we're going to go to a break. When we get back,
So
next
much for
round
our
of the round
fill
of eight.
time. We'll be right back. Are we not going to cut to commercial?
Oh,
Promoting the
excuse me.
finals. Come to the finals. We'll be right back.
Lately I don't mind staying up till midnight. I got no complaints, nothing cause you feels right. Every time you call me, I don't wanna keep you waiting. Why don't you hold me? Cause this is what you got me saying. Lately I don't mind staying up till midnight. I got no complaints, nothing cause you feels right. Every time you call me, I don't wanna keep you waiting. Why don't you hold me? Cause this is what you got me saying. Cause this is what you got me saying.
맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕스 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탕스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭 점심엔 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
질성제다 제로 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is 제로 라이프 없어도 되는 건 빼고 질성사이다 제로 핫식스 핫식스 불타는 weather Okay Phoenix let's go 핫식스 Open your eyes Open your heart 핫식스 넘어가면 another rebel 밤이 일어나지도 Phoenix 불타 두 배로 난 지치지 않아 무게 올려 보스팅의 맛으로 보이 driver another rebel 어제 쓰러져도 다시 높여내 10의 칼로리 제로 뛰어 피곤한 날 리셋 뽀삐 심장을 뛰게 해 이러니 버킷 리스트 핫식스 날 다시 깨우는 마법같이 핫식스 온몸에 그 강한 짜릿함이 핫식스 피닉스 마법같이 핫식스 핫식스
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to now go to the final two best of fives in the round of 8 before we close this show out for today and go on to Thursday for the round of 4 and the finals. We just saw Maru get crushed by ByuN in what was not only the craziest upset, like the shortest upset.
It was like one of the fastest TBT series I've ever seen, if not the fastest. For a best of 5, it was crazy.
It was insane. Solar versus GuMiho was really a great series. I think GuMiho, you know, he plays standard, he wins, but when he tries to be, I guess maybe too fancy, for lack of better words, Solar just crushed him.
And he likes to mix it up, and one of the things is when you don't specialize in one specific thing, like you don't only play standard, don't only play mech, it's hard to be perfect at everything, you know? So.
And now we're going to go to Buuny versus DRG, and some people may think this is close. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think this is going to be one-sided. I think Buuny is looking extremely strong, and, you know, to be honest, DRG, unlike a lot of the other players who have been around for a long time, he does seem to be able to hang with the best of the best. But the way that Buuny's been looking, you know, the last year or so, I think he's a real threat here. Let's keep in mind that Maru is now out of the picture. I think that Buuny is now the strongest Terran in the Super Tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And I would also take him as the favorite here. DRG is no slouch, but Buuny, his form is incredible right now. He just got 2nd place at DreamHack Atlanta. At DreamHack, he also beat Serral. Came in here, Super Tournament round 1, he gets Hero, the DreamHack champion, in a rematch. Wins it 3-0. I feel like he's riding a lot of momentum right now, and especially after losing DreamHack Atlanta in the finals, after being up 3-1 in his first ever grand finals, I think he wants a trophy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a more focused Buuny here, Buuny with a killer instinct looking to win. So honestly, I was thinking we're going to have a Maru versus Buuny final coming into today.
Yeah, me too.
But just looking at the bracket, I still think Buuny has probably the best bet in this lower half.
He looks very strong. It's a very much an improved style of what he already brought before. Like, he's found his own voice, and he's continuing to enhance on it. He is a Terran that does like to go for kills in the mid-game and actually tends to close them out. DRG, though, he's crafty. You know, he's now, for actually a long time now, been our oldest GSL player. And still remains a threat against anybody he goes against. So let's see what happens. Is it going to be close? Is it going to be one-sided? It's all going to be unfolding right now as we start this out on Moondance.
Game start. Terran, Buuny. Sir, DRG.
This Super Tournament has been so insane that every single time we see Terran playing, I'm just looking for the SCV that's going to build the proxy barracks at the beginning. No proxy this time. Instead, going to be a gas first opening for Buuny.
Yeah, we had a pretty great TVZ already on this map, but this map offers a lot of different play styles, so I'm always interested in seeing the development of bases and what type of tech people want to go for here.
Yeah, it's a fun one. It's a fun one. I think it might be a little bit Zerg favored, not just because of the pocket base, but because the pocket base only has that one gas.
Right. It would make a huge difference if it had the 2 gases, and I wouldn't mind seeing like an updated version of this map where we have the 2 gases and see what kind of games that gives us.
Honestly, I kind of like that it has 1 gas. I'm not a fan of like the super turtley Terran style, especially in TVZ, where you just kind of build the ultimate army. So
I guess the other thing to note is that it's always fun when you have one base that has something but is missing in something else. Maybe it's got gold minerals, but not much gas, or there's just a lot of ways that you can kind of package bases.
Or it has one gas, but it's like a high Vespene gas, a high yield Vespene gas geyser, something like that.
Right.
I'm a fan of it too. I like how it leads to interesting decision making, right? Because you have to be thinking about, okay, I can take this base, it's safer, but the economy's a little bit less. Do I really want to, pocket myself in the back of the map, or do I want to try and take out and be a little bit more greedy?
We never had any maps that had just 1 gas to start, right?
At the start, like in the main base?
Yeah.
I don't think
literally
so.
never had it. Now, I wonder what it would have looked like. I feel like we maybe I think we missed an opportunity here in StarCraft 2 to not at least see what that would have looked like.
I'm pretty sure that I played on maps like that, but I don't think in tournaments. So
I don't think I ever cast. I mean, look, I've been around for a long time, so it's possible. Yeah, you're probably right that it would have been imbalanced, but I would have liked to have seen early on in the first, 1 or 2 years, like how it was imbalanced. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Obviously, it would have been in Wings of Liberty, and it would have been basically a different game than what we're casting. But the point I'm trying to make is, like, I think it's really valuable to have maps that already show, beyond just, like, the space has gold minerals. I mean, to really kind of experiment with that to see what happens, because, like, as an example, they did this in StarCraft 1 in the first year or 2. I think the map's called... I think it's literally called Nostalgia. And you didn't have a gas at your natural expansion.
Oh. So just the 1 gas in the main, and then you would take the Expo, and there's not much else?
Yeah, and it actually made for some cool games, except that it was like very bad for Protoss versus Zerg. Because you just didn't get any, you didn't have enough Templars. And Zerg could just mass Hydras. But at least we know, right? But in some of the other matchups, it turned out to be kind of interesting. So I'm just saying, like, maybe when we get Stormgate or, other new RTSs, we get a little bit experimental right out of the gate, because that's a really good way to figure out how an RTS works, is you just sort of, you
experiments a lot.
You pluck out certain things or add certain things in on maps, and then really good players, and things kind of organically reveal themselves.
All right, Hellion's going for a deep dive here, run past these 3 Queens and Lings. 1 Hellion does go down, 1 more on half HP, as now the drones are going to be protected by the Evolution Chamber. Some really tight defense by DRG, and can he do it yet again? These drones in the main base are especially vulnerable here. 4 already going down, but some nice control by DRG.
Now, it's been cleaned up.
Yeah,
4 drones is not enough, I'd say. It didn't even pay for itself.
I like this. I like this for DRG. That was some really heads-up defense with the Evolution Chambers.
He did a perfect job of kind of combating that.
With how few units he has, I mean, that was spotless.
It was all the Evo Chambers. It's funny, if you place the Evo Chamber just right, there's enough of an angle they got to loop around that basically the drones get away and buy time.
We'll see how DRG is going to be prepared for the Banshee follow-up, as well as the Spore Crawler. Seems like it's perfectly timed. Boat's going to finish in 10 seconds, and the Spore Crawler finishes like 5 seconds before that. Some fantastic defense so far. I'm really impressed with DRG. Yeah, going back to what you were saying, I am a little sad that we didn't have too much experimentation like that in the early days of StarCraft 2. Or maybe we had like a little bit, and I just don't recall, because this was like 12 years ago, right?
I don't think we had it. And if I did, I'm sorry, I don't somehow remember it. But I mean, I don't think it was there. You know what somebody once told me that I thought was kind of cool, that I wouldn't mind seeing, like, at some point in time? It probably isn't balanced, but, it'd be worth, like, putting in there. Is like a map where, like, certain parts of the map fill up with lava. after like a certain point in the game, or it like goes up and goes down, something like that.
Like the campaign missions.
Yeah. But, you know, maybe there's a point where it's like...
just lifts their buildings and plants them down. Everyone else loses their bases.
yeah. But, you know, you get to see stuff like that happen. Or you know...
I wouldn't mind that, honestly. I think that could be fun.
I think it'd be fun. You know, what they've been doing in ASL, I guess not as much last season, but there's been a couple seasons where they'll have, like, one insane map.
I like
that.
Like,
basically, they got rid of island maps in the first couple of years of the game because they just weren't... It turns out, like, Zerg specifically, if you start on a one base on an island, it's just really bad.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought it? Yeah, now that we're talking about the game now, if you imagine Zerg just stuck on a base having to, like, either get a Nidus or get dropped to get out. But in StarCraft 1, yeah, they're like, okay, we got to get rid of this. But then they started bringing island maps back where you had, like, a natural. And basically, they've a couple times brought these weird maps out. And, you know, more often than not, they turn out to be not fair for one race. But at least you find out. I can't believe that Banshee's alive. But yeah, at least you find out, right?
I can't believe that Banshee's alive, and then like Buuny almost doubled back after he cloaked and then saw the Overseer and then pulled back again, and it still lived.
So he's going to target down the fourth base. This could be a fourth base kill if he pulls it off. That's not even about pushing it. Well, hold on. How fast is Zerg going to respond? It's going to go for the Overlord instead. This is actually a safer and frankly better move.
I think this is smart. He knows that he got spotted, and DRG, if he's worth his salt, is going to have units in position to defend against this. Now stepping up. DRG almost losing that Queen. Man, those are fast transfuses, but now the Queen's low on energy. But he's going to have to come into the main base, and DRG only losing an Overlord and a Queen to this. Maybe we'll lose one more Overlord, but not too bad considering that fourth base is going to get up. Behind all of this, Buuny has been powering quite heavily on 3 bases back at home, a 4th command center on the way. And we'll see if he's going to try and play for a more passive style with that 4th command center, where he focuses on drops, trying to harass the economy of the Zerg, or if he's going to be gearing up for a push, because one thing that... Oh, man.
Okay, this is
actually
really
insane.
bad. That's literally like the worst thing that could happen.
That's 20 supply of units just straight up dead.
Now, I think Buuny might want to back up. I always feel conflicted when I say that, though, when I see the first 2 medics die, because it's like kind of a lose-lose. You could come out on the map and try to harass more and lose that, or you could stay back and they just grow anyways.
I don't think that Buuny can really afford it. It's too much supply lost. He needs that back at home now.
Yeah. Terran is going to get the 4th base up here, so not too far behind the Zerg.
No, economically, he's in a pretty good spot. I just think, you know, as Terran, you obviously want to get more done than killing a Queen and like 2 Overlords and 4 drones, I think, total this game for, what, like 4 Hellions, the Reaper, 2 medevacs full of Marines. It's hasn't been very cost efficient here for Buuny, and I was wondering whether he's going to play a more passive game and try and just focus on drop harass and defend back at home, or if he was going to go for a, you know, a 4-base attack. But after losing all of that bio, I feel like you kind of have to play that more passive game here if you're Buuny, and he's going to be starting Widow Mines and the Thora now too. So he'll be controlling the creep spread, and I think it's a little bit noteworthy that the creep spread that he's controlling is the creep spread that's extending to the north towards what Bunny's potential 5th base will be. I think this is going to kind of telegraph that he wants to... Oh, that was an insane
nasty,
hit.
dude.
Oh, it was a big hit there by that Widow Mine.
That was a very bad exchange for the Zerg.
Yeah, that's nice there for Buuny. But I think that just the way that Bunny's kind of maneuvering on the map and trying to control the creep spread specifically on the right side as it pushes up to the top, I think that's him trying to posture, especially now that he's got like a sensor tower and doors on the way, it's him trying to posture to eventually take a 5th base. And we'll see now 2 medevacs will get caught out here as these 3 Marines pulled the short straw. Did not get back into the medevacs.
Okay, it's going to be time to push. And this is going to be an interesting moment here because Buuny really didn't make a scratch here early on.
I don't know if this is pushing so much as trying to control the creep spread here in the main. Yeah. Because he has like no siege tanks pretty much. It's almost all Widow Mines right now for Buuny.
I think he made the right call there. It looks like he's already backing up. He could be just trying to loop around to get the Mutalisks as well. By the way, the 5th command center started. This may be intended for 12 o'clock.
Yeah, you would think so, and I wouldn't be surprised if he peeled off more units to control that creep. But
okay,
DRG
really
now coming
bad
in.
Moment there.
Yeah, not the most cost-efficient trades here for DRG, but with how good his early game was and how powerful his economy is now, I feel like he has quite a bit of wiggle room. I mean, 95 drones is pretty much exactly where you want to be.
You can't get much more than that for it to make sense. So, I mean, yeah, the engine is going to be humming here for DRG. He's going to be in incredibly good shape to produce. He is kind of playing as if Widow Mines can't fire, but we're going to see as the game pans out here if he's going to continue that or not.
Only 12 banelings out for DRG as he's continuing to fill out his tech tree, getting Lurker Den, all of his key upgrades as well. He's playing a little bit of a different style here. No Roaches, no Ravagers, no Ultralisks underway. Just going to be Lurkers, Mutas, and Ling Bane. All these poor Queens.
Okay, Queen's out.
Well, Bunny's starting to get a pretty powerful presence here on the middle of the map, and now that he's maxed, DRG hasn't really been able to trade out his army for Bunnies, so it's going to be 130 armies applied to 96, and a lot of that's in Mutas, which isn't good at fighting in straight-up engagements, but is good at tactics like this. Bunny, with no Thors back at home, will have to retreat just a bit to cover, siphon off some of those units to defend against the Banshees and pushes forward with his main engagement. Bunny maybe not looking. Those Banelings almost got a pretty good hit.
Kind of a funny back and forth there.
Yeah,
now, the Mutas
weird.
are hitting, but the truth is like, I think the real threat. Well, hold on. What the rest of Terran's stuff is up above this? Okay, he's going to come down now.
And he like kind of
a weird.
It's odd the way he's pushing.
Here. But, you know, Zerg's going to come in, and, you know, the spread from Terran's pretty good. Creep and all, it doesn't really matter. And you can watch Terran kind of then folds back in.
I'm liking this a lot for Bunny.
The Thor is still alive. There's some more Banes coming here, but, they don't get a target, and a lot of them get clipped off there at the very end.
Even the Thor survives. This has been so cost efficient.
Hold on, he's going to kill the Banes. Is this going to snowball?
It might. That's a lot more bio coming in. Oh, no, the Widow Mines!
No!
4 connections on the Mutalisk is almost everything. Gets taken out as DRG. He doesn't even have the Larva to remax. He's at 117 supply with 3K bank and 3 Larva.
GG, Bunny takes it. Wild push there. That was insane when the Mutas tried to come through and just got pelted with the Widow Mines.
4 like full damage Widow Mine hits just obliterate the Mutas. But honestly, even if those Mutas reached the base, I don't think DRG had an answer for the Marines and the Thor on the ground.
Yeah.
Bunny playing kind of a unique style there, especially there with that push.
That was sick.
It was so interesting. Like, he just had enough bio with the Thor that he can kite back against the Ling Baneling, and the Banes are never going to get enough surface area to actually get cost-efficient trades.
It's funny, too. He had so many Marines in the back that I think Zerg didn't have a good read on, like, how much he's being pushed by. He probably thought those Marines were actually in the main. They were going to fight the Mutas.
And there were so many medevacs as well that when DRG would eventually get an engagement that looks like it's going to be favorable, Bunny just lifts up, pulls back, and then re-engages. So cool.
We're going to go to game 2 now. Bunny looking pretty fearsome, man. DRG with a solid early game, but ultimately Bunny, kind of a different approach to the way that he engages and comes out, and came through with a victory there. And never mind, we're going to go right into this right away. Game start. My thoughts exactly.
Terran, Bunny. Zerg, DRG.
Now, I wonder if Bunny is going to play a little bit more aggressive here on Day3, considering how hard it is to take a 5th base as Terran on this map.
Yeah, let's see what kind of game we're going to get here. Bunny.
CC first? Ooh.
I mean, I don't see a barracks yet, and we're over 200 minerals. Now, what kind of CC first?
That's what I'm wondering, because I feel like we haven't really seen the 2-base push CC first very often in the past couple of TVZ series that we've casted, but I feel like if you're going to pull it out on a map,
this is the map to do it. I do feel like the 2-base, the 2-base just straightforward, like try to,
try to kill him.
Just pressure him, try to, yeah. I'm like, how do you say, win the game? Yeah, I mean, just go for it. Now, again, when we do see, like, everybody back away from this, maybe we weren't privy to the meta. The meta, it changes in GSL and other tournaments. It's what's so fun to watch, but it sometimes changes just kind of behind the scenes.
Yeah. If you think about the amount of games that pro gamers play.
Yeah.
Like, they're practicing all the time, right? And we get such a tiny slice.
We get a glimpse of it.
Of their life as a gamer in tournaments like this. I mean, like, The ratio of games in tournaments played to like practice games is probably something insane, like 1 to 10, right? So there could be a lot of meta shifting happening that we're just not, as you said, privy to because it's kind of happening behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's happening in practice, and maybe it's something that gets figured out to the point where you don't even attempt it in a tournament again for a while. But
yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, we'll see if he does a 2-base, but yeah, I do wonder if there's some reasoning of like, oh, you don't want to actually go for that anymore like you used to. Zerg didn't drone scout, or did he?
I don't think he did. Looking at the minimap, I don't think anyone's actually sent anything past the Terran natural expansion.
Well, that's ideal, unless we missed it, guys. Sorry, I was like looking at Ryan. We were talking here, but
we would know from the minimap. Nobody has
of
scouted.
course, yeah. What am I saying? You would have seen it kind of chew through the darkened area,
right?
But you know, that's kind of the dream. If you go for CC first, is they find out as late as possible, which means Terran can be as greedy as humanly possible.
Yeah, the main thing I want to watch out for here is whether Bunny's going to be adding barracks or third command center after he fills out his tech tree with the starport. Because Day3, like, if you're going to play that late game TVC style, it's critical to get the 5th base. And you look at the 4 bases the Terran can get set up, and yeah, those are quite easy to defend, but that's only 8 gases. If you're going to beat Zerg in late game, you're going to need to be so cost efficient that you have more gases than that. And the 5th base, either way you expand, if you go to the top left, if you go to the right side here as Bunny, it's kind of awkward. There's a lot of surface area for Zerg to come in and attack, so gotta be looking to see if Bunny adds those barracks. Of course, might just eat my words and he does something crazy again like he did last game with that like Thor Marine Widow Mine push.
So, no 3rd CC yet. And I think we normally had the 3rd CC if they were going to do 3rd CC, right?
400 minerals in the bank.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe.
I would like to apologize. Hold on, no CC yet. Hold on. You still got it, Tasteless.
I see this like unit patrolling in the main base, and I'm like, is that an SCV getting ready to play at the command center? No, it's a Marine. Oh. That's going to be a CC.
All right, there we go. CC. So it is 3 CC. All right, so this is just the way people are doing it now.
That's just the go-to thing, which is surprising to me. I mean, we didn't at GSL really get to see the meta shift away or the reason why.
But you know what? I guess when you think about it, what does this do now? How does the game progress on both sides? I guess Zerg takes the 4th again, and then you just have maybe a stronger push from the Terran. So maybe it's
later but stronger.
Yeah, it's intended to kind of speed up the process of a push that's got enough muscle to really smash a 4th.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And you know, I'm sure if you've been watching GSL forever, I mean, it could be probably tiring to hear this, but this is sort of the entire matchup very often is like the Zerg has a 4th base, the Terran is going to try to come at this inflection point and do something. And so I guess that's what this is he's going to come out with the Hellions, just like a normal game, but instead the economic pacing is a little bit different.
Yep, Hellions coming in here. Getting some damage on the Queen, transfuses. Oh, actually loses the Raven.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's quite bad here for Bunny. Do not want to lose that Raven. Oh, he even has a second one out, so he wanted to bank a couple of these for some purpose, and having that Raven count reduced by 1 is never an ideal scenario. Very expensive unit, not only resource-wise, but all that production time on the starport. It does add up, and we're talking about how difficult it is to take a 5th base as Terran on this map, but Zerg kind of has a similar problem taking a 4th base. Oh, please don't lose this Raven as well.
Yeah,
because Zerg kind of has the same problem on the 4th base. Man, this is stressing me out.
Yeah.
Relax a little bit, Bunny.
Yeah,
send that guy home.
He is really cutting corners with trying to just get that to point A to point B.
He wants that auto turret, man.
Yeah.
He wants it bad. But to go back to the point that I was making earlier, for Zerg taking the 4th base, either 4th bases they take, or they're going to try and take the triangle base as DRG is doing, or the one that's kind of expanding more towards the right side. This Raven has to have like 5 HP. I'm losing my mind right now. DRG could kill it if he clicks it right now. 12 HP. Yikes. I'm going to have a heart attack watching this, man. So much is hinging on these Ravens, I feel like. But the point that I'm making is if Terran goes for a siege tank push, there are a lot of really nice ledges and terrain that the Terran can play with, as we've seen time and time again. But Bunny is not really opting for that. He's already adding a 4th command center, an armory, a 2nd factory. So it seems like he is content to gear up and kind of play a slower style here.
So things kind of quiet down a little bit. Terrence looks like they may try to come in here and push. Oh, excuse me, I stand corrected. He actually forces a cancel on the 5th. Maybe a little bit too ambitious from DRG, all things considered with how this is going to work out. Now, I don't know that he's going to fully push in. 1-1's going to finish, so you would think that might happen, but Buuny may err on the side of caution here.
Yeah, middling bailing again for DRG.
Yeah.
Almost worked for him there in game number 1. He's going to try it again here in game number 2.
He's one of the best Muta Baneling players, even in the modern era. But this is going to, the Mutas are going to come out as this push happens. Now, this is kind of a funny auto turret. This is going to make it harder for the Banes to really come in and connect. Now, auto turrets don't last that long, so the Zerg can just kind of wait for this to dissipate and then move in. A second auto turret comes down here, same idea.
This is a really scary push. There's no Baneling speed just yet, 5 seconds away. Nice spread.
Hellbats are now out. The Mutas are being pursued.
All right, Baneling speed is done, so that's going to be DRG's cue to make an engagement, and he gets a nice Baneling hit there. A lot of the bio cleaned up. Buuny will trade out the Hellbats, but back at home, these Mutas are getting a ton of damage, and 9 SCVs going down as DRG now has a 23 worker lead. And behind all of this, Tasteless, he's taking a 5th base.
Yeah, I think DRG looks pretty strong. But, you know, the last game, all the things that happened early on seemed to have almost no factor in the push later on from Buuny. And Buuny did come out with a very different push. So this game does still have a lot of similarities to game 1. The Mutas haven't really done that much. Oh, man, he's got to be careful. Oh
Man.
My God, that's one way to lose him.
DRG's been having a rough go of things with Mutas today.
Both these guys are a little bit too close to the periphery of each other's defenses.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
You know,
Buuny first with the Raven and now DRG with the Mutas.
I mean, those Marines are supposed to act as a deterrent. They're not there to, like, hope that Mutas park outside the base and you run up and shoot them.
Yeah, it's not like killing a Warp Prism.
Yeah, yeah. So, kind of a funny turn of events there. Terran's 4th base is up. SCVs are going to be mining from it in a moment. And, you know, DRG's creep spread pretty good. 1-1 about to finish as things continue to develop onward.
Yeah, both players, despite having these skirmishes early, are really powering up in terms of economy. Buuny's going to be fully online on 4 bases very soon. 2 factories already. They've had their production going for quite a while now, so that Widow Mine count is quite high, and now adding additional barracks. So Buuny's production is going to be right where he wants it to be. And at the same time, DRG going up for 5 bases. I wouldn't be surprised if he took a 6th base soon as well, as now we see that at the 6 o'clock position. But he's going to try one of the latest Widow Mine drops I've seen on a TVZ. 5 base Zerg. We'll see what he's able to get done. Not too much.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's kind of low stakes at this point because your economy is so big.
Sure.
I mean, even if he was able to kill a handful of drones, doesn't have too much of an impact on the game.
So now we're going to get to the push, but there's a jungle of creep to try to get through before you're going to get to any, you know, place of value here is the Terran. Now, it's a little bit different from the last push in that there are some tanks in here, although I think I only saw 1 in there. Yeah, I guess the counter's 1, so kind of a funny additive here. The rest of this is going to be Widow Mines here.
Oh, Armor Shred right there on the Banelings, and they just melt.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play. And the Banes are going to come. I think that what happened there was Buuny's screen was actually just shifted to the left.
Yeah.
And so the Banelings just kind of touched the Marines right out of his actual vision.
Yeah, I think you might be right. So DRG fighting back a little bit with that nice Baneling flank. We'll kill a lot of that bio, and at the end of the day, kind of a fair trade right there between both the Terran and the Zerg. Now, keep in mind that Terran does have 2 factory Widow Mine production underway, so there are still 7 Widow Mines on the field. I think only 2 at home defending, so that's going to give Buuny a lot to work with here in the front. And no Banelings are morphed just yet. These 10 only now morphing in. This is a scary engagement here. I think this base is in a bit of trouble, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a little bit tricky. We got to watch the Banes here. How do they connect?
Nice micro on the Thor.
You know, there might just not be enough. They might seesaw back over to the Terran. There's that Thor. That's the same Thor from the last game state. He's back.
Flew in on a medevac.
It's Terminator 2 over here. He's got the same HP as the last game.
You're right.
The sequel's even better than the original.
DRG does have a Lurker up now, but a Liberator also entering the fray here for Buuny. Is actually, those are 3 Lurkers that are morphing here, not Banelings in the front.
Morph point.
Yeah, DRG once again coming in, but keep in mind, every time he comes in for these engagements, I guess this one went a little bit better for DRG, but he's doing this off of creep. This one little section of the map, having no creep is so critical, especially with all the Widow Mines on the ground.
How many lurkers are there?
I think only 2, maybe even just this one.
I just see one. One is like not the right number. Oh, transfuse is beautifully done. I was going to say one's kind of not the right number to really, force them away. You get like 3 or 4, and like you just can't run in there.
Yeah, but DRG, he's completely strapped right now on resources. He has one more lurker on the map and one more morphing. So these both players, I mean, DRG, you would think on 95 drones he's going to have an overwhelming economy, but these players are trading out so much that it's almost like a low eco situation here, as these armies are quite small. That lurker, I think, did get taken out, as there's now one on the left side. Siege Tank gets abducted in.
So
DRG might be starting to stabilize here. Look at the unit count. 1 tank, 12 Marauders, and 1 Marine here for Buuny.
Yeah, DRG is hanging on. I think he's basically doing a better job. There was a period where it looked like Buuny might have been able to pull through, but the lurkers really saved the day. It kind of blockaded him out from really getting much done. And you could suddenly see there's an imbalance over here on the other side. Oh my God, hold on.
Yeah, lurkers.
Okay. I was going to say there's a bit of a kind of imbalance in spending here. There's nothing to really defend the space over here. It was basically naked.
Yeah, no planetary, no wall on the secondary ramp here. So Buddy's going to take a little bit of economic damage, but not too much. What's scary, though, is this push coming in, especially with Hydralisks able to focus down some of these Liberators if they get close enough. But no, instead, DRG just going to quickly morph them into lurkers. And if those lurkers finish morphing, this is kind of a scary position. That Viper is going to be able to abduct the lurkers if he's not safe. Snipe does come in. Now you see DRG is kind of superior economy.
I think the Buddy's in trouble.
Yeah, his superior economy is kind of being leveraged now. As the momentum is swinging in his favor.
It's one of these things where, like, Widow Mines are very handy when you're trying to push very quickly, but they don't help against lurkers when lurkers are pushing you. They don't do anything, basically. The lurkers shoot them down from afar. And I think we're going to be going into game 3 if he can keep this momentum up. I mean, if he just gets in here, gets lurkers on the low ground, and then fractions off part of his army.
Yeah, perfectly said, as DRG is going to take this position at the natural ramp very soon. Buuny is almost nothing in position to defend with this. He does have some ghosts on the high ground. Snipes coming through as he tries to scan and reveal these lurkers, but the ghosts are just so low on energy, that's going to be it.
GG. Tied up 1-1. This is turning out to be a really exciting and dramatic series.
Yeah, both Game 1, Game 2 were quite fun. I'm liking this kind of old school Mutiling, Baneling style that we're seeing from DRG, and Buuny also playing a little bit off what I expected. Like, there in Game 2, I was thinking he might go for something really fast-paced and aggressive, but instead he was very active with his macro, quickly took 4th bases, even took 5 bases, but DRG was barely edging him out. There in Game 1, that interesting push with, 1 Thor, a bunch of Bio, a ton of Widow Mines.
Yeah, it was kind of a funny game there. Again, this command center first and the 3rd command center. I don't know if I think I'm liking it less and less. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere, or I don't know. What do you think, State?
I'm right there with you, but I mean, we're casting, right? So like the pro gamers are going to have reasons they're doing this.
There's a rationale for sure, but so far the results, I don't know.
Yeah, but they see the same pattern that we see, and it's not like just one Terran is doing this, it's a lot of them. So there's some, I feel like there's some piece of the puzzle that we're just kind of missing.
For sure.
I'm just not sure what it is, because I'm right there with you. It does feel a little shaky.
Yeah, well, I guess also if you play normal and that's also not working as well, then, you got to kind of stretch it. You got to kind of go the limit here. Inside and out here for map number 3. How's Buuny going to play this out? I'm not so sure, but DRG is looking very solid. He seems to have a very comfortable handle on the mid game. Buuny has been trying to do this Widow Mine, Marine push, kind of speedy push with a Thor to kind of cover the rest. And so far, it couldn't be closer right now. We're going to find out who's actually going to take the lead in a second here as our game is loading up.
Set number 3, inside and out. Buuny and DRG tied 1 win apiece. Let's get to it.
Game start. Terran, Buuny. Sir, DRG.
Well, well, well. Would not be a TVZ without at least one game. Oh, that's it. Oh, is he going to make it there?
Huh.
Now, this is kind of one of those hiding in plain sight builds, but keep in mind, a lot of times an Overlord, in theory would make a beeline, so you try to go around that. But maybe the idea is that you kind of make it in the middle because the Overlord's going to check the left or the right for the proxy.
Yeah. Like, I feel like as Zerg, you don't go through the middle because that's where the Overlord would go if you just clicked on their base.
That's where the normies would go. Support
Purple
here.
Bunny, the Cero Killer. That's right.
So this could just win.
It could. I'm curious to see how this plays out, though, because DRG is taking a gas. He's making a pool. This will go unscouted for quite a while, but there is a bit of a trade-off here for Bunny because, yeah, it is going to go unscouted, but this is quite far away from the natural expansion of DRG, so it's going to be a little bit slower tempo.
But I guess it really depends on when the Zerg actually sees it. Because, the barracks, a couple are already done. Marine's already starting. It could literally, he might not find out until the bunker starts. In which case, even if it got there a few seconds later, Terran should have an advantage.
Okay, there's also...
All right,
How do I want to say this?
He sees the SCV, but that's not a tell, right?
No. I was wondering whether Bunny was going to continue to bank up units, but no, he's just going to go straight for it.
He starts the bunker, and now he knows. So this is literally the last possible second you could see this coming. A spine crawler started up on the ramp. Does he go for the triple bunker? I guess this wouldn't be a triple bunker wall here. So it's going to be a double bunker spread with an SCV, the third one here to kind of scout and get an idea of what's to come. Sees a spine crawler up there. Lings are on the way. The bunker is almost done. You can see he wants the Marines kind of up in the front to do damage to the Lings that are going to hatch. So he's going to send the Lings down now. He does get all 6 Lings away. There's going to be 8 and then 10 more coming.
Queen does pop, takes a little bit of damage as the Lings are going to move in.
The Queen damage is very important because there's not a second Queen right now. I'm sorry, there is a second Queen,
popped, though.
But it's there's not a lot of transfuses in this game. So.
Oh, and DRG's going to be going really fast with this, already burrowing the spine crawler here on the low ground as he's going to pull drones as well.
And that spine crawler's
it's in range.
It's in range, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to have to engage on this. He's going to have to kill the SCVs that are repairing the bunker. Bunny microwing them back. Spine crawler does go down. Full surround on the bunker, so SCV's not able to repair, but a lot of drones
SCVs
going down.
still do repair, though.
Oh, they do! Look at that!
Oh, that's it, GG!
Wow!
He didn't quite finish off. If you don't finish that first bunker off, that's it. By the way, Super Tournament, couple of spines a little bit too close to that bunker. It is hard to see. I don't know what it is about I guess it's a 2.5D vision in the game that makes it like a little bit confusing to the human eye. Like, is that in range or not? Because he put it down there, and ideally the spine is far away enough that it's not going to be soaking damage like that.
I think it has to be perfectly placed, and maybe in the moment it's a little bit tough to do that. I'm not sure exactly. I don't really defend bunker rushes with spine crawlers when I play on the ladder.
Couple of Protoss players over here. I don't know what your world's like, but
yeah, the spine crawler had to burrow in the front for whatever reason, or that's just the way that DRG decided to play it, and he wasn't able to bust down the bunkers, man. I thought the first one was going to go down for sure. He got the full surround on it, but he just didn't finish that thing off. He had to move on to the second bunker, and by then, SCVs were able to come in and repair. Some clutch micro from Buuny, and some nice series planning, too.
Beautifully done. We're going to go to game 4 right away here. Tropical Sacrifice is where it's going to go down. Is Buuny going to pull this off, or are we going to get a game 5 as DRG takes it back?
Game start. Terran, Buuny. Zerg, DRG.
Gotta say again, I do love the barracks placement there. It's a big 5-head play from Buuny to basically, it's like you put it in the path that the normie gamer scouts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, somebody at home watched that game and it's like, that's genius. I'm gonna place my barracks there. And then like the Zerg is like terrible, so they just like right click the Terran.
They move it right through there. They're like, what? why are you not scouting for my hidden bases? There are strategies that only work against really good players because the game, you don't start out with perfect information.
Yeah, and you can't cover everything. Thank you so much for coming down.
D24.
Is it a 4 or a 9?
240. D290.
D290.
Whatever it is, welcome. So, Oh, he's been discharged from the military.
Oh,
got it.
congratulations.
Okay, we never would have figured that out. Oh, he still needs 200 more days.
Oh, never mind.
It's not like somebody's telling us in our ear what it is, guys. All right. I'm still just, guessing right now.
We're savants. We're figuring this
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
But yeah, kind of a straight up opening here. But I'm just going to go for a Reaper expand on the low ground. DRG going hatch gas pool. But it is an interesting kind of meta that happens at the top level because it's a game of incomplete information. And while in theory, Zerg could be very active on the map scouting for every possible proxy location, then every single game that you play where they don't proxy, you're going to be behind because that's idle worker time, right? That's time that you're not mining. It's expensive.
Yeah.
That you're setting those drones on the map. So there's this kind of weird meta game in terms of scouting patterns, and then you counter that scouting pattern, and it's always fun to see where people decide to build their barracks. Because sometimes you have the solar GuMiho game where it gets scouted immediately and the game's over in like a minute and 20 seconds. And then sometimes you build it right in the middle of the map where it should just get scouted, the overlord goes cross map, and instead that translates into a win for the Terran. It's so funny.
The bunker rush was one of the earliest strategies in the whole StarCraft multiplayer universe, was people realize that Zerg has to expand, but you can just run up and make a bunker by that, and then repair it and kill it.
Boxer did this a bunch, right?
Slayer's Boxer for sure, but even pre-Slayer's Boxer, we're talking about like the Jurassic period of the game,
before the meteor struck.
That's right, yeah. Before the dinosaurs' eggs were all eaten by rats or whatever.
Is that how they died?
That's how they died.
It was a rat infestation.
I'm like, you believe in dinosaurs, State? What are we doing? No. I mean, it was there were before replays even were in the game. This was going on. But what's funny is it's still around today. It's still basically a viable strat. And it seems to be especially viable in GSL 2022.
Same thing exists in other RTSs as well. There's always going to be this meta of building your defensive structures in their base.
Yeah, that's never going to go away. Tower rushes in Warcraft 3. I mean,
Age of Empires as well.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Cannon rushes from Protoss.
I feel like to be a good RTS, you kind of have to have that early game dynamic where there is kill potential.
And it does always seem to lend itself to well, you could win or you could lose hard.
It's fun. It's fun to watch. Maybe not fun to play against it if you keep losing, but...
Well, it's fun to play against when you stop it, though. That's one of the best feelings. You're like, oh, is that what you're trying? And you just judo flip him.
All right, so Buuny with his 2 Hellions and Reaper. Oh, we're going to have a Hellbat Marauder push again. Okay.
Well.
Haven't seen this in a minute.
Now, Artosis and I used to meme about how this literally never works in GSL.
Yeah.
It's not a bad strat, though.
I think it gets kind of a bad rap, though, because I feel like for Terran, you're never looking to kill anymore, because there was a window in StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void where you would just kill Zergs with this, because they hadn't figured it out, right? But now that people play so queen heavy, no matter what, I mean, pretty much everyone goes for, God, what is it, 9 queens or something, where you have 3 that are injecting as your macro queens, and you have 6 that are either deflecting Banshees, deflecting Hellions, they're spreading creep on the map. Hellbats are never really going to work, but Terrans keep doing it because it forces a response from the Zerg. They have to make units, and on top of that, Hellbats, they only cost 100 minerals. You can get some pretty cost-effective trades, and this push is coming in even before Hellbats are out.
He's doing a good job keeping the medevac alive. That's one of the most important parts here. And then you want to try to juggle out the weaker units. Pulls away, gets the queen.
Some nice micro here from Buuny. Now he's going to have to be careful with that medevac because of the Spore Crawler, but DRG's taking huge damage.
Buuny,
this is working way better than I thought.
He's doing it, man. And he just comes in with a little bit more heal, a little bit more sustain. Takes down the Spore to avenge the fallen medevac. And now he's going to chase down these queens. And maybe this is, with Artosis being gone, the moment he does win this. It was him holding this back all along.
This might be the first time in a long time that I'm seeing a Hellbat Marauder push actually kill a Zerg, because the third hatchery production is pretty much null. It doesn't matter anymore because the Terran is right on it. And these drones, they have nowhere to run. There's Hellbats to the left, there's Hellbats on the top.
He's coming in. There's so many drones that are going to get killed off here. Actually, he gets more away than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah, only 6 going down, but even more queens falling. And
drones coming back.
Even if DRG stabilizes, this is an insane amount of damage.
Why are there drones back here?
Guys, guys, you gotta go back. Run away! What are you doing?
This could be just DRG kind of processing the loss. I don't know why these drones are here. I actually can't explain. I don't know. We saw DRG cock his head to the side here. Stim's almost done. So this Marauder could get a little bit scary. I guess not. I guess this Viking is going to go down.
Well, that eventually does get cleaned up, and now where are we? It's 46 drones for DRG, 42 for Buuny. But look at the resources lost. That was like a 2-to-1 trade in terms of cost efficiency for Buuny, and he killed a ton of drones, and he set back the mining for the Zerg a lot. I mean, keep in mind that behind that push, it wasn't like he was rallying a bunch more forward. That was kind of the same group of units for a very long time, maybe lightly reinforced. And behind it, Buuny back at home was just powering up. Look at all these barracks he has. Engineering bay, armory underway. I'm liking this position for Buuny so much.
Yeah, I mean, Buuny's in phenomenal shape right now. A couple of interesting things to point out. Buuny did what is the most important part early on there, is to keep that medevac alive and just give a little bit more energy. You know, Hellbats, Marauders, these are sort of beefy units. They take a long time to kill. And so if you have just a little bit of energy going into them, you can start to snowball fights. And then he also knew when to shove with the medevac. At the last one, he goes, no, you know what? We're so close in this tug of war. He just kind of pushes in and does it. And so, I mean, that's a huge amount of loss there. And, you know, now it's going to be a little bit of a different beast here. We've got Stim Marines. You know, they're very good at pursuing, as you can see here. No Marauders with this, but he is, I think, yeah, he's going to get that one Queen.
That Queen gets taken out. There is a surround on these. Oh my goodness, the Marines just fight!
Well, the Hellbats are just around long enough that they kind of soften the Lings up. Oh my
the
God.
micro from Buuny right now is spectacular. These are 1-1 Marines. The Lings are all cleaned up. 24 more in production, but even more Queens going down.
Dude, Buuny is so good.
Buuny just keeps snowballing, and look at the parade push coming in. I think this is going to be GG tasteless. I don't see how DRG holds on.
Dude, beautifully done.
Buuny's going to win
3-1.
What an insane run for Buuny so far. 3-0 hero, 3-1 DRG, and now he's in the semifinals.
He's a killer. It's insane. I'll tell you what, man, that was just an exceptionally good push early on. The follow-up push, too, he's like, no, 2 Hellbats. And, you know, it's funny because you watch DRG take it. He wasn't even totally clear on how well those Hellbats would do. They just mush up the Lings enough that then the Marines kind of stim him down. And there you got it, guys. That's going to be it for the third best of 5 of the night, leaving only one more to go before we go into the round of 4 on Thursday.
What a win there for Buuny. I can't wait to hear from him in the winner's interview. This looks like we're getting that set up right now. Let's hear from our next semifinalist, Buuny.
Wow, what a great showing from Buuny. Buuny comes out as the winner in this team kill match. Congratulations. Thank you.
역시 이재선 선수의 저그전은
Wow, Buuny, your TVZ is clearly different. It's on another level. How do you feel after that victory?
생각한 대로 경기가 잘 풀려가지고
Well, things went according to plan today for me.
깔끔하게
So I was able to acquire a clean victory against DRG.
1세트 뮤링링이 아주 힘들었던 상황에서 이재선
I mean, in the first
선수는
game, you're kind of
아주
struggling
묵직한
against
한방을
DRG's
준비하고
signature
있습니다.
middleless
이런
Ling Bling.
레이너까지 잡았던 이런 비결이 아닌가
And this was how DRG took down Rainer before. So what do you think about DRG as your opponent?
운으로 좀 이겼는데
I mean, today my Wooden Mines were doing a phenomenal work, so I was pretty lucky in that regard.
똑같은 거에 또 뮤탈한테 휘둘리면서
And then, you know, in the later game, I was again harassed by the Mulus a lot. And your timing attacks were so good today, and so was your mind game. At any point in the game, did you feel like you needed to turn the flow of the game? I mean, I do scrim with DRG a lot, usually. And I kind of analyzed DRG before coming to the match today. Oh, so you did some analysis beforehand, I see. So I'm curious. So you were the runner-up in the recent DreamHack Atlanta, and I'm sure the disappointment hasn't been washed away yet. And I saw the Twitter, and Hero was actually doing his trophy ceremony at your house, Buuny. And Buuny, you actually took a photo of it. So what was the whole situation about? You know, we had a conversation. We were just having an idle conversation in my house. And then, you know, I blinked away for a second, and then he was actually holding he was actually holding the trophy, and he was doing a trophy ceremony. So it was pretty funny to me. So in the GSL GSL, you went to the round of 4 in DreamHack Atlanta. You were the runner-up, and I'm sure you're really desperate for the win. And I feel like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to win the Super Tournament, don't you think? No, not really. I mean, the next match is gonna be against Cure or Dark, so I want to focus on that match for now. And if I can make sort of preparation, I'm sure I'll be able to move on to the finals naturally. So who do you think is gonna win in the fourth game of today? I hope Cure makes it to the round of 4. So that's your preference, right? No, I feel like Cure is better than Dark right now. But you know, to me, it feels like you want to avoid Dark right now. No, not really. You're getting it wrong.
이재선 선수 지금 김준호 선수의
Bunny,
멘탈 공격을 받고도
despite Hero's provocation, you've been showing very good performance recently, and I'm sure you'll be able to make it to the finals if you can keep up this consistent performance. So anything else you want to say to the fans? Well, recently my performance has been good and consistent. So I'll try to keep up the momentum, and I'll try to show a better performance to the fans. Once again, congratulations on your victory today, Bunny. Thank you. And that is all for the match against DRG and Buuny. Now we only have one match left, and it's going to be a match between Dark and Cure. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back very soon.
When the sun goes down, you can find me tearing up downtown with the high beams. No need for review when they can catch you. I never look back, never look like I want you. Oh, so innocent, kissing your tattoo, sweet like cinnamon. No need for review when they can catch you. Bring it back, do it clean, smoke a sack, keep a max, sip it lean, fuck a chill, fuck a bill, make a scene, 50 racks, 100 bands, all my jeans, post chillin', walk through my division, I give for my kiddies, and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney, young bitch with me. When the sun goes down, you can find me tearing up downtown with the high beams. No need to review when they can catch you. I never look back, never look like I want you. Oh, so innocent, kissing your tattoo, sweet like cinnamon. No need for review when they can catch you.
Bring it back, do it clean, clean, smoke a sack, keep a max, sip it lean, fuck a jail, fuck a bill, make a scene, 50 racks, 100 bands, off my jeans, post chillin', fuck them when you're busy, I get from my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney, yo bitch with me, not what she ain't missing, hold up, who you dissing, I said hold up, pop my greasy, bang, bang, bang.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭, 점심엔 라떼 홀릭, 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭, 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
실성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설이 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로. Hot six, Wu-Tang the weather. Okay, Phoenix, let's go. Hot six. Open your eyes, open your heart. Hot six 넘어가면 another rebel. 밤이 일어나지도 finish full time 두 배로 난 지치지 않아 무게 올려 보스팅의 맛을 overdrive another rebel. 어제 쓰러져도 다시 높여내 시벨 칼로리 제로 뛰어 피곤한 날 리셋. pop이 심장을 뛰게 해 이러니 bucket list. Hot six 날 다시 깨우는 마법같이 Hot six 온몸에 그 강한 짜릿함이 Hot six Phoenix 마법같이 Hot six Hot six.
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to close out the round of 8 and figure out who's going to be that final player advancing into the round of 4 of the GSL SuperTournament, the last GSL tournament of the year 2020.
2020?
Did I say 2022?
Almost, hard to believe it's almost 2023.
I'm like a time traveler, but not that far from the future or the past.
2020.
What's the date? They go, oh, it's December 12th or whatever. I go, the year. What's the year? It's 2022. Yeah. My God, I've gone too far.
By the way, I just want to say for the viewers at home, the trophy actually is as shiny in person as it seems on stream. It's insane. It's literally blinding. It actually hurts my eyes to look at it.
I left my trophy sunglasses at home.
All right, well, Dart coming back again for the quarterfinals. His goatee a little bit longer. Will he be able to advance
Yeah.
to the semifinals?
Will that mustache be curled by the end of the GSL Super Tournament? Does he have his mustache wax ready?
Why can't I think of who's that old school artist that had like the really long mustache?
The Pringles can.
The Pringles can.
Old school artist that had the curly mustache.
Why can't I think of this guy? He was around even when the television came out. Not Picasso, it's the other guy.
Man,
Whatever.
No.
I forget everything. I'm gonna fool
Artist
myself.
that must. Hold on. No, we can do this. Artist.
Can we? It's a long
He was
mustache.
around when television was out.
Yeah, he was on
and it
some of the
not
very first early television programs.
Picasso. Well, you're not thinking of Bob Ross, right?
No, I'm not thinking of Bob Ross.
You know.
No, like the super. It says a D in it.
Has it?
I'm gonna look this up.
Painter with it. It was a painter or was it?
Painter. Salvador Dali with his long mustache.
Starts with a D, but nobody would have guessed D.
Dali, I'm
S.
sorry.
Salvador
I did a D
Dali.
in there.
Yeah,
I did a D in there.
Salvador Dali had all the melty paintings.
Yeah, he did.
The clocks melting.
The clocks. He did all sorts of stuff. He did like performance art, I think. He was all over the place.
Mostly melting clocks, but yeah.
He was the real-time traveler, man.
Yeah.
He was disillusioned. All right.
So Data C to start this off. Dark versus Cure. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think Dark is probably favored here. Cure seems...
Yeah.
Cure's like one of the best Terrans. His TVT is really solid, and his TVP is absolutely killer. But TVZ, I'm not sure if he's able to stand up to Dark.
I wonder. I think this is either going to be very close with Cure Dark or Dark being very one-sided. Let's find out.
Game start. Zerg, Dark. Terran, Cure.
I kind of want to see Dark with like a Salvador Dali mustache now, though. I think it would look good on him.
Curl, it's hard to pull off the mustache curl. That seems like it was bigger in the past, right?
Yeah, it's a little antiquated.
But I feel like, it's definitely antiquated, but then it kind of came back. It definitely was like
Are
probably in the 20s.
people doing this again? Are people doing this again? Is it coming back?
But it feels like if you can pull off like a curled mustache, you can probably pull off literally anything. Like you're so good looking that you can actually just do this thing that sort of doesn't look great. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
It's
like when you go to like the clothing store and you see like the attractive like model that's like showing off the shirt or the jacket and you're like,
yeah,
that's how I want to look. And then you go try it on.
You put it on and you're like, oh, my body's all misshapen.
like
I can't do this. Artosis, dude, he had this great joke. He never said it in GSL, but like, women's lingerie that like accentuates their body, and it's like the male version of that is just a white T-shirt. It's just like, wow, you better be pretty in shape to pull that off. Like most people look horrible in just a normal white shirt.
I hadn't thought of that, but that's very true.
Yeah. If somebody can just wear a normal white shirt, a little bit tight fitting, it's like, well, you must be pretty confident.
I would need to go to the gym to pull that off, but that's just not going to happen, man.
You're not going to go to the gym?
It's time that could be spent gaming.
That's true.
Why would I go to the gym, Tasteless?
That's true. No, what a stupid question for me to ask.
I'm working out my finger muscles, man.
What a foolish thing. I'm going to run in shame. I'm not even going to finish this cast. By the way, there's a drone. It's going to hide? No, it's not. It's going
Wants
to...
a third, but...
Oh, my God.
I can't believe he got that down.
I swear that did body block it and he pulled away. That's crazy.
It's like a desync error or something. Yeah. It's like rubber banding.
Now,
yeah, that's insane.
It's going to start chipping away at these lings.
Queen is out now.
By the way, more of a ordinary opener here from Cure.
Yeah, they're both playing pretty straight up. Dark is a little bit fast there with that third hatchery, but besides that, about as normal as you expect from a TVZ. And wait, it's not fast. That's a really fast third command center. Okay, it's like a 240 third CC. Look at this. We are wrong about this 2-base all-in, man. I
No,
keep wanting to see it again.
We've
It
been
just like,
wrong about
never
this one.
happens.
We've been kind of digging into that. Yeah, it's not working out so far for us, but
Well, we saw this in GSL. I think it was season 3, and like every
Yeah.
single time that we casted it, it won. It won like 6 games and lost none.
literally like
in
the
one
first
season.
the first half of season 3 was like all this, but now it's kind of back to you know, a lot more 3CC plays. But these things also kind of you know, they seesaw a little bit into what's trendy, right? Like also, by the way, we have a lot more bunker rushes that work.
True.
A lot more proxy raxes in general that work, where it seemed like for a while proxy raxes were all the rage, but not to win. No. Just to get them in an uncomfortable spot, and then you play from ahead.
Yeah, and now the game just ends in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
One way or another. Either you're going to tap out as Terran or you're going to kill their hatch and win the game. But yeah, we've seen a lot of shake up there, especially with the early barracks. Even Buuny was doing a lot of 2-Rax Reaper stuff against Hero at DreamHack, which is just, it's kind of been around, but not to the extent that he was able to make it work. I think Buuny played like 2 different games in the grand finals where he got like 5+ probe kills each at the start of the game with 5 Reapers. Like, it's insane.
Yeah.
So it is funny how these things kind of ebb and flow as the game is being figured out. If you think about it like big picture, the meta is slowly evolving, but then there's all these little tiny like micro things that are happening as well, like the barracks and
even
the
these
bunkers.
micro bluffs in there. Like, well, people are kind of doing that, so I'm going to make it look like this. It's so cool.
It's a fast Liberator too here for Cure. So.
Yeah, this is a little bit different.
Huh.
Cure, I mean, again, we had extremely different Terran players coming in today.
That's true.
And it's kind of surprising, you know, with Maru now being out of the picture. Most casts that we would do, it's us kind of following the what Maru's doing this, and here's what the rest of the guys are trying to do, you know, and we'll see what
they're trying
works.
to play like Maru.
Yeah, they're trying to play like Maru, or they're going to do something a little bit different, and we're going to see how that goes. But, you know, looking at this Super Tournament now, it's almost kind of exciting Maru's out of the picture. This kind of reminds me of when Flash went to the military and he wasn't in ASL, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Suddenly anyone can
Hey,
win.
who knows who can win this thing?
All right, so Liberator going to siege up there at the Natro expansion and disrupt
By the
mining
way,
just a bit.
A
and
lot of lings coming out here.
Yeah, that's a ton of
lot.
lings.
And, you know, he went around the spotters. Good wall in here, but these SCVs and Marines are still exposed. The Hellions are going to come down here, and these are enough Hellions that unless the lings, yeah, there's just no way.
Yeah, the lings are going to get cleaned up, but they did their job, right? They killed 2 Marines, they got 6 SCVs. That's absolutely worth it, especially with most being able to retreat. So Dark definitely getting the better of these early game exchanges.
And so we've got the 4th base being taken here. I like the Ling play here. It would have been 1,000 times better if the depot had been lowered. He would have been able to run in there.
Yeah, that almost gave me a flashback to the Reaper trying to block the hatchery. It was like the lings were like almost inside the depot when it went up.
This one Ling just gets pushed off like by a hex. And so it's going to be push time coming up here. Upgrades are about...
Whoa,
1/4
macro
of the way.
hatches! 2 macro hatches in the main base, Tasteless.
Yeah, he's going to power up. So this is kind of like a battle Zerg setup. He wants to try to fight him if he can.
I don't see this very often.
No,
Zergs.
it's
Dark like the only Zerg that does this because it's just. I don't. Is it good? I don't even know.
Well, I think what happens is you kind of get thrown off by how much Zerg has, right? Like, and think about it like this: if the 4th base is pushable. Actually, now that more I'm looking at this is really, really
There's
interesting.
so many hatcheries. Like, you got to go just pure Ling Baneling, and you're leveraging having extra larva instead of extra res, right?
You're going to have more to reinforce, right? And maybe that's what helps here. Let's find out. I mean, the push is going to come up here. Now, this is not a push intended to kill this, but to more clear and set up. Clear the creep, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself, and set up for this.
Armory about halfway done, so those Hellions can eventually become Hellbats in this engagement. Here might be able to get a nice trade with them as he's loading up a medevac back at home. 1 SCV in that medevac for some reason, as it just chills. Not sure what's going on there. All right, now we go.
Okay, so
So it looks like Kira's going to set up for kind of a Hellbat Marine, trade out the Hellbats over here on the top side, and then do a double drop to deny the 5th on the bottom. The SCV's still here, by the way. Just coming along with the trip. And that's a lot of Ling Baneling. So this is what the macro hatches kind of give you, is a ton of larva. As Dark is sitting on just 72 drones right now. And this like almost feels like an all-in on 4 bases. Like this is so much Ling Bane. Coming in now is Dark, coming into the natural expansion. Those Lings are gonna be clogging up the ramp as the Banelings come into the third, and they kill 10 SCVs, even more gonna go down. But this counterattack here by Cure at the top is big, and there's a double drop in the main base as well. So, man, I'm liking this for Cure right now. Yeah, he does lose those SCVs at home, but this army is huge, and Dark has so many problems to deal with.
You know, the problem right now for Dark is that, like, you look, Dark killed workers, that's great, but what Cure has, it can actually just start to run over everything that Zerg has. It looks like Zerg's going to barely survive it.
And this might go back to the macro hatches too, because at one point during that harassment, Dark had 60+ Lings in production. Yeah. And it's when those Lings pop that he's able to stabilize here. And at the end of the day, he does have a worker advantage here. 26 SCVs even go down in total, so some fell off screen, and that makes things a lot better here for Dark.
And, you know, this is basically overall just better for Dark. Dark, you know, he loses workers, but the infrastructure's there. And look, the infrastructure's there for Cure, of course, too, but, you know, there's more hatches.
Right.
You can remake all the drones, you can get right back, you know, with a matter of seconds into production here. You know, and 71 workers to 49, that's a big difference, even with mules. And so it does seem like it's going to be kind of an optionless game for a little bit here for Cure, as Dark should be able to ramp up production and probably be prepared for the next attack, but we'll see.
Yeah, very interesting the way this game is shaping up is Cure's going to try and keep on the pressure here. Double medevac drop over by the right side as Cure is pushing towards the middle with some Banelings, excuse me, Widow Mines. Would be insane if he had Banelings. And I think the objective of this is to kind of keep Dark on his side of the map, control the creep, because you do not want to let Dark get full map control with creep and, what is this, like 5 or 6 hatchery Ling Baneling? I mean, that would just be insane.
So, Terran's going to try to set up for this base down here at the far bottom right. Now, this is kind of a neglected base in every sense.
Oh, that Widow Mine shot was huge!
Very nicely done. It is going to be driven away. Again, I don't really see a lot of options for Terran. That being said, it's not like there's mutas out, so you do have the liberty to kind of roam the map with drops and see what you can and can't hit.
Yeah, he doesn't have too many options, but I feel like the one option he does have, which is this Widow Mine Marine Harass, is a pretty good one. He's getting a lot of damage in. He's safe back at home, and these Widow Mines barely not burrowing in time of the natural. Those drones were really bunched up.
Yeah, it looks like this should be about the end of that Widow Mine drop there. The fourth base is going to be taken down here near the bottom center. Terran, you know, recovering, no doubt, but still unable to really, you know, make a dent here.
They burrow so fast.
Yeah, man.
And yeah, Cure is stabilized quite a bit now. 93 army supply to 94. Dark with just a slight worker edge. And this could be problematic here for Dark, as his army is mostly Lings. He has 90 Zerglings, 11 Hydras, and 8 Banelings. And there's a lot of Widow Mines on the field for Cure. If Cure gets good Widow Mine hits, he might be able to take down this base and maybe more. Dark engaging now, and yeah, those are some nice Widow Mine shots right there. All the Banelings falling.
Yeah,
follow-up Widow Mine shots, not the best, but not bad.
No, not bad at all. This base, again, no Queens really protecting us over here. Just the kind of bare minimum amount of Zerglings. As Terran's going to come in here for another scrape. You know, the hatchery nearly at half health here, and, you know, it's just going to go down, I think. I think that, you know, Zerg may be a little bit too confident. Maybe spread a little bit too thin, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, so the Zerg now down to 4 bases.
This is actually starting to get bad for Dark. I mean, Terran's on 4 bases. Zerg, it's kind of a weird way that he lost that. It just didn't seem like he believed that Terran was going to actually commit to that. And so, you know, I think Cure has basically recovered from his pretty dire position earlier. Now we got to see if he can maybe make something happen coming up here. Another attack comes down now.
Yeah, Dark coming in again. Widow Mines get very good shots on the leading Zerglings there, as Cure's going to micro back into them, lift up into Medevacs, and pull away. As Dark was lucky to get a couple of Baneling shots there on the bio at the very end of that thing, but the thing is, his army composition, Dark's, I don't know how it deals with this kind of widespread Widow Mine Marine attack. It's so Ling heavy because of the extra hatcheries that he can't engage efficiently on these Widow Mines unless he has the most phenomenal control ever, and Cure is just complicating the game so much that he's not giving Dark the room to actually focus on that micro. It's such a tough position. Dark does get a surround on the Marines, but there's so many medevacs here, they just lift up and go away.
You know, this is a lot of times how we see players who, and I'm not saying you have to go mutas or that you even should go mutas, but this is, in a game where there are no mutas, this is kind of how you manage to recover, is you kind of pick up, drop, hit a location, when it's uncomfortable, get back out, and cut your losses.
Well, I feel the issue is for Dark that he was never able to get his worker count up into the 80s or the 90s, which is where he wants to be. So he's struggling on economy right now. He has to produce units to continue to hold on, but the Terran economy just continues to evolve here. Dark going to try and chase, but he does not want to take this full engagement off of Creep, as a lot of Marauders are now mixing in with the rest of ByuN. This 2-factory Widowmine play plus Marine Marauder is just so effective against Dark's composition. I mean, he still has 93 plus lings, 34 much in production, so we're going to have like 120, 130 lings out for Dark and not much else.
All right, Terran's going to try to push in once more here. And, you know, it seems like with the rest of these units spilling up into the fight, nicely done.
It's a lot of splash damage on this bio, but it's able to lift up and go back home, so Cure will be able to heal all of these bio units back up.
Biologically repair.
Biologically repair, yeah.
Now, we're slowly teching up to the point where even though it seems like Terran could take their shots at Zerg, Zerg is going to finally have an answer. Lurkers are going to be out, and that's really where the bio can't just force fights. And there should be opportunities for counter pushes here, but, you know, Lurkers, not exactly like Broodlords, but there are some similarities in that you can kind of attack wherever they're not.
Right, and Dark has been struggling to stabilize for a long time here. He's been taking a lot of cost-inefficient trades, but once Lurkers are out, that might make this a little bit easier for him to pick his engagements. Has to be careful not to get caught out of position, though, and actually Dark, he just wants to push Cure. He's going straight into the third base of Cure. Cure's going to lift up over here. Will he go for a base trade on the top side, or is he going to go back home and defend? I don't think he can hold this third base.
Yeah, well, this is a pretty nice attack in here. By the way, Cloak's going to get denied here for Ghost, so this is like actually really bad. As you know, we're kind of getting to that point in time where it may need to be like an epic long TVZ. Zerg kind of denies the ability to do that. Maybe the other units will draw the attacks away. You know, we're like, what, maybe 15 seconds out from that Cloak finishing, but... Okay, he's going to come in even further.
Yeah, these Lurkers are almost definitely going to be able to take down that Ghost Academy. Denied, and that's a lot of lings. Is right now Cure. He also lost so many supply depots on that third base that he can't even produce units.
That's a very good catch, State. I actually hadn't noticed that. And you know, with that being supply blocked, now, again,
all the depots.
Dark doesn't know that, but like that's huge because now, like, you know, Dark's already maxed out.
5 depots in production.
By the way, if he goes into the natural, he's going to kill even more depots.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, this is so funny.
Lurkers coming in, even more depots going to fall. Is the bio.
Oh, this is
There's no reinforcements.
It's probably over. He's just going to get on production. Yeah, not that you could make anything.
He has so much production facilities, but he doesn't have the supply room to actually produce units, and so this bank has just been left.
This is an S-class win here from Dark. He's so good. It's actually crazy to me. GG.
Wow.
He really beat that in a way that I didn't see coming. I kind of thought he was going to have to play whack-a-mole with the Lurkers. And,
I thought so too.
And keep hitting these different bases. He's like, no, dude. I'm going to his starting location.
Yeah, Dark just with a killer instinct there, recognizing that he can just move across the map and create a problem that Cure has to solve. Cure felt like he could not go for the base trade there. He had to go back home and try and stabilize. And not only does Ghost Snipe get denied, but Cure gets like 60 plus supply removed in terms of his cap there with all those depots going down.
Yeah.
It felt like he couldn't make units for ages, and he was so slow on also rebuilding those depots. Like by the time the new depots were done, Dark had already pushed into the natural expansion, and by there, Cure like hadn't produced units in 45 seconds maybe?
Yeah, I'd say so.
What
Waterfall.
a great game.
Yeah, great game. And again, Dark, you know, he's so scary, man. And, you know, a really kind of tricky game there. You have medevacs hitting you everywhere. You're losing bases, but he techs up and he goes straight to the jugular. Does not waste his time trying to get these appendages of the Zerg. Just goes in for the kill move and pulls it off. Waterfall for map 2 is the final best of 5 in the round of 8. Continues on with Dark versus Cure.
Game start. Zerg, Dark. Terran, Cure.
This is kind of interesting. Depot on the natural ramp here for Cure.
Yeah, he's going to try to wall it at the entrance here. He may try to do something slightly aggressive, and then the moment it doesn't work, he just ditches it and goes and expands.
I wonder if this is going to be something like 1 or 2 racks Reaper.
Yeah, it could be for
coming
sure.
down.
I think probably 2 racks would be fine.
No gas is taken yet, though, so it's just going to be... Is this going to be a gasless expand?
Well, I mean, if he's going to keep accumulating minerals, oh no, he's going to be a little bit later gas. I was going to say that would have been a very odd build if he had actually just gone like barracks and then command center. I'm like, all right, well, I'm ready to learn.
I am so interested in this gas timing. He waited until he had like 150 plus mineral bank to actually make this gas, so I suppose he doesn't need it right away. Huh.
Yeah, it may be mathed out that it's actually better for the SCV to mine a few more minerals and then get it.
Yeah.
It's one of these things, like when you get build orders that are very advanced, it's not about like when you have the money to make it. It's like if you look at it like, you know, a few minutes out, it's like actually if you have a few more minerals mined here because you don't need that much gas for what you're doing.
I wonder if what happened there was Cure, he wants the command center really fast there at the natural expansion, so I wonder if he just waited until he had maybe 16 guys on the mineral field before he took the gas, and then he goes on a gas, and now he rallies back onto minerals. Very interesting. I would love to go and like do a deep dive into what the Terran opening actually was there, because this is not the kind of macro opening that we usually see from Terran. Usually it's going to be something like 1 or 2 racks. Reaper there at the natural ramp with some gases at home and a later expansion, or, I mean, you wouldn't expect it to be a gasless expand.
By the way, this Overlord's going to go down, so that's a nice little victory there to take Dark's Overlord out that early. And, you know, that's one of those moments where you're really not supposed to ever lose Overlords that early, so we'll see if this has any real impact on his build. Against a very specific build, as State has pointed out here, coming from Cure.
A second barracks here for Cure as well, so...
So this could be some kind of fast aggression here. Barracks factory barracks with a starport later on here. He might be trying to come in here and take some swings at Dark early on.
I think you're right about that. Let's see how this one shapes up. Reactors going in production back at home. There's some very brave Marines here. There's 3 Marines walking around on the map. I think maybe he's trying to bait out Dark to make a couple of Zerglings, but Dark, too smart for that, just continues to drone up. And it's going to be a Roach Warren here for Dark.
So this is kind of funny. Dark could just come out here and try to bully him. And, you know, it's funny what Roaches do, because Roaches kind of beat everything, you know, early on for Terran.
Yeah, before stem pack, before combat shields are +1.
Yeah, I mean, they're not great against Marauders, but, you know, the funny thing is, like, and again, we've seen this a lot this year, and I think it was especially expressed with Ragnarok. Now, I don't know if Ragnarok's going to be pulling it off as much, or even if other Zergs can pull it off as much, but the idea of just taking a fight to them instead of trying to play greedy, because whenever you fight them, you're also scouting them.
You're scouting them, you're keeping them back at home, and on top of that, you're disrupting whatever their build is and their flow.
Yeah.
And oftentimes in games like this, if you can disrupt the flow of your opponent, that's kind of damage in and of itself, because they're going to be playing less efficiently from that point going on, right? So Cure's going to come in with 3 Hallions in the front, 1 full medevac going into the main base, and 11 Roaches in production, Tasteless.
Now, there are enough queens out here to start to fend this off, and this also denies the scout, by the way. I thought it was going to be maybe a push from the Terran, but it looks like it's going to be one of these double-pronged harasses.
Cure might not know yet that there are Roaches on the field. All right, he sees them now. And luckily for Cure, back at home, there is a Liberator on the way. One of the best units you could have in this situation.
It's so funny. He comes in there to hit that base. He's like, oh, there's nothing here. I got to go back home. Dark basically doesn't use that base. He uses that hatchery as a production facility. And drones are going to be attacked up here as these Roaches come in. But the Wall-in, especially the Liberator, but even the tank is going to shut that down. But, you know, not a lot of losses occurred here on either side.
I like this more for Cure, though, because oftentimes when we see this Roach attack, it's going to get something done. And Dark's actually going to commit a little bit more now, going to go for 3 Ravagers to morph in.
Liberators, of course.
And try and take down the Liberator, potentially the Siege tank here.
Yeah.
But I don't think he has an Overlord with his army, so he actually has to move up the ramp into range to be able to get any damage in. And Kira recognized that the fact that Dark has to move up the ramp gives Kira a little bit more time to react, so it's a lot easier for him to control the Liberator against this. And so Dark's just going to go back home and defeat. This kind of goes back to what you said earlier, Tasteless. Dark losing that very first Overlord.
Yeah.
This might be a ramification of it where he can't get that vision on the top of the ramp.
So now Terran's free to push out once more. Third command center is being made, so this isn't any kind of two-base pressure. It's going to be instead, you know, Terran coming out, seeing what can be done.
Dark has a sizable army back at home to defend this. Oh, Stimpack is done, so these Marines are going to have a lot of DPS.
Whoa!
Man, really.
Overstayed his welcome there, and you know, the medevac is shot down.
Ooh.
Seems like Kira's almost playing a little bit too quick here.
Yeah,
like this is
a bit sloppy.
I mean, he dropped the medevac. The Marines are going to get back. Okay, so whatever. But then the Liberator too. You know, he has like a moment, and then he, you know, it's not even so much that Dark's beating him as that Kira's not controlling well. And, you know, these units do attack on their own.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy there with the harassment, but he is able to get 3 drones for his Trouble and a Queen. So let's see if this double drop in the main base is going to be able to get anything done. Behind this, Kira continuing to power up, adding 3 more barracks. A lot of siege tanks, 3 in total up already, and he's going to make Dark vacate this base.
And this is going to be shooed away, no problem. But Kira's got his third base up here. We have more roaches being made, by the way, as the 1-1 upgrades are coming here. So it looks like Dark is going to set up for one of these kind of beefcake armies where he's got lots of roaches, lots of ravagers. And he wants to try to supplant Terran's third base.
Yeah, and Infestation Pit and Hydralisk Den also coming in here for Dark.
Sure.
So he's really filling out his tech tree, and the way that Cure is getting set up here with such a high siege tank count makes me think that this is going to be a 3-base push. And if Dark isn't safe and he goes up to Hive Tech too quick here, this could be troublesome.
Okay, another scoop up there as Kira's going to try to back out.
Dark only on 64 drones, by the way. Very low economy game from him. One of the reasons why his army is as large as it is. Dark continues to keep delaying, adding in new drones.
Now, this game could look a little bit similar to the last one, where it just seems like Dark's kind of sitting there, you know,
yeah.
and you know, Kira's taking his swipes wherever he can. And then eventually we're going to have that push out here as that Hydralisk tech starts to really fill in, especially with lurkers. And, you know, this isn't easy for the Zerg to defend, right? But, you know, all this extra gas that didn't go into mutas and is going into kind of this tanky army of, like, roaches.
2 infestors in production. Oh, wait, did he just cancel them? Or
I
did
think
they
it was
finish?
a mistake.
I was confused by that for a moment.
I mean, I don't think, no, there's no infestors in the game. No, that was just like he fat-fingered the infestors.
Wanted Hydras instead. Well, Kira's doing his best to try and control the creep, and to his credit, looking in the middle of the map, he's doing a pretty good job of it. Besides that, not able to find too much damage because Dark has invested so much in his army. He's been at a worker deficit for a couple of minutes now, it feels like. 170 army supply. For Dark is Medevacs coming into the main base. There are Hydras on the field already, so Dark is building a really powerful composition that it's going to be kind of tough for him to remax on, and 7 lurkers underway, so this is really fast lurker tech here from Dark. All right, and Cure does spot the lurkers morphing as well. Very interesting opening here. Low eco, high tech, big on army. I wonder what Dark's going to do with it.
Well, I think he's going to start to try to plow through the Terran. I mean, he's basically kind of slow playing it and camping and letting the Terran, he's like, okay, try to come at me. Try to find an opening. And it's not that hard to do on this map for the Zerg to kind of just play defense. If you're not out on the map hitting the Terran, and Terran is now taking a pretty late 4th base. Like, Terran's almost maxed out.
Yeah, I wonder if Cure had planned for going for an attack earlier, or maybe he was scared of the Roach Ravagers. I'm not sure what the thought process is, but
well, I think
in any case.
I think what's going to happen is that he's going to have the Vipers out. He's going to have Blinding Cloud. He's also going to have the Corrosive Bile to hit any kind of stationary defense. And then he's going to have the Lurkers. So he's going to kind of like crowbar open the position and not worry about splash damage. Get in there, put the Lurkers down, and boom, you've lost one of your few mining bases as Terran. And I'm sure he'll be expanding behind. In fact, he already is. Before I can finish the sentence, so look at the mini-map. both the left and the right bases are being taken here. But if I had to guess what's going to happen, I think it's going to be that.
I think you're exactly right. Those two Vipers now very high on energy. And now the Dark is maxed. We'll see if he's going to attack or if he's going to wait for a 5th base. Here, just continuing to poke and prod in the middle. The one thing that Kira has done a great job of this game is controlling the creep spread beyond everything else. Oh, those lurkers. Huge hits there. Gets a nice handful of Marines.
Now, in a little bit here, by the way, we're having ghosts come out into the game, so it should be the moment where Zerg wants...
These lurkers are huge! That's so much damage. They will eventually get cleaned up, but
Dude,
that was a very cost-efficient trade.
About 1/4 of the supply just disappears there to a handful of lurkers, which can easily be remade. So the ghosts are coming. Now, when we get enough ghosts, and we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. The Zerg needs to get in there before that, and frankly, I don't see any movement. So maybe I had a bad read on this. I thought Zerg was going to get active pretty soon here. I don't know if we're waiting for upgrades or things to morph.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe adaptive talents is what we want.
I'm not sure either. Perhaps the plan is here for Dark to contain the Terran on 4 bases, as we've seen a lot of Zergs do, and maybe Cure going for this 5th base here, once it gets spotted by Dark, will be the cue for Dark to begin attacking, because that's when Terran is going to be spread the most thin.
Right.
And it's the 2 gases number 9 and 10, that are most critical for the Terran really achieving their late game potential, because you see Terran right now adding in Liberators, 2 factory siege tank, he's making a lot of ghosts. He really doesn't have a lot of gas right now, despite all of these geysers being up on 4 bases. 4 infestors now, this time not fat-fingered, I think. And 4 corruptors as well. Dark is making a very expensive army. This is not kind of the headbutt steamroller Zerg that we often see.
Right.
Where you just throw army after army after army with 95+ drones. This is Dark making one extremely powerful composition, and so for him, it's going to be very important that he takes favorable trades here. It's a nice little maneuver.
Yeah, definitely want to get rid of those tanks. That makes, moving around on the map a little bit more annoying. And you know what? I was dead wrong. I thought there was going to be some kind of a push, and it seems like Dark kind of wants to, almost in a role reversal here, turtle this out and try to take the Terran on. But as I say that, I mean, he hasn't contested the 5th base here.
Yeah, I'm not...
It's very different than what, I thought we were going to get coming into this. By the way, Greater Spire, Broodlord's most likely inbound here.
Oh, this could be huge. Dark wants to fungal that bio so bad. Kind of a interesting little engagement. A lot of energy being spent there by Dark. Those Vipers will go replenish their reserves. And yeah, Dark is just going to allow Kira to get up on 5 bases without too much contention. And this is kind of a head scratcher for me, because oftentimes Zerg is going to be sitting on 90+ drones and building a huge bank in situations like this. And although the usual MO for Zerg is to stop that 5th base from getting up, in any case, you would expect them to have a higher economy. In this situation, Dark is playing a lower eco game and he's not attacking, so he's not trading out these units. And
yeah, I guess, Cure, after staying back, goes, I guess I've got everything. I thought I was going to be kind of deflecting your attacks.
Whatever the big engagement is going to be, it's going to be critical here for Dark.
No, I think we're about to get there now, because at this point in time, Terran's going to start to push into these bases that are frankly very easy to attack into. I don't see any lurkers over here. I see Broodlords that are going to morph, but they're going to be, we're going to morph. They're going to get picked off here.
Nice network in production here for Dark.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so what we talked about, with this map and everything else, it's kind of being illustrated here. I mean, this is a small map.
It is.
I thought Zerg was going to try to fight and control the Terran, and then he didn't. And I don't know what to say other than now this looks like a Terran in the campaign level where you're slowly pushing across the Zerg. The Zerg's not doing anything. He's getting to fill in all these spots. The map is almost cut in half, which is bad for the Zerg, by the way.
It's very bad for the Zerg, especially if Terran is able to secure this base in the middle with a high-res Vespene Geyser. And Kira is going to be killing some of these siege tanks to free up supply. That is for Thors.
Yep.
Doesn't need that splash damage on the siege tanks just yet. And a split map scenario is what feels like, to me, the worst-case scenario here for Dark, because it's going to be so hard for him to push past 5 bases. You see him double expanding right now, but these bases are in such close proximity to the Terran expansions that I would be surprised if either of them are able to get up or get a reasonable amount of resources harvested from them. But let's see what Dark's able to do with this. Good Lord sieging down the 6th base here for Cure. We'll be able to take down 1 siege tank. ByuN's also taking down a Liberator is now. Tactical nukes are on the field here for Cure. He's going to be attacking the 5th base with that.
So it's become really like a game of territory here. This is going to become, I think, the point of tension here, as these bases are just, you know, in eye shot of each other.
They're so close in proximity, and either player securing their base and killing the opponent's base would be a huge win. So next couple of minutes over here, absolutely critical for both players.
I don't know that there's enough Broodlords to actually do anything. Terran's going to be able to get nukes. By the way, good idea here from Cure. You want to land all your mules here and just soak up the minerals?
While you can.
Yeah, because if you lose it, it's like, all right, whatever, we got what we needed. You don't want to give that over to the Zerg.
This is a tough engagement here for Dark as well, because although he has 120 army supply, so much of it is in spellcasters. He has something like 7 or 9 infestors, and there's some nice fungal growths coming down. Getting a lot of value out of those Broodlords as another tactical nuke is going off somewhere on the map. I think that ghost actually died. Some static defense being made over here on the right side for Dark.
This is such an odd game, and it is going to start to really draw out. By the way, only one location on the map has not been mined from.
True.
So, I mean, we're at the point where, like, we're going to run out of bases. Now, one thing to note, normally, if you've heard me say this, you know, many, many times before, it's, well, that's usually better for the Terran, right? But Zerg never really overextended. Zerg turtled as much as the Terran turtled, right? Zerg's only taking fights they can win.
Yeah, Zerg is being a lot more cost efficient than we normally see, and hold that thought actually takes us to a huge engagement coming in. All the infestors get EMP'd and sniped right in the beginning, so these fungals are pretty much all that Dark has.
But meanwhile, there's a big attack on the other side of the map, hitting this entire base. Big kills there, although there are not that many minerals left.
Yeah, 24 SCVs do go down. A lot of those infestors out of energy, but not dead, as Dark will be losing this base. So both players trading out one base for each other. But Cure right now with a bigger resource bank makes me think this is a scary position here for Dark, because Cure's Remax, he's adding in another siege tank, he's adding in more ghosts, he's getting his vehicle weapons. As the game goes on, Cure's army is going to be harder and harder to deal with for Dark, and I don't think that was a cost-efficient enough trade there for the Zerg player.
Yeah, that was, this is getting very, very tricky to cast, to be honest.
It's a very technical game.
Who mines out first? I think actually Terran might, weirdly enough.
Terran might mine out first. But Zerg has had the bigger economy for longer, I think.
Yeah.
They just were able to mine from these bases at the...
Well, here's where Zerg can kind of fracture off little bits of units here and there. And, you know, he actually does commit with the Banes onto the planetary. But, you know, in kind of a yin and yang effect, the Terran then goes up and pokes out that base. And so we basically have these 4 bases that dot the... Two on the far left, or 2 on the far right near the middle of the map that don't really seem to be easy to mine from, although we do have this kind of weird tension point here on the right side. But
Cure just continues to drop down mules here on this base, and this is, in my opinion, the critical difference between these two players right now is that Cure is mining from a high Vespene gas geyser a lot of the time. Right now it's not being made, but he's also getting all of the minerals out of that extra base. Dark has failed to mine from those perimeter bases for a long time, but is able to get this Nidus Canal up in the main base. Although I think he's scared about taking too many units out of it because his bank is so low. He knows that he needs to have good engagements, and if he were to, you know, pop out some infestors or a lot of lings in the main base and they get cleaned up, that would be very problematic for Dark. And look at the banks. I mean, this is frankly a role reversal. But on top of that, Cure right now with 45 SCVs, with all of his mules, he actually is able to have a superior mineral economy to Dark because he has so many macro orbitals on the map. And Tasteless, this nuke, woof. Ghost eventually does get cleaned up. For a second, I thought I might have been watching a solar game.
Oh, no. I feel like Cure can just kind of, as time passes, force Dark into a position where he just kind of withers away. By the way,
right.
no minerals at this base, but you know, you're kind of pushing back position. And what's happening, I think, now is that the Zerg is cornered because. I mean, and that's not to say that Zerg can't fight back and reclaim the center right position, but Terran is mining pretty freely from one of the two center bases on the far right. Over onto the far left, I think we're just going to see the Terran seesaw back over there. Terran has a bigger bank, I guess even in gas, but minerals are extremely important right now. They're sort of the building blocks for anything you're going to make, right?
And it just feels like Cure is in complete control of the map. Dark does have this base mining to his credit, but it's such a difficult position to play from. And even this trade right here, cleaning up this attack at the top right, that's costing a lot of Banelings for Dark. It's not very cost efficient spending those on Marauders, but he just doesn't have a lot of options right now. And I'm surprised that Cure hasn't taken that high yield Vespene Geyser. Okay, there it is. Once again, getting rebuilt. And Cure, once he takes one of these perimeter bases again, notice that he stopped dropping mules at that forward base. I think he's baking all of the energy so that once the left or the right side, which are a little bit less safe, get taken, he drops 12, maybe more mules on them and just vacuums up all of the resources as the orbital starts to morph over on that side. Actually planetary, so Cure really wants to hold down that position. And him double expanding like this allows him to kind of secure at least one of these bases and land all of those mules. And it feels like Dark is, just like you said, completely cornered. He was able to take that one base on the left side, but the army for Cure is so technical, it is so advanced. This is effectively Ghost Mech, which is about as strong as any army composition could possibly be.
This is like this ultimate endgame army. Now, let's point this out as well. Like, I mean, I think Dark's probably dead, but it's possible that like Cure overextends a little bit, gets a little bit too headstrong, and then it comes down to like, you know, both these locations of minerals, they drain out, and maybe there's some kind of scrappy play from him from there. Like right now, we're seeing a huge amount of the mech. Basically, the entire mech army is going to be picked off. As we all know, you can't really push with an army like this into Broodlords.
Yeah, that was a pretty good engagement there for Dark.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I almost wish we could tell the observer to kind of go zoom out and figure out. By the way, that's not the Greater Spire, so you can still make Broodlords here.
Dark is building an extra Spire just in case. Just in case he also
Spire.
loses the Greater
It's the
Spire.
stunt double for the other Spire. Now,
so Cure will eventually remax here. I wonder what his production is back at home, because this is a very slow remax for Cure. And one thing that we haven't really touched on is that if these players have another big engagement, Dark has all these hatcheries, all of this larva. He'll be able to very quickly remax, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas Cure just has the production in the main base. He hasn't really added a lot of additional factories or barracks out on the map.
Now, we've got what I would call an inverse TVZ, where the Zerg's the turtler and the Terran's the one that's trying to come out and end him. Zerg does still have enough like resource nodes that are available that you can play this out. I also want to point out, I think the one way that Zerg could win this long term is to win a fight maybe like this one and then pounce on production.
Yeah.
Terran production is in a lot of ways just inferior compared to what Zergs can do, right?
Yeah, if he is able to win an engagement and also get a Nidus Canal up in the main base of Cure, which is a lot of ifs, but if he's able to make that happen, it could be great for Dark. With the engagement coming in, these Ghosts going to try and get their snipes, but the Lord's able to micro back and...
Okay, so that's a big win.
It is a big win.
And it, you know, at what cost? Basically none. But this push continues on here. Now, where are the rest of the Broodlords? Because this hatchery is going to go down.
All 12 Broodlords still standing.
Couple of things to note, guys. Look at the gas for Terran. Not great.
Mostly out.
Now, that means he could make, like, you know, if you don't have gas, what can you make? Hellions, Marines, you know, I guess command centers. But you know what I'm saying.
Right. None of that really beats, you
None
know,
of that
investors or Broodlords or anything to that effect.
So we may just see a masterclass endgame here from Dark in kind of a moment where, the, you know, the ultimate plans from Dark kind of, at least for you and me, state kind of emerge 25 minutes into the game.
It's possible.
If it works.
For a moment there, we saw on the bottom right the total amount of resources lost for each player. And I'm pretty sure that in any ZVT late game I've ever seen, this is the most cost-efficient Zerg
Yeah,
of like
I mean,
all time. It's almost 1-for-1 in terms of resources being spent.
And here we go, more gas units just disappear. At basically the cost of nothing. I mean, he's taking out tanks.
13 more Broodlords? Are you insane?
And let's keep in mind, like, what fights Broodlords, right? Like, Vikings are
There's
pretty
no,
good.
There's
but
no
you can't
air on
get-
them. Yeah, there's no air for Cure.
Precisely. There's not the kind of tools. You know, Thors and some stuff, they can fight like a couple Broodlords, right? You can get a sniper there. But there's a
Yeah.
moment where you sort of have this flooding mechanism that's just going to chew its way through everything. And so now I don't want to call it yet. And look, Dark could very well still lose this. I feel like this is a game the Zerg should have lost a while ago, but here we are, guys.
Yeah, Dark is somehow navigating the ZVT late game in a way that...
I've just never seen anything quite like this.
Exactly.
Now, keep in mind, Terran has mostly been able to soak the resources on the right side of the map, but he's also just sort of bled off these big amounts of units. And here we go, what is now, by the way, a maxed out Terran. You can't change your supply. You can't build, you can't, produce your way out of this. We sort of have this actually borderline hilarious amount of Broodlords.
This is a lot of Broodlords.
Now, could he go? could he beeline south and go into production? I don't know. I'm just saying, it could happen.
25 Broodlords.
Now, Terran's going to try to push up into the upper right. Keep in mind that
I'm scared of this move here for Cure. If Dark pounces on this, if he takes a good engagement, that's GG, I think. There's no gas for Cure in the bank.
I feel
1400.
like Cure may be a bit panicked here because I think we know that this Terran army can't beat this, right?
I don't think it can.
Although Dark seems to be extra cautious. Oh, I see Nidus.
Neural Parasite coming in on these two Thors.
And he's basically... Okay, nice snipes there.
Oh, it's a lot of Broodlord damage. Two Broodlords go down, a lot more on low HP.
He stopped mining down there. Notice that Terran is getting about 600 to 700 minerals income, roughly. Zerg's actually ahead. So this is...
It all comes down to this next engagement, Tasteless.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But, and again, by the way, it's hard for Terran to produce the right next few moves. I do think, and again, we don't have like meters to detect this, but if you just look at the way this game's gone, there's actually less resources on the right than there are on the left. The left goes to the Zerg. So
exactly.
Again, I've never quite casted an inverse TVZ. That's what I'm calling it right now. But, it's like the camping play. It was, in fact, the Terran that overextended.
Instead of a TVZ, it's a ZVT.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. I like that.
But, yeah.
So he's going to drop in the main.
Oh,
but,
I like this play a lot, actually. He's going to get the Hive.
Yeah, but so what? You can remake the Hive. Normally, when you get the Hive, you're getting the Greater Spire. You're going to get, like, the Lurker Den or the Infestation Pit. This doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, the one thing that Dark really can't make from this position is, I suppose, Vipers, right? By losing the Hive. But Dark has almost no resources. A few minutes ago we were looking at this and the banks were quite similar. Dark was mining a little bit more on the left side and Cure was running out of gas. But since then, the game has gone really passive ever since Dark morphed those 25 Broods. And Dark really isn't mining a lot. And although Cure has 22 workers, those workers are mostly on gas. And he has a lot of mules that he keeps dropping on these exterior bases. So his mineral bank is all the way up to 3.6K. And what was a scary position for Cure now, I feel like is kind of scary for Dark because not only does he have a very small bank, he only has 12 larvae total. He only has 3 hatcheries, I think. This is an odd-looking army. Baneling Broodlord.
I feel like my brain is getting hot. Like I'm like overclocked right now looking at this. This is such an interesting
army values.
So Terran is now forced to try to squeeze into this far upper left location. Terran has to fight what is basically the hardest army you could ever fight. Mass Banes with Broodlords.
This is a max Zerg army that has 3K more resources invested in it than Terran.
This is like a level of StarCraft we just haven't seen, I feel like, in ages, where he's just sort of... Dark is so ahead of the meta right now that he looks at this and he goes, no. You can make Terran overextend here. You can actually give Terran more of the map. You can turn the Terran into the Zerg.
It's all going to come down to this engagement. Broodlord struggling to find another connection here.
Well, the thing is, anything they touch it's going to be, you know, a micro % closer to winning this game because Broodlings are infinite. And repair is not.
3 more Thors in production.
Now, in this moment where we're seeing supplies get traded out, I want to point out that Terran is, by the way, Terran ahead in minerals and gas bank, by the way. He's going to have an opportunity to try to reconfigure this army into one that can maybe take this fight. But again, there are more minerals and gas to soak on the upper left than there are on the bottom right. A small link counterattack's going to cross. I don't know if we're going to catch it on.
It's actually a great play. It's going to stop the gas mining here for Cure. And really with Dark's Bank, it's kind of the only thing he can afford to make right now. 22 Broodlords, 55 Banes.
So there's one base that it really has resources. This one down here, this will be disappeared if he lands mules there. Both sides have basically sacked workers. I was wondering if we're going to have an infrastructure attack here. I guess we're not yet. And so Terran may, for the first time in what feels like forever, be on their back foot.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting position because Dark really has no incentive to push across the map from this spot. He has 2 mining bases. His bank is almost non-existent, so if he loses a fight, he cannot remax. This is all he's got for a long time.
So I think they're both almost down to 1 base. Yeah, see the base in the upper left shot, that's pretty resource. This is what I was talking about. So if you come in here, there's not a lot of workers for Terran, by the way. There's 21 SCVs. This base is going to evaporate pretty fast. Now, Terran can try to do some kind of base trade-ish stuff, but again, it's Thor's, you know, trudging across the map.
Yeah, and Dark's going to move back over here to this position. Those ghosts very far forward.
Now, he may have forced him to commit. This may have been part of Dark's plan all along.
Broodlords come in, they fire 1 volley and then retreat back. I think 1 Thor goes down during all that. 21 Broodlords now.
He's going for it.
All
Banes are
right.
gonna come in. Let's do this.
All the Banelings coming into the front line.
They're actually getting stuck as he's just mind controlled every single Thor. He's got to manually kill them here.
Dark just waiting to take the engagement. He does an A move with the Banelings because he wants to get the maximum hits, and he completely wipes Cure's army. 18 Broodlords still standing.
Ghosts on the move, though, en masse.
Cure is going to spend all of his gas on 3 more Thors, 2 more Ghosts, 2 more Liberators. Besides that, he has only minerals right now.
And Zerg's just gone for Zerglings, which could be Banelings, of course, but not a lot of gas in this picture.
And after that engagement, you know, I was kind of expecting this big fight and one player just emerges victorious and walks away with the game, but that was quite close.
Yeah, I don't know if he should have sent all the Banes there. I don't want to nitpick too much, but here we are, and I think a game we may never end up casting a game like this again.
The Banelings are going to, or the Zerglings, excuse me, are going to try and come in and maybe catch some of these units, but...
Yeah, you know, and by the way, we're at the point in time in a game like this, even the Zerglings are, you know, precious, and you want to get as much value out of them as you can.
Right, and one question that I have now is...
This may be one of the most interesting games of the entire year. I think it already is.
I'm trying to think about this, the way these 2 armies engage, and there's so many less Thors in this army here for Cure, but there's more Liberators and more Ghosts. Does this beat almost pure Broodlord? Because that's really what Dark has. He has Broodlords, he has what's going to be soon 7 Infestors, and I think 7 Queens. 9
I'm not
Queens.
sure. I mean, there are Infestors. Infestor Ghost thing is kind of
it's tricky.
Whoever catches who first.
But is there an answer to the Liberators here for Dark? If there isn't, then
well, that's a good point. I
is
really
Cure able
to
to zone?
Well, can he just like make a few Corruptors here? He doesn't have that much left.
Well, the Corruptors would get sniped. It's such a tricky problem. Cure coming in again, doesn't want to lose any of these Ghosts. Every unit is precious in this situation.
Keep in mind, you know, the splash damage from the tanks isn't helpful for the Terran right now with Broodlords. I don't know. I'm not saying that he should have made tanks. I really don't know.
Oh my God.
Where to take this game, but I'm just saying, like, you know, siege tanks are not always your friend in moments like this.
I think for a moment there, Dark was attacking his own Broodlings with his Broodlords to get more Broodlings.
I think you're
into
right.
The fight.
I think he was trying to chain it.
Just insane.
Now, the most important location where the Zerg's mining from, it remains untouched.
Only 4 Thors out here for Cure.
Now, again, these siege tanks, do you want to be in siege mode? I'm not so sure. The Ghosts are going to come forward. The Fungals come down.
Big Fungals coming in.
These Broodlings are going to come in here. The siege tank shots are going to connect them to some of the Ghosts. There are still 8 Ghosts in this game, now 7-6.
Only 9 Broodlords left, though. I mean, these are about as even trades as you can get. 4 Ghosts, 6 Liberators, and 3 Thors standing here for Cures. The supply's almost dead even. Dark's going to do a counterattack with a handful of Banelings and Lings in one of the most scrappy late game ZBTs I have ever seen. And Baneling Landmine right here. Baneling Landmine, Cure does avoid it.
Yeah, he does come in there and just take out a few SCVs, draw them away.
Yeah, Cure is going to retreat now.
Okay, so Terran's minerals are starting to disappear. By the way, you know, I thought this was going to eventually be mined out. It has not been.
Yeah, he's been mining this very slowly. I guess he hasn't been dropping too many mules on these bases. At least one of those mineral patches had something like 1,000, 1,500 minerals left.
I think there's way less orbitals than we realize.
Yeah, perhaps that's it.
I don't feel like I've seen mules
or perhaps
for a while.
Perhaps Cure has been just prioritizing having scans in these engagements because the fights really are everything right now. And feels like every single one of these fights has been almost dead even, and as it is right now, Dark on only 1 mining base. I'm not sure exactly how many minerals are left. This base maybe has about 2,000 minerals left, which is a sizable sum at this stage in the game. And I'm wondering...
Oh, dude.
Yeah, these Baneling landmines...
This is actually big brain play.
Look at the income here for Dark as well. I think if he waits, he might be able to invest in 7 or 8 more Banelings for another set of landmines.
It's just a 1 base right now, right? But Terran, you know, it looks like that other base is going to mine out, but eventually he can throw SCVs. Oh, he already has thrown SCVs to the bottom right base. So I do think that Zerg mines out last. We are having the observer kind of look around for any other patches, and we are seeing, you know, stray SCVs kind of come back and try to harvest out whatever you can get. This is going to be a game where you mine out the map, by the way.
At this point, I don't know if Cure has a way.
Oh, there's an infestor just right here.
Oh my god. Look at this infestor.
Now, what's his plan? Surprise?
Well, he can't really...
Hold on. We're going.
There could be a time that...
Where are the Banes? Where are the Banes?
I think he retreated them back to the main army. Oh, there's another infestor here. This is so crazy.
Yeah.
If the ghost clump out, he might be able to neuroparasite a ghost and EMP the remaining ones, but there's only really 4 ghosts here. All right, he takes the ghost. Is he gonna get the... No, gets taken out, and that's very expensive here for Dark.
Yeah, that's an infestor gone forever. He scans now, sees that other infestor. Right.
Trying to scurry away. Does get 1 fungal growth. And
take what you can get. Just do that damage. Keep running. Keep making him scan.
Yeah, Cure does have to spend minerals to repair those units. More queens in production. I like this from Dark. I feel like the most cost-effective units you can make here as Dark are more queens and more infestors because those are effectively just going to use energy, right? You're not going to trade them out really in the fights. You might lose a couple Broodlords in the engagements, but besides that, you're ideally just losing Broodlings. And I don't think that Dark has a greater Spire anymore either, right? Not that he can really make too many more Broodlords given the economy.
I think he does have a greater Spire. Isn't it at the top left? Am I wrong?
I'm not sure where it is.
So the incomes have slowed down to a crawl.
It's a lot of liberation
nice fungals.
zones. Those fungals are a lot of damage on the mech units. SCV is being pulled to repair.
Again, siege tanks not always, you know, what you want in moments like this.
No, and these fungals are being very effective. It's kind of odd to say this, but the fungals are really Dark's most effective anti-air right now.
You know, it's funny because fungal, you know, it doesn't last that long, it doesn't do that much damage. But the thing is like, this is a game where like every little interaction kind of adds up. And so one of these is going to die. I mean, there you go.
And Dark also knows that he can tank 1 shot from the siege tanks with these infestors before retreating back. And these Liberators now very low on HP. And look at the mineral fields on the minimap. Cure is very quickly running out. Soon he won't be able to repair his army anymore.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
And Zerg has Transfuse and the natural regeneration. So I think in the ultimate late game scenario, unless Cure can somehow find an answer or get some snipes off.
He's going to get the pool. Again, everything has to be remade. He could even get the Baneling's Nest as Zerg is sort of full-on pulled back to the only real location of value. Again, spawning pools can be remade here. There's another infestor just right here. He might try to get the Ghost and EMP. Broodlords are going to inch forward here and try to catch
Exactly.
the sword. There
Exactly. Double EMP.
Oh,
and then he
and
snipes a Ghost on the left side.
Yeah, pushes the Ghost into the range of the Broodlings.
Ghost count down to 4 now.
Now, the army supplies here are pretty even. It's 124 to 138.
Such
Zerg
huge armies.
still mines minerals.
Yeah, both players mining a small sum of minerals.
By the way, State, Terran gas at 0.
That's a great point.
Zilch. So, as far as I can tell, that's it.
This Liberator.
You need some gas to repair?
No, it's all. I think
only
it's
minerals?
all minerals.
Okay, okay.
I'm pretty sure it's all minerals.
Yeah.
We might be showing some
I might be
ignorance
wrong.
here.
Sorry, guys. Normally, it's not something you think about.
No, I also
in a
do
moment
not
like
think
this.
about
Yeah,
this.
I'm
I straight
not
up
sure.
do not know. But I feel like Dark, he might have done it.
I think he's pulled it off.
But also, how does he attack into the Terran?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, because you have to kill his buildings. So these Lings are going to come up. Now, this may be
that's a very good point. If this could potentially reach
it,
a point where
it would have to be like a gentleman's draw, where they'd be like, yeah, we're not going to attack each other. The problem is that, well, I guess actually even taking out Terran's infrastructure doesn't matter anyways. They can't really make anything.
Consider this though, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Dark doesn't have an anti-air unit that can kill a floating building in a corner. And he would need to, I don't think he has a Spire. I might be wrong about this, but I don't think he has a Spire. He would need to, I think, build a lair and then build a Spire and then build a Corruptor to kill a floating CC in a corner. So there is a potential for a late game draw from Terra no matter what, if Cure realizes it. Which is insane.
Yeah, which is totally bananas.
So the more that I'm thinking about this, the more that I'm thinking Dark can only really play for a draw here unless he's able to mine enough resources for this. But look, he's adding more structures. I don't even think he's going to have enough gas to build a Spire and a Corruptor. He has one extractor left, and it's got to be very low.
You may be correct. Units lost. Look at this.
But does Cure realize it, though?
VOD and just take all that in. SCVs are now just another unit to fight.
This is such an insane situation that even if Dark wins the engagement, Cure might not realize this extremely edge case.
I guess you could also push creep tumors forward.
Yeah.
And kind of use, like, keep a mobile Zerg base going here.
Wait, are these not depleted geysers? He might get a little bit more gas.
Oh, I hadn't even occurred to me.
Is he going to have the minerals to build a refinery? What an insane game.
He was making spine crawlers with the last few minerals he had. Overlord's being picked off. Although I think their function is pretty much over right now. Now, that's a tough Overlord. Look at how many hits that takes.
Wasn't there one patch early? Oh my, he's going to drop it. He's like, oh, there's some minerals here. I'll just vacuum those up. 160 on the patch. Why not? You take it. You take it. The mules don't really matter. Just
yeah, no, you might as well. Like, whatever you could take.
Such a funny game.
We really are at this moment where it's like every single mineral patch. Oh, you know what? You know what? Actually, that's a lot. That's 900.
Is that 900?
I think 900 plus minerals over
900
there.
minerals there. There's maybe 300 between those two mineral patches and the Zerg base.
Whenever you see like a mineral patch that's like, oh, like it's so little, you kind of are like, well, that's worthless. And now I'm like, ooh, look at that. We're like in post-apocalyptic StarCraft where I'm like, there's a can of beans in there, State.
So Cure's army supply has ballooned quite a bit, and that's because he spent all of his minerals, all those minerals that we saw in the corner, on Hellbats, which are like basically like the Terran version of the Roach. So, you know, like the supply ballooned up a lot, but this army hasn't actually gotten too much stronger. All right.
Okay, so
he's so much static. I actually didn't realize that Dark was able to build this little armada.
This is his airship army. This is the airship.
Transfuses are key here. Dark cannot afford to lose any of these 8 Broodlords. Every loss is massive.
And I guess with the minerals that are over here, I do think you might be right about he can't make a Spire.
I don't think he can. I don't even think he has a lair. I think he would need to build a lair and then the Spire and then the Corruptor, which is too much. And yeah, Cure floating these buildings. I do think that Dark's best case scenario here is a draw. And I think that might be where we're heading, because I'm looking at Cure's army. I don't see any way that he can fight into the Zerg where the Zerg like can't just disengage and transfuse everything, right?
And
how does Kier kill him? I see
100%,
no world.
100% you can float your buildings all to the bottom right.
Yeah.
If you're Terran.
I see no world where Kier's army...
And we're not missing something, right? There's no, like, unit that can also just...
20 drones, changelings, lings, overlord, overseers, 8 brood lords, 3 banes, 17 infestors, and 19 queens. The queens are the only unit with a range attack.
I think we're going to have to redo game 2.
After 40... This game is already longer than our first series of the day.
By a lot, actually.
And we might have a regame. It might not count, Tasteless.
I think you're right. It seems like he miscalculated what he had left over here.
Just insane. It is a little concerning for me that Kier hasn't taken any of these floating buildings and just put one in the corner. I mean, time isn't going to be an issue, but that makes me wonder if he really fully realizes this scenario.
Right. So every spine that goes down, it's one less building for the Zerg. It's also possible Kier can win this, by the way.
Some nice fungals from Dark. It's a lot of AoE. He actually is going to be killing some units with these.
Okay, so this actually could be a big mistake here. But again, I mean, this could be the reality that this whole army just disappears and then they both kind of sit there until a ref comes over.
Yeah, there's also a situation, looking at this, is another Ghost gets CMP'd.
There's not like a Corruptor hiding in the far top left,
No, there's
right?
no, look at the units tab, there's nothing.
Oh, right, of
course.
There's
nothing.
I'm like racking my brain here trying to imagine every possible outcome.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to reconcile like the reality of what we're seeing and this being a draw.
But here's the thing, we see it, Kier doesn't.
Exactly.
So Kier could be in a position where he thinks, no, of course he has a Corruptor.
Or, of course, the game is lost. Like, when you're playing it in the moment like this, it might just be completely out of your headspace where it's like, wait, I actually can force a draw.
Yeah, you can't think like, well, maybe he forgot to make a Corruptor, lol.
The buildings, I think they're floating to the corner.
There's 22 gas in that, remaining in that one. That's not enough.
Kier might be floating his buildings to the corner.
I don't know how much gas you need total to get this. We have the Observer now poking around here.
For my sanity.
0, 0.
For my sanity, I just want Kier to send one building to the corner, just so I know that he recognizes.
No, I know. 0, 0.
I'm getting dehydrated casting this, Tasteless.
I know. I decided to not pee before this best of 5, and here I am.
You messed up.
My bladder is screaming right now, and guess what? We're just going to go right into the redo of Game 2 after this.
My God.
I don't even know about hiding these infestors around here. What buildings that can float are down in the bottom right? Is it just some command centers that are being used to
command centers, I think.
Okay, so we're about to hit the 50-minute marker.
So the more that I'm looking at this, I see no way that Kier beats Dark's army. I just don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I think Kier can't kill the army, but the ace up Kier's sleeve, even though he doesn't know he has it, is that there's nothing that can hit a building that would float to the bottom right.
He might know, and just he hasn't bothered to send a building down there yet.
Sure. Note how he's using these changelings to kind of further his movement over here. Terran not in a position now with... Oh, hold on.
There's no resources at all for Kier. Some minerals left, but I don't think it matters at this point just because Kier's army is never going to beat Dark's army straight up.
And we are basically 100% that, like, if Terran is to simply... In my mind, I feel like eventually you got to just float those buildings to the bottom right and attack, but here we are.
Yeah, if Kier recognizes it, this is the best case scenario for Dark, a draw. And I think that's what should be the natural resolution of this game because Dark's army is superior. When these armies, if these armies inevitably do clash, Dark will win.
By the way, good position for Kier to try to end this game on across this river, where it's like just hard to actually get out to the other side of. There's enough siege tanks that it doesn't seem like the Broodlings could touch anything.
I loved our observer like briefly going to the production tab to show there's one creep server being made.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I understand.
Yeah, the more that I'm looking at this, I'm wondering whether a referee is just going to go on stage and be like, okay, guys, we're going to have a regame of Game 2. But there is the...
Oh, hold on. He's starting to chuck stuff in here.
Oh, the Broodlords. I guess there is a world where Dark loses all of his Broodlords and loses the game. 7 Broodlords. I think that might have been 8 at some point. Now down to 6. 5? Is Kerr doing this?
Well,
Only
see.
1 ghost left.
Keep
6
in mind, you know,
Thors.
after the Broodlords get low enough in numbers, you really can't do anything with the Brood lanes. I think there's 4 left?
5, I think. 5 Broodlords in total.
Okay.
No ghosts. Snipe is completely off the table. It is only Thors, and they cannot be repaired, so...
So it's either Cure wins or it's a draw.
Look at the units that Cure has. Okay, it does have some bio. I was going to say, if it's all mech, Dark could just try to neural every single unit pretty much.
Yeah, it's true.
But again, as long as Cure recognizes that nothing can kill a floating building in a corner, this is a draw.
How long has it been since we've even had a draw here in GSL?
I don't know if I've ever casted a draw. I think maybe no. These Fungals just chipping away. Dark knows that he can tank 1 Siege Tank shot or 1 Liberator shot with these Infestors, and he's using that knowledge to just do continuous damage.
A minor army supply increase here. Or not increase, advantage, I should say, here for Cure.
But I think it's mostly in Hellbats.
Yeah, that's probably true. It's
12
like,
Hellbats is 24 of this army supply.
I think a lot of this goes back to when he sent all those Banes in to fight that.
That's so much res.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that was a Spire and a Corruptor?
Here we go.
Neural comes in. A little bit anticlimactic.
Now again, repair's gone for Terran. So like, you can heal forever. Well, not forever, but you know, the regen on the Medevac, in theory, you could just keep healing damaged units, but Thors are not going to heal. We're going to start to run out of Infestors, by the way. There's still a couple here, but how many Infestors have you seen die over the last 15 minutes? A lot.
That's a good point, but I don't think that Dark is going to let that happen. I feel like he's going to continuously try and get something done, get some damage in with these Infestors, and then once he gets a small number, maybe 7, maybe 8, maybe 9, he'll just be okay. I'm content with this.
Just like Fungal this?
Fungal might be better. I mean, it's certainly better than what that was.
Well, I guess the problem is I was thinking Fungal the SCVs, but it's like I guess the Medevac could heal that.
The only way that I see Dark losing this game is if he continues to bleed out units and he somehow loses these Broodlords, because besides the Broodlords, it's really just Queens and Infestors, which don't fight well in a straight-up engagement.
I'm going to go back to what we were talking about earlier. The fact that there's not one building floating in the bottom right, I do feel like tells us that Cure does not have the right read on this.
Like, he might not realize the situation. He might think that it still comes down to this. And I'm a little bit confused by the way that Dark is playing it too, by sacrificing these Infestors, because I feel like Dark should be on the same page. But maybe Dark is playing with the best case scenario, imagining that maybe Cure doesn't realize there's a draw.
Well,
because both players should know.
It's his game to do what he thinks is going to be best, right? So, like, I get it.
Yeah, but
now Terran is kind of abandoning the river outpost. I don't know what's dying under there.
I think it was a missile turret under the
okay. I
the
thought it might
barracks.
have been like an SCV or something. He's going to go retreat back to the planetary, which does make the math probably worse for the Zerg. 55 minutes into this game, by the way. It's
How many times have you seen a Hellbat get assimilated?
I've seen it all now. Is this an overextension? Fungal's going down!
It's a lot of bio getting fungled. Hellbats as well. Hellbats can
Here we go,
heal.
here we go. The Broodlings are starting to gnaw through this. A couple more chain Fungals. And I think, now the question is Cure just...
No!
You are kidding me.
Nothing can kill
Crazy
a lifted building.
But at the same time, the worst episode of Game of Thrones I've ever seen. All he had to do was float a building over the vacant area. But you know what, Dark, it's kind of crazy.
I'm not wrong about this, right? There's nothing that could hit. Like, the Queen doesn't have enough range to kill a CC in the
my
corner,
boat's
right?
charging, but can you see if somebody's tweeting at us like we don't get? I think he could have just floated a building there.
I think so too. I feel like the worst case scenario for Kure was a draw.
I've devoted my whole life to this game, and like but I'm almost second guessing myself because Kure didn't do it. But no, there's no way. But the thing is, Dark just kind of waited it out. And again, keep in mind, he could have hidden a Corruptor somewhere. Even though he didn't.
It's possible.
Even though he didn't. I'm just saying, Kure's mind.
But if you're Kure, make him at least have the Corruptor, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
make him show it to you. Is what I'm thinking. And
listen, I don't want to be the guy that's going to tell Kure after that's done that he could have just floated a building over there. I don't even want to be on the same block.
Unimaginable. If there's something that we're missing, please, on Twitter, let us know, because I'm racking my brain thinking about it, and I don't think that a queen can kill a floating building in the corner, like the bottom right corner, for example. I don't think that's possible. I think that Kure has a draw no matter what.
That map, the bottom right cavity and the top left cavity are massive.
Yeah.
They're massive. And honestly, I mean, I'm shocked he didn't have like one building. At least in my brain, if I was in that situation, I would have just auto sent one building down there. With the number of floating buildings I have,
I don't know. I want to hear from people on Twitter in terms of like whether this is possible.
Let us know on Twitter.
Absolutely baffling. That was an insane game.
Well, it's insane on so many levels, but it's also so like disappointing because of how it ended. Because
it's, yeah.
I mean, props to Dark. I mean, he by the way, I think we need to go back for a second and talk about the inverse ZVT that we saw there.
That was insane. That was the most cost-effective ZVT I've ever seen.
I've never seen anything quite like it. And it's like you kind of get to the end and you go into Broodlords, into then like a lot of Broodlords.
Right.
It's like, okay, well, he's done it. He doesn't have that much. And now we're going to make him, because most of the time when you beat Broodlords, you go around him. But what if there's nothing to go around because they're guarding one outpost?
Mm-hmm. They don't care about the main base, the natural. It doesn't matter.
And you have to kill that outpost to win the game. Now, that is an interesting situation. But at the same time, it's a game as old as the first day of StarCraft 1. You win and you lose. What are the conditions for that? Well, it's to destroy all their buildings. We have had people that have watched for years that don't really play. They don't know. Those are actually the win conditions, okay? It actually comes down to if you lose all your buildings. Now, you don't ever have games have that, or maybe you have 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 where that's the case. Probably not 10,000, but, you have those moments, but usually it's just that. So one of the little fundamental tricks in the game is, well, if he doesn't have any units that can fly and hit a flying building, what if you hide a barracks over in the corner? Anyways.
All right, guys, we're going to set 3, Tropical Sacrifice.
But we're going to keep talking about set 2 because there's still more to say.
Zerg, Dark.
They zoom in on Dark's face. He has a full beard after that game. It's so long.
He's an old man.
He's an old man. He's got beads hanging off of it and stuff. He's long dreads on the back of his head.
The most insane ZVT I've ever seen, and perhaps more so because I feel like Kure could not have possibly lost if you recognize the situation.
Well, what's odd about it is that I don't know. They're part of StarCraft is like ticking these boxes in your head.
Yeah.
And it's very true in these kind of base trade end game, one of a kind moments. Is like, okay, well, let's And normally you see it like I guess more in like TVT where these games are like they both lose their bases and they Reaper all in each other, and it's like, oh, okay, well, no, I don't know. What a game. What a game, man.
It's an emotional journey.
It's crazy.
I'm just still thinking about
Did you get any tweets
the way that it ended. No, I haven't heard. Guys, please let me know.
Let us know. Maybe we're wrong, but
I think Nick's charging his phone right now, so.
I'm not addicted to my phone like State is. No, I mean, I want to know, man. Like, what is
I want. So I'm almost certain that there's no way that
No, there's
Cure,
no way.
yeah, right? Like
there's none. I mean,
he can't make a spire. He can't make a lair
also
and a
just
spire and a
reading from the Korean
corruptor.
casters. It's like, yeah, I mean, they were at the same reaction, like, no. But
I want someone to tell me that I'm right, because I'm in disbelief with the way that game ended.
it was a wild ending to that game, man.
Absolutely
and it was honestly like
insane.
a crazy game all the way through. Like we were getting kind of, and I'm glad we kind of saw it early on, where we're like, what is this? You know, Terran's going to get more of the map. This is insane.
Yeah, it did, and I love how you kept saying reverse TVZ, because that
Yeah.
truly is what it felt like. Where
Or inverse, yeah.
or inverse, yeah. Excuse me, because there was a point where it seemed like Dark realized, okay, like, I messed this up. I'm not on 95 plus drones. I don't have the economy to continuously throw units at the Terran and keep him off the 5th base. The only way that I win is in this extreme edge case late game scenario. And it feels like he might have just made that judgment and we weren't keyed in on it yet, and that's why he played the way that he did from the mid game on.
You got to wonder if he scanned and saw there was no Spire. Or if that registered. Also, you know, it is an exhausting game. Sometimes people just have these blind spots. We've all lost games where someone goes, why didn't you just do this? And you go, what?
I think it was just a mental gap. I mean, think about it. He's in the quarterfinals here. GSL SuperTournament, round of 8. It's game 2. He's in a 50-minute slog against Dark, and his entire mindset that game has probably been, how do I kill this army? How do I kill this army?
Yeah.
How do I kill this army? And eventually, he realized, I can't. Like, and what his brain jumps to is, I've lost, not, is there any extremely weird 1 in a million edge case scenario where I can get a draw here? Because generally, if you lose your army in a late game like that, you don't have an opportunity to fly a building in the corner. Of course, they're going to build 1 corruptor at least and kill it. Maybe it'll take a million years, but you don't grind the game out until they eliminate all your buildings. You tap out. So, just an insane game. I'm still wrapping my head around it. I'm still making terms with the way that it ended, but as it is 2-0 in Dark's favor.
Talking about it all night. Like
we're going to go get dinner after this and be like, can you believe game 2?
So insane. All right, this game, Ling Speed and Roach Warren. I don't know that there's going to be aggression from Zerg, but every once in a while, Dark will kind of come in with a lot of damage. Now, Banshee's kind of a good catch-all for that.
And Dark right now on 41 drones. And how much whiplash would we get if Dark just all-in after?
Well, he could. I mean, Ling Speed's done.
There's 7 Lings in production.
Yeah, he's getting these Roaches now. And then if he makes Lings after this, a lot of times that's kind of the timing to start to flood the Terran. Now, the Banshee's going to go around, try to come in here and slip into the sides and do some damage. But, okay, 12 Lings. He made 2 more drones and then 12 more Lings. So this is going to be a timing attack. But, you know, it's not one that's intended to end the game. It's one that's intended to beat up the Terran.
No, he returns to droning after those 12 Lings.
So the idea is the Roaches are going to come down, but as they start to deal damage, the Lings are going to come in for, you know, that extra oomph.
Roach is going to be going all the way down. The south side of the map, going to just waypoint all the way into the 3rd base, I suppose, of the Terran. It's Dark now going up into lair tech, adding in more Zerglings. And this is kind of an interesting maneuver. Usually when we see Roaches like this, it's kind of trying to bust down the natural ramp, kill some supply depots, kill some SCVs repairing. But in this case, he's going for the 3rd, I think. And Cure, in the meantime, 2 Banshees going to be looking to try to find some damage in the main base of Dark. Depot's now coming down here at the 3rd. And these Roaches are hitting very late, but it's kind of an awkward timing. Cure still doesn't have that much here to deal with this.
But the Hellions in the back here are going to be pretty good. Oh, actually, I love this. He's going to set the Lings right down here. The Hellions need to fight the Zerglings. He's going to spread this out here. And he's kind of just avoiding the Hellions. This is actually really smart.
This is really well executed here from Dark.
And he actually can get over the depot, I think. So there's going to be a lot of dead SCVs.
13 SCVs already going down as Cure just seems like he's getting hamstringed right now. Dark coming in with this Roachling timing attack and getting massive damage done. This is way worth the investment. 16 drones in total. He even gets a supply depot there at the 3rd base. He's killing off
And again, he
Hellion.
droned behind this. There's a Spire coming as well.
What does Cure have that kills air? The Marine count also got reset, so the Banshees and the Hellions are going to have to wait until that Marine count grows to a point.
I got to say, this is already like a way better game for Dark.
Oh, it's looking fantastic. One more Roach in production, double evolution chamber coming in. Cure will have an upgrade advantage in terms of timing.
The Banshee for a second. I'm like, oh, you don't want to be doing that. No.
Let's see if Cure is able to get any counter damage for these Hellions, but Dark is well positioned at the natural ramp. More Roaches in production. 69 drones to 52 workers. And Dark, it feels like he has a lot of momentum right now. Even picking off some of these Hellions. The Hellions, of course, not very great in straight-up engagements, but Cure would love to just somehow find some drone kills to equalize a little bit here.
With that being said, I think there is a path to recovery here for Cure.
Yeah, there is.
But, you know, it's funny. Dark not as often the Ling Muta guy. Like, you know, we just cast a DRG.
Oh, it's a good point.
Dark oftentimes going Roach Ravager, trying to box the Terran back and absorb the blows, but he's going for a very, very different approach.
I love the micro of the Zerglings trying to get this around, but there's like 7 of them.
It's like just not quite enough. Man, Roaches can be fast.
Roaches with speed on creep are pretty quick.
Yeah.
So our
wheels on their
Banshees gonna try and get away from here. I don't know if there's an overseer on the map. I think it's finally coming in. We'll be able to clean up one of these Banshees, the other one escaping away. And the army back at home for Cure is not looking too bad. He has been able to replenish that Marine count, adding into 4th Command Center now that he is stabilized. A healthy number of siege tanks. As Cure, it looks like from his perspective, he's kind of playing the same game in terms of composition. Dark, though, with a bit of an edge and playing a more active style here with the Mutas.
All right, gonna come in here and just take this gas out. You take what you can get in a moment like this. You know, these glaives will transfer over to some SCVs, but, you know, very conservative move here from Dark. Not gonna do what a lot of Zergs do, where they'll go in and start to hit the SCVs and then glide into the main and then get, you know, kind of trapped in there and ultimately killed off. But, you know, this makes for a different game for Cure here. And then he follows it up with Roach Ravagers. So I do want to point out the supply disparity is pretty bad. And, you know, Terran doesn't have counterattack options that are the same level of threat if there are Mutas out. And then he's going to come in here with what could be an extremely strong timing that could end up just straight up killing Terran.
Yeah, Dark coming into the natural ramp over here. Biles coming down on the siege tank, stinked on the first one. Follow-up Biles will take down tank number 2 and tank number 3 as it feels like Cure might be broken. Only a little bit of Marines left. There's the Ravagers continuing to attack in.
Yeah, there's barely enough Ravagers. Oh, did he get the Banshee?
I'm not sure if he got the Banshee tasteless, but he is remaxing on 30 Roaches. And I'm looking at this army here for Cure. I don't know if he's going to be able to withstand the remax.
The factory on the low ground, that's kind of a problem. You know, you start to lose tanks, and they get that position. Oh, you can't make tanks anymore.
Only one siege tank in production. Only partway done. Cure opted for the Thor here, but I think he wishes he had a siege tank here against this army, as there's so much Roach Ravager on the low ground. That command center and factory both get taken out. Command center not canceled. In fact, killed. And now Cure's gonna have to make this engagement. He's pulling the SCVs. His tournament life is on the line, Tasteless.
This is insane. 2-2 is about to finish, but probably too late as well. As there's just nothing on the ground here that can really fight the army that Dark has. Dark continuing to mass up. He's now going to push into both the 2nd and the 3rd.
That's just overwhelming damage. Cure now all the way down at 90 supply. The 3rd base is broken. He scans and sees the 4th base up for Dark as well. I think Cure now is probably just making terms with this loss. After a very difficult and hard-fought hour-long game number 2.
You know what's going to happen is they're going to do the interview with Dark, and it's like Gary's going to ask, like, did you think the Cure didn't know that if he just flew a building over there? And they're going to cut the Cure, and he's going to be taking his headset off like, no!
A single tear sheds down his cheek.
No! Well, the end is near, my friends. Cure is going to be out, and Dark is going to be our final player to go on to the round of 4 in the Super Tournament.
That's a million Ravagers. 18 Ravagers. It just feels like so much. I don't know if there's a world that Cure's able to stabilize.
A million or 18 Ravagers.
All these Biles raining down on the bio as Dark trying to get a full surround. And Cure, to his credit, he's doing a great job of fighting back right now, but that army supply is dwindling all the way down to 32. The Ravagers continue to press forward, and that's going to be it. GG is called, and Dark is going to be our final player heading to the semifinals of the GSL Super Tournament.
Wow. That was a 3-0, wasn't it?
That was a very long 3-0.
But as I call it, a 4-3. Dark wins that game, and Cure, don't tell him. Don't tell him.
What an incredibly difficult series there for Cure.
Crazy, man. I really enjoyed Game 2. Game 2, there's a lot you could explore with that.
I still don't think there's an answer for a floating building in the corner.
No. I mean, the answer is there isn't. You know what I mean? It's odd to see a pro gamer make a mistake like that, but I mean, that's crazy, man. Let's take an interview with Dark now, guys.
Wow, what a tight series that was, but in the end, it is Dark defeating Cure 3-0 to move on to round of 4. Congratulations. Thank you.
와, 정말 다들 두 선수의 활약에 깜짝
Wow,
놀랐습니다.
the match was just amazing to watch, Dark. So how do you feel?
정말 너무 힘들었고.
I mean, it was such a hard-fought win.
빨리 집에 가서 쉬고 싶어요.
I don't know what to say right now. I just want to go home and rest.
워터풀 경기 처절했던
The waterfall
경기
match,
이야기
waterfall game
부탁드리겠습니다.
lasted so long.
상대의
Let's
지지를
talk about that one
받고
first.
상대적으로 큰 리액션도 나왔던 것 같은데요. 딱 이겼을 때 그 기분이
So after
좀
you
어떤
won,
느낌이었을까요?
Like, what was the feeling that you got after that win?
나좀 잘한다는 생각을 좀 하면서.
I mean, mid-game, you know, I was pretty
차리고 보니까
focused in the game.
구석으로 가면 진짜 끝낼 방법이 없는 거예요.
And then, you know, I realized that when the Terran just moved his building to the corner, I have absolutely no way of dealing with it.
운으로 그냥 정신없이 한번 흔들어 보다.
So, you know, I tried to kind of like shake him left and right,
기분이 좋았던 것 같아요.
and hopefully try to get lucky, and then it worked out well for me.
교전을 패했을 때 지지를 쳤던 것 같은데 그럼 상대를 속이기 위한 그런 노력들도 좀 있었어요.
So there were some mind games going on, right, Dark?
그런 상황 가면 한 번 놓치면 끝이라서.
And once you get into that situation, if you lose that window of opportunity, it's over for you. And then that's why I'm using the investors to kind of like check his mentality, and I think that was very instrumental to my win today.
불리했던 경기를 이렇게 끝끝내.
I mean, early mid game, it was really looking bad for you, Dark, but you managed to turn the tide in the late game.
아, 왜 이재선 선수가 박용 선수를 왜 꺼렸는지
I think I now know. I think I know why ByuN was scared to go up against you now.
아니 근데 송주
Do you see his interview?
다들 웃고 있더라고요.
I mean, after Maru got eliminated, everybody else was laughing.
다들 웃고 있었는데.
Everybody's laughing as if they're gonna win the whole tournament. So I'm curious as to what kind of strategies he's gonna show on Thursday.
잡을 만큼 요즘 저그전을 굉장히 잘하는 테란 선수인데.
I mean, Buuny is an extremely skilled TVZ player.
선수가 승리를 했었더라고요. 이재선 선수에 대해서 좀 저그전에 대해서.
So what are your thoughts on Buuny's TVZ, DBT?
원래는 약간
TVZ.
김진병형 원투 이런 식으로 생각하고 있었는데.
I mean, he used to just only go for like proxy racks. He used to be like a one-trick proxy racks player, but now he's very well-rounded. He's an all-around player. He's very good. So you think he's improved? I mean, he's improved a little.
굉장히 좀 잘해가지고.
Not remarkably, but a little.
사실 많은 선수들이 군 입대 전에 기량이 하락하는 경우를 많이 봤는데.
I mean, a lot of the players they tend to play worse as they approach their military service state. But for you, Dark, you seem to be getting stronger. So what else do you want to say?
이제 좀 우승까지 두 걸음 남았는데.
I mean, there are only 2 steps left till the victory. So I'm gonna try to prepare hard and try to show good results in round of 4. And that was interview with Dark. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Excellent work as always. Well, I'll tell you something, man. Tonight could have been a lot longer.
We had 3 best of 5 TVZs, and we only had 1 game that truly went to that kind of endgame scenario. Imagine if we had like a lot of those.
It's crazy, man. Well, we got to have our long day after all. ByuN does defeat Maru. Crazy upset. Crazy short series, by the way. Literally
30 minutes.
Yeah, literally under a half hour if you just count the games themselves, because we have to open the show and, you know, get all these shots of the studio and stuff. Solar defeats GuMiho. So we got ByuN versus Solar on Thursday to start things off. Then Buuny versus Dark, which is a match to die for.
Yeah, these are going to be some fantastic TVZs on finals day. We might even get a TVZ finals for the grand finals as well.
I think a TVZ finals is super likely. I think it's probably going to be Solar versus Dark. I think Dark probably the favorite here. ByuN kind of the wild card coming into this. I think a lot of people didn't see that coming, but I'll tell you what, man, you beat Maru. I don't know who you can lose to.
It's a great point. And guys, of course, if you want to come down to the studio on Thursday, this is starting at 5 p.m. It
Free
is first
admissions.
come.
Get in here early, though. It's been a little bit light in the studio here today, but usually when we have the finals of anything, this is the last GSL studio match of the year before we start 2023. So come down, 5 p.m. KST. It's not a normal GSL Code S start time. Studio, go out at exit 1 at Samsung Station all the way down to the Many Talks building, come up to floor 2. This building does not look like there's a studio in it.
Yeah, it does not.
You're gonna walk into the lobby and be like, oh, I'm gonna get kicked out of here. But you won't. You won't. You're gonna come to floor 2. You're gonna make yourself comfy. You're gonna take off your jacket because it's cold outside.
Yeah.
Put your mittens away. You don't want to lose them. And you're gonna come join us for this finals. And if you want to hear our commentary, you need some ID to give to them at the entrance, and in exchange, they give you a headset, and you can hear us with that.
Yeah, of course, it is first come, first serve.
Yeah.
No price for admission, so if you want to come here, just come early. Not super early because probably they won't let you in the studio that early, but like an hour maybe, hour early if you really want to save a spot.
If you really want to get a good spot, I don't think it's going to fill up all the way. Things are usually a little bit slower at this time of the year, but if you're like somebody who flew in here, I would say come early, just to make sure you can get like a front row seat. Yeah. I got Elmer Fudd voice, a front row seat.
I mean, after like a 1 hour TVZ, I start to lose my mind as well.
Yeah,
hard to form words.
A lot to talk through. But crazy day. And I think, honestly, that game versus Cure, there's so much to unpack there.
I still want to talk about it. It was just so much fun.
I know. I could actually let them extend the show. I wish I could. And we could kind of go over so much. But the fact that it ends in what appears to be what could have been a draw, but, it's up to the player to figure that out.
Yeah.
It's up to the player to make that conclusion, and he didn't seem to have a read. He may have thought there was a hidden corrupt there somewhere. He may have thought that there was, in fact, a Spire he didn't see. And
or
that
enough
there was,
resources.
And that there was enough resources, exactly. Yeah, that's true, too. He could have thought there was enough resources for a Spire and then for a Corruptor to come out. But there wasn't. Yeah. And Dark's not gonna tell him that.
No.
So, I mean, that's up to Dark. And, again, an inverse ZVT.
Yep.
One where the Zerg is actually letting the Terran take the map and just, relying on basically not harassing with Banes specifically. There were a couple moments with Banes, but mostly it was actually Ling's harassing there. Therefore, collecting a lot of gas, going for the Broodlords, and then, Terran overextended maybe 3 times or something like that with the Thors, the Ghosts. Terran had 0 gas at the end of that game.
0 gas, 0 minerals.
0 gas, 0 minerals.
And Dark said in his interview that he recognized during the game that the only way he could really win from that position was to grind it out. And that was the choice that he made. And that's not something that many other Zergs can do. I almost said any Zergs, but that also might be true. I feel like Dark's the only Zerg I've seen play that cost efficiently in the ultra late game ZVT.
And we may have many more ZVTs to come here, all the way to the finals. So will Dark continue to implore that strategy? I don't know.
It's possible. He's up against Buuny, right? I don't know if Buuny is going to have that late game style. I feel like Bunny more of a
plays
killer.
a little bit faster. Cure is a little bit more of the older style.
Right.
That we already saw there.
He's like Maru almost, the way that he approaches TVZ.
It could also be a very map-specific thing. Like that map is a little bit more cagey than the other maps.
What a day. I feel like this is the best day of GSL SuperTournament yet. Because
by far. What, you didn't like all the 3-0s on day 2?
All the 3-0s and 3-1s. We had a huge upset with Maru losing to ByuN in under 30 minutes.
I really welcome that. I thought this was probably going to be a Maru Dark finals, and that's always a welcome thing. But ByuN taking Maru out, that's a pleasant change of events.
In TVT of all matchups, I was looking up the stats, and Maru has like a 94% win rate or something.
You mentioned this earlier. I mean, that is crazy.
In the last 2 years, he's 94% in series in TVT on offline tournaments. I don't know about online, but offline. And 4 of those wins were against ByuN.
Yeah, and 2 of those games, ByuN won in like mid game. He just basically outpositioned Maru and won off tactics.
Yeah, just really smart 2 or 3 base timings.
Yeah,
it was clean.
All right, well, we can't close the shot.
I keep expecting us to be called to come out here, but
The Korean casters have a lot more to say still, but I got to say, recommend that game to your friends. There should be articles written about that game. That game should be passed around the internet.
If you're
it's one of the most insane games.
If you're a student in college, you can write your doctorate thesis.
That's right. I wish, man. And to be honest, like, you can go back into that game and look at it over and over again. It did seem like Kier did not know what kind of, predicament he was getting himself into. And I think a lot of players have had that moment where they're like, what is going on here? He's dead. And then after a while, you're like,
oh, I can't kill him.
Oh, he made more Brood Lords.
He has 150 army supply and 25
Brood
Brood
Lords. There's no more minerals on the map.
Yeah, there were some moments where it felt like he was overextending just a bit as he was clearing up Dark space. Because, he kills the main base, he kills the natural, the third base, the fourth base. Dark doesn't care. He doesn't need production. He has 2 hatcheries on the left side of the map. And he's just going to mine those resources, make queens and static defense and infestors, and that's what he did. And, yeah, Kier did overextend a little bit as he was cleaning up those bases and lost a couple of units, but you can't really fault him for that. It's very difficult to play a game and try to plan for such an edge case late game.
Guys, thank you for joining us. 5 p.m. Thursday for the finals of the GSL SuperTournament here at the Freak Up Studio at Samsung Station. We'll see you there. Bye-bye.